Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Inside Out 2 spoiler discussion. My name is Brian.
And my name is Justin.
That's his name.
That's my name.
Oh my
Also
goodness.
known as the Countdown to Coco 2 podcast, episode 1.
Count up from Coco.
Kinda-
Or
That's
counting
how you go.
backwards. I don't know, whatever it would be. But in any case, we will be talking about Pixar's latest film, Inside Out 2. We will be getting into spoilers, as evidenced by the title, but if you're already here and you've waried into this territory, so without a thought in your head, being like, "Oh, it doesn't matter if I get spoiled," we will warn you again. But we'll start with some non-spoiler, just initial impressions, some ground setting. I
Good
think
like
that's
30
fair.
seconds of non-spoiler stuff, and then if you stick around past that, you're in the floor is lava territory.
Yeah,
That's a little movie 1 callback for you, Brian.
a little movie
I,
one
I,
call.
I don't know if you caught that, but
Yeah,
anytime I make a little reference, I'll point it out so you know.
I may have seen the movie once or twice. Yeah.
Maybe like my favorite Pixar little movie.
Yeah, it's pretty great. So like, and I think that leads perfectly into just this thought of anticipating the sequel was really something, because we love this movie so much. Both of us adore Inside Out. Like I
Inside
think,
Out 1, let's be clear
yeah,
for anyone not tracking
yes,
here. We love the first one. We'll talk about if we like this second one.
we'll
What you were
get
saying.
there.
We'll
But yeah,
get there.
we adore it. It's I think just a wonderful movie. Like, has creatively inspired. I don't want to speak for both of us, but I think it's creatively inspired both of us, as well as just
Yeah.
being great in its own right. Of like something I'm happy to have in my life. It's something that changed the way that I looked at life. Like the whole idea of, and I think like going into it, I could sort of expect like, all right, yeah, I guess we will have this message of like Joy needs to realize that she shouldn't just shove away sadness. But the way that message was done, the way it was articulated, the way it was expressed, and the way it really kind of just demonstrated the value that can be brought to you if you express the sadness that you're actually feeling, and then people will come to help you as a result. It was life changing. I'm not exaggerating. Like, I think it did something good for the world. And like, I was watching again some like of the bonus features on the first movie, and Meg LaFauve, who's was co-writer on the first movie, also co-wrote the second one. I talked about how like when director Pete Docter came to her after like kind of first cracking what the movie was about, and it was this idea for a while they didn't really know what it was, of you following the different emotions in the mind, and maybe it's joy and sadness, maybe it's joy and fear, maybe this, and then he eventually realized no, he was like, I don't walk out in the woods, because he'll like go out walking when he can't figure stuff out, which I'll do too. And like he just, it came to him as in this epiphany of like, when the people that I care most about, like what do I like, what do I think about, like what matters most to me, and it's like it's them. When I'm feeling really bad, it's them, and like the way they're there for me, and like those moments where, yeah, like you're getting through like a tough time, like of sadness, and experiencing it together, like that's what really, that matters a lot, and there's so much value there. And like he just kind of like talked about how like that's what the movie would be. And Meg was like, you're gonna, Pete, like you're like, I mean, this could like change the world if like we did that. And he was like, don't say that again, it's too much pressure to put on the story. Don't say it again. But they did change the world, in my humble opinion. At least it changed my world, changed my outlook, the way
Makes sense, because whenever I listen to a Pete Docter interview,
yeah.
I'm like, man, he's so Brian coded. Just as a person.
That is such a compliment.
It's it comes to mind every here and there.
Well, yeah.
I like to think that the first movie did a pretty good job, from what I've seen, from what I understand, of taking a lot of like edgy teenagers who will go through life being like, I'm gonna brag about the fact that I haven't cried in 5 years, and making them go,
Yeah.
wait a second. Maybe don't brag about that. Maybe that's maybe crying makes your life better. But also I I didn't have an ounce of any empathy until Inside Out 1, and now
Right, yeah, you were as someone who knew you before, you were not a good person.
no, not at all. No.
No, no.
And then I learned, oh, maybe maybe it's okay to care about others, to look inward, to accept that sadness brings people closer, that comfort is powerful. And then I stopped beating up kids at school, and went to went to Harvard for a love degree.
A very inspirational turn of events. It's funny you said this idea of like, yeah, kind of being too cool for school, of like, too cool to cry. Like, it's not quite this, but it reminds me a little bit of, I was reading this interview with Maya Hawke, who voiced anxiety in the sequel, and she was talking about how when the first Inside Out came out, she did not go to see it in the theater because she was at that point in time where you're like, oh, anime, I'm not gonna go watch that. I'm too grown up to see this. And then she watched it at home and was like, "Oh, this is so good."
Oh yeah.
Which, let me clarify. I hear about this mystical thing of like, oh, I was at the age where like I thought I was too old for that stuff. I never got to that age. It never happened to me, but it seems to afflict other people.
I never hit a point in my life in which I was like, I'm too old for animation as a whole.
Yeah.
I think I did hit an age though where like, my parents kind of get into that headset of like,
Oh
oh, the
yeah.
kid, my kid's getting older, so we're gonna stop like saying, oh, do you want to go see the new Disney movie in theater? So I think there was a period of time in which I was seeing a little less in terms of animation in theaters and whatnot. But then
yeah.
that said, at the same time, if I recall correctly, Disney was not maybe Pixar also weren't really at their peak at that point in time. If we're talking
like early
2010s, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because it's like
Cartoon Network was at a real low pre-Adventure Time, right?
Right.
And by that I mean everything. Yeah, if anyone who was working on anything during that time is listening to this, it was all great at all times, is what I meant to say.
I think there was definitely, you felt the social pressure sit in at that time, right? Of like whether it's coming from like your parents or also just other kids at school. I remember as early as elementary school, I would be like, oh my god, guys, there's a new Muppet thing coming on TV, and I remember there was someone
The
who was like,
Muppets.
that's for babies, and I was like, we're in elementary school. If we can't like the Muppets now, when are we supposed to like? Come on.
I think marketing the Muppets is its own struggle for that exact reason.
Yeah, and it makes you feel bad about yourself. But like for me, it wasn't. My takeaway from that was never, oh, I'm gonna stop liking the thing. It was more, it's gonna become my secret. A little foreshadowing for the movie, I guess.
Oh wow, really connecting the dots here.
Be my little secret, because it's
put a little Kermit in a big cage. Yeah.
I'll watch this at home, and like if there's someone I trust, someone that I know, then like sure, then I guess. But yeah, it was like both, whether it was that or even Toy Story, because I remember there was this thing of like, oh, like bring in the newspaper, like some like article that then you saw that then was interesting, like for like show and tell, whatever. And it was at the time, I think they were talking about how Toy Story 3 and 4 were greenlit. This was during like the Circle 7 animation era. And I was like, bring that in, because I was like, oh my goodness, they're making new Toy Story movies. And like I was talking about, and they were like, those movies are for babies. And we're in like second grade. I'm like, what? What do you mean? Come on.
When most people are older than you, you really gotta do everything you can to really elevate yourself by putting other things down. So I mean, like, it's tough being a second grader. There's only so many things you could do and say to appear, older and more mature, and that's one of them.
Right. Exactly.
So to any second graders watching this live stream, I'm with you. You just be you.
Yeah. So I will say, I mean, obviously, always loved the original Inside Out, and I think, and I'm curious what you think on this. I always felt that you could totally do a sequel, even that, like,
easily. Yeah.
I think they sort of I mean, they set it up basically at the end with I mean, Riley's 12 now. What could happen? Oh, she's gonna turn 13. There's that puberty button, or puberty, as discussed, pronounced as it.
I mean, they create a world where, like, in the credits of Inside Out 1, you're jumping back and forth between all these different people's perspectives, and it's like, even if you didn't want to do Riley, there's endless possibilities for the way you set up this world of, like, any life experience someone could go through, whether it's Riley or someone else. You could make a movie about what the emotional personification is in their head while they go through that experience. So I would say across all Pixar movies, maybe the easiest one to make a sequel to of some sort.
I'm on the record saying, as early as 2017, around when Coco came out, the next sequel that Pixar does after Toy Story 4, because that was the newest upcoming one that had been announced at that point in time. The next one they do probably will be an Inside Out 2. And get this, they'll probably have some new emotions in it. I know, what a wild prediction. What a wild prediction.
Well, you see, Brian, Bing Bong had a little thing on the lapel, right? With the 6 little flowers, and they're 5 emotions, but there was like an orangey 6th color, which hinted that they knew all along what was to come.
Whoa. This is mind-blowing information, Justin.
Thanks. Wow. My uncle works at Pixar, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mr. Pixar Chapman over there. Okay. Well, so that all being said, I was like, okay, yeah, there probably will be a second one, and it would make sense for there to be a second one. It was very critically successful. It was very financially successful. Why wouldn't you do another one, especially because the storyline is there? There are some Pixar movies that have made a lot of money that, like, I don't really know how you sequelize. I don't know how you sequelize Coco and Ratatouille. Or
with Coco, you kill someone else, and then with WALL-E, you build a new robot that is like competing for WALL-E's affection. You know.
Oh, okay. And it's like really? A jealousy, like a love triangle thing.
I think a love triangle for WALL-E is what the people are looking for.
That is the worst pitch for a WALL-E sequel. I would at least be like, oh, let's do a prequel about, like, By and Large's rise to power or something. Like, that sounds like it could be interesting if you had to do it. But like the love triangle, and then Eve gets all mad, and WALL-E doesn't realize that
he's not very smart,
WALL-E's kind of dumb, yeah. So he doesn't know that this other robot's hitting on him. Yeah, that sounds like a good sequel to like the Criterion Collection Pixar movie. Yeah, let's get that going. No, yeah, I don't know how you sequelize those. I don't know how you do it for Up either, because like that is the, like, at least domestically, the movie that has made the most that they haven't sequelized, and I really don't know how you can, especially now that Ed Asner has passed away. You should not touch that movie.
You jump forward 30 years, and you have Will Russell on his own old man adventure.
I see. So now he's the old one, and then get this: there's like a new little kid.
Exactly.
and he's going to try to put his house in the Bahamas. Oh my God, Justin! I don't know what I was thinking.
And then there's a love triangle.
Well, dude, I can't believe I said this wouldn't be a good idea. You've convinced me.
Brian, Challengers was a big hit. I think we gotta monopolize on this. Brian, Twilight was a big hit.
The public is yearning for more tennis movies. Can we get some tennis rackets in the Coco sequel? Let's get some.
What if tennis rackets had emotions? You ever?
Yeah, they probably. They'd probably be like, "Ow, ouch, ooh, stop!"
And
the ball.
Imagine living a life of pain like that, and your natural drive to want to escape that.
Yeah. What about the people that get really mad and throw the racket on the ground? And it's racket abuse. Like, then you could die out there. It's dangerous being a racket.
Brian, it writes itself.
Yeah, let's turn the mic
tennis.
Yeah,
in tennis, right?
Yeah.
When you get a certain number of points, maybe it's like a tie or something. Don't they call that love?
No, that's not what they call it.
Isn't that a thing?
There's love. That's when you have 0 points. So you
So,
could have
so the tennis rackets have to choose between love or success.
no.
Obviously.
Here's what you do, because when you start a game of tennis,
Okay.
it's 0-0, so it's love,
Right.
love. So it's
Love, love,
like
love.
it's like we love love. So you do a gay tennis movie.
That's what we're
How we
talking
love love.
about.
Yeah, that's what we do.
I don't know how you
Okay.
made the jump to gay, but happy Pride Month.
Well, because people say like they're like love is love. We love love. They say that about gay relationships. They don't say it about other. They're like, and it's well-meaning, I think. But it's the
Brian,
thing of like love is love.
I love your love too.
Thank you. I don't hear enough about how heterosexual love is also valid. So thank you for
sometimes.
Yeah.
Don't do it during Pride Month. That's a little offensive. But like otherwise,
Yeah.
you get the other.
I'll keep it
11
behind
months.
closed doors during June. No worries. Yeah, and Coco. The other
Little
reason,
closet reversal. Yeah, go on.
so like Coco is like worldwide box office, and the one that's most successful that they haven't sequelized, or at least that isn't like part of a franchise. I mean, I don't think they would do it either because like A, Lee Unkrich has retired from Pixar. B, I feel like there's other ways they could continue on with Coco. I feel like we'll get the Coco stage musical. I think we even heard something about how that's something that'll happen. So like they'll do things with Coco. I don't think it's Coco 2, but yeah, I think they'll pick other things to sequelize instead. But yeah, Inside Out 2. They announced it at D23. We were like, oh my God, it's finally happening. Let's go. This is the best news ever. A little bit of trepidation because we hear, wait a second, not all our friends are back. Now, to be clear, all of our friends are back on screen. All the characters are back that survived, that still exist. No more Bing Bong, R.I.P. But
For the best. He was a little annoying. He had fun, and I don't want that in my movies.
I will say while I'm on the subject, I noticed there was a family when I saw it again the second time today to be just really fresh for this podcast. There were these two parents that were walking out with their kids, and they were like, "Oh, it was so good." One thing we didn't get, like, where was Bing Bong? Where was he? And I wanted
when they forget parts of the first movie.
I think because they were saying something of like, where is the Bing Bong stuffy or whatever? Like the kid must have like a little plush Bing Bong or something. I don't know. So I wanted to go up to them and be like, you don't get it. He's gone. She forgot about it. But I didn't. I held back. I was respectful.
I don't think I have it in me to talk to other people at a movie theater, even if we're on the exact same page.
Really? I actually did. So the first time I saw
it,
I'm getting a little bit more confident lately, Justin. I don't know. I finished the first movie, the first time I saw the second movie. And I'm walking out and I see like the workers behind the desk at the theater. They're like, I'm hearing them talking something about like, yeah, I think it'll do really well this weekend at the box office. But like, I don't know. Yeah, Deadpool is then going to be up there, but you can't. Despicable Me then could also make a lot of money. I'm like, oh, they're talking about what's going to be the #1 movie of the box office. So then I go up and I'm like, yeah, no, that's definitely the top 3. But like, yeah, like Inside Out 2, I don't know. I feel like it'll be the $1 billion. That could be #1. And they were like, yeah, but like, Deadpool, it's going to be. I was like, yeah, but none of the Deadpool movies have hit $1 billion yet. Got to keep that in mind. No,
but you also got to keep in mind that it's like the only Marvel movie this year, and they're hungering for a Marvel movie.
But Guardians 3 was basically the only Marvel movie that everyone really loved last year, and that only made.
You're adding qualifiers though.
Yeah, I still think that if Guardians 3 couldn't hit $1 billion, Deadpool and Wolverine, I don't know. It might.
I'm hearing so much more in the way of marketing for this one than Guardians.
Yeah, I guess that's
so
true.
much more.
Yeah. I guess that's true. I think it really just depends on how good the final product actually is. It'll have a huge opening. It'll be a huge opening, no doubt. But like, is it? I mean, Multiverse of Madness almost hit $1 billion, even with it
being what it is.
Even with it being what it is.
But what a second grader says, Muppets are for babies. This is what they get excited about, Brian.
No, I guess so. But they can't go. They can't buy a ticket. It's rated R. So like, what are they going to do? They sneak in. That doesn't
dress like an adult.
It doesn't. Okay. All right. If they do buy the ticket.
You got to find that one second grader who's like 5'5",
Okay. And then
that's the purpose of being tall that early in life.
Yeah, like that. The top 3 at the box office this summer, in no particular order, will definitely be this Inside Out 2, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Despicable Me 4. But I think my opinion is that Inside Out 2 will be at the top, Despicable Me 4 second, and Deadpool and Wolverine third. I'm gonna go say that. I know that's a hot take, but I'm gonna say it. Now you might be saying, Brian, the Despicable Me movies, I mean, they're pretty reliably, they get like $1 billion. Like, I don't know. Listen, I think we're on a bit of a decline. They were making more and more money. They did Despicable Me, Despicable Me 2, Minions, Despicable Me 3. Oh my gosh, making so much money. But yeah, like Despicable Me 3 made a little bit less than Minions did. And then Minions 2 Rise of Gru made a little bit less than Despicable Me 3 did. I think, I think it's going to go down a little bit. Now, don't worry. It'll still make like $900 million or like $800 million, whatever. But I don't know. I think Inside Out 2, I think it's probably $1 billion locked. I said it. I was feeling good on it. I was like, I'm going to have faith and say that then it will make that much money. And now seeing just like the early estimates for this weekend, they keep going up and up and up. It really seems like we're headed there. Like
we are heading to sequel central. Get excited, Pixar.
Listen, we'll get more into what this how it bodes for the future of Pixar as we get into things later. But yeah, like kind of touching on what I was saying before. Yeah, like some of our friends weren't going to be in this movie. We weren't going to have Bill Hader and Mindy Kaling.
I finally found out who Bill Hader is, like a few months ago, and I was,
because you watched Barry.
This would have been my time to appreciate him. Yeah, in a post Barry world. Oh gosh, oh Barry.
Yeah.
Go on.
we love Barry. Obviously, yeah. Like I rewatched with you. But like, I love Bill Hader and I love Mindy Kaling, like Barry and the Mindy Project, and Never Have I Ever. I mean, like, there's so many different projects that then they've worked on and been a part of. And like, I'm invested in both of them as like on-screen talent and also behind-the-scenes talent. Like, I really like them. So and I didn't really know, like I knew at least of Mindy before seeing the first one, but like I didn't really know Bill before seeing the first one. So I was excited to like see the second one now, like being invested in them in their careers. Yeah. And then they weren't here, and I was like, oh man, especially because after like then in the behind the scenes on Inside Out, I would hear about like Bill Hader, he just come hang out at Pixar. Like he loves just like being in the room. He would like hang out at South Park Studios when they were working on making episodes, and he would start hanging out at Pixar. He started being in just like all these different Pixar movies. Like he made a bunch of little cameos. They even made a joke at D23 of like, he's the new John Ratzenberger. He's like popping up in every single one of the movies. He, as recently as Lightyear, he was Featheringhamston. Justin. He was always around.
Yay,
but now pal. He's not here. My little pal, who I thought was going to be who Zurg actually was, but wasn't. But anyway, I was surprised that they were not back. We don't know the actual reason. It seems like the rumor is they weren't offered as much in the way of moolah.
Oh, is that just a rumor?
I mean, that probably is the reason. I don't know what other explanation would make sense. And like, listen, they get your bread. Like, I mean, they should have offered you more money. I just don't understand how it actually got to this point, that they let it be that, oh yeah, I guess, all right, fine. If you won't do it for that money, we're not going to give you any more.
They probably thought to themselves, well, we have a whole bunch of new emotions and fear is going to have a smaller role this movie. I'm not going to, I think Disgust plays about the same size. We'll talk more about it, but
we'll talk about it. But like, I don't know. It just, I don't understand. It's not like this kind of thing never happens, but like usually when Pixar does a voice replacement, it's because it was a kid actor and they grew out of it and they don't sound like it anymore, so they have to. Or the person like passed away, so they have to. And even then, sometimes they just use archival recordings to get around it. So for it to be like, oh yeah, like they're still around, they still have very active careers. And in fact, Bill Hader's been in a bunch of Pixar movies, but he won't be in this one. I'm like, that's surprising. A little bit of precedent for Mindy Kaling in the sense that when they did Ralph Breaks the Internet, she's one of the racers in Sugar Rush. She did not reprise her role in the second one, but like she is barely, that character probably has like 2 or 3 lines tops in that movie. So it's like, all right, fair enough. This though, I mean, like, Disgust is an actual character in the movie,
Yes.
So I don't know what happened. That's still really weird to me. And I think that cast a bit of a shadow over this in the lead up, because I was like, oh, how did they let that happen? I'm kind of worried about this now, because otherwise I would not have been worried at all. I would have been like, yeah, no, this is really great. Now, I think some people were like, I'm not sure because it's not Pete Docter directing again. But like, listen, Pete Docter is a busy guy now. He's running Pixar. He doesn't have time to be doing it. The only reason Soul came out and he directed Soul like after he was already, appointed head of Pixar is because he had been working on it before he got the big promotion. So like he saw that through, but he's probably not going to be able to have time to direct any of his own movies anymore at this point because he's got too much stuff to do. So like that, I was like, all right, that makes sense. I understand that. But yeah, like just the voice cast not coming back, I wasn't sure. And then, then the trailers then start rolling out. I'm like, okay, it seems like this is delivering on what we would want of like, we're getting more emotions in there. Like, I feel like, there's nothing that I'm like worried about here. I guess I'm just a little distracted by the voices mainly. And we'll talk more about this in the movie, but because I think the trailer also, I feel the same way that I did from the trailer in the movie in the sense that I hear disgust and I'm like, that's disgust. Like it sounds like I'm immersed. I'm like, yep, I think you nailed it. Well done. Fear, I think it's just because Tony Hale, like I know him as Forky, and like I don't think he's doing the same voice. I think it's different. It was a little distracting for me. What do you think about Mr. Hale in this film?
I felt the exact same way of sorry. My dog came in, closing my door now. Happy day. So yeah, I'd say Fear was the odder one of the two. I feel like with Disgust, we jumped right back into things, very smooth transition. Yeah, you could tell it's a different Fear. I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah,
being that like it's not the most lines ever in a movie, but
sure.
yeah, brought a bit of a different energy. But like,
yeah,
if it was Joy, I would have that could kill the movie, which I mean, I guess adds validation to if the rumors are true, that justification of like, well, you need Amy Poehler.
Sure.
I can't fathom a world in which I watch this movie with a different Joy voice and have a comfortable experience.
Yeah, because like Tony, I think he did a good job, but it's just like and what's interesting is I was worried going in that it would be like too Forky-esque in the sense that like all the lines are like really just like over the top. Because like I remember even before seeing the first Inside Out, I was worried that Fear would be really annoying and that like everything would be frantic. But I think what made Fear so funny was that he wasn't always that. In fact, sometimes he would just like sort of do it like pretty like like playing it down. And I loved that about him. The dream
big
production
stack of papers. Oh
yeah,
gosh, well that's the best sequence for Fear in either movie.
Like, absolutely
incredible.
Where he's like trying to be like, I'm not scared, I'm better than this. Yeah,
I'm thinking of like getting to school on the first day, big stack of papers, and like all the possibilities. And then, but
does anyone know how to spell meteor? Yeah.
Or being called on by the teacher. Very, very calm. Obviously,
right out the gate. Yeah.
Freaks out right after, but like there is a balance there that keeps it entertaining.
Yeah, and like he said, even at one point, like when Riley's gonna be running away, and he's like, "Should we be doing this?" Like, it's really it's subtle.
Voice of reason.
Yeah, I really like it, and and I will say, like, I listened for it more the second time, and I was like, okay, yeah, no, there definitely are deliveries in here that are not just look out, like it's not just that the whole time. So like, I think it's a good performance.
I mean, a lot of that's not even Tony, right? That a lot of that's direction in general.
It is, and I think the direction. I think it all then it works. That is consistent. It's just I wish it was the same voice. That's all. I just wish it was the same. but that being said, Disgust, I really think that the new voice of Disgust was fabulous in this. I don't think she's going to get enough credit for what she brought to it, but I really I'm going to come here and say it. Liza Lapira, I think is her name. Fantastic job. Really, really did great.
You are welcome in my little movie.
Yeah, you are welcome. You are welcome. You can stay. We'll double over Tony Hale later for the Blu-ray copy. Listen, Bill, I'll pay you what you deserve. I'll crowdfund it.
Let's release the kind of money.
Release the Bill Hader cut. Release the Bill Hader cut.
And Mindy, you're cool too if you're listening to this podcast, which you probably are. We get a lot of views.
I love Mindy. I said I love Mindy. I'm just saying it didn't distract me, but I'm distracted by the new Fear. Okay. All right. Enough preamble. So the movie, go into it and I walk out. I finished my first viewing, and I messaged you, and I was like, Justin, you know, that feeling when there's like an original movie that you just really, really love, and it's so good, it's perfect, you care about it so much, and then they make a sequel, however many years later, and it's just not it. And then it to the point that not only is it like you don't really enjoy the sequel, but it makes you look back at the first one and not really like it as much anymore. And like maybe you won't
Yeah,
really even revisit it anymore. Like
exactly.
sometimes
Yeah.
that happens. Like
Yeah.
I know we've had that. I mean, we brought up Ralph Breaks the Internet before. I think it kind of happened a little bit. Like I think that's kind of the example, right? Like I don't know. I'm sure there's some others, but like sometimes that happens. But on the other side of the coin,
What?
when you have a really great sequel, you can somehow retroactively make what was already a fantastic original movie even better. And that's what Inside Out 2 did for me. I
Hooray!
loved it. I loved it.
After
So
almost
good.
an hour, viewers, you now know that the Brian Koch gives approval to Inside Out 2.
I do. I didn't just see it twice because I didn't like it. I loved it. I loved
Well,
it.
you needed to make notes on everything that went wrong with the movie, CinemaSin style. Ding ding.
Yeah, I did.
And
I
then
was
you
like,
vocalize that in the theater.
this is I need to get my 8-hour video ready about how everything that was wrong with the movie. All right. Well, Justin, what did you think of Inside Out 2? What was your experience seeing it?
Listen, I go into Inside Out 2 thinking to myself, man, oh man, oh man. Inside Out 1 is probably my favorite Pixar movie. It's up there with like Nemo and Incredibles, and it's a lovely, lovely, lovely movie.
Yeah.
Rewatched it the day before and all that, as one responsibly should going
Yes,
into
as I did too. You
sequel.
always should. Yeah, if you don't do that, that's dangerous.
Unless you're going to see Despicable Me 4, then you'll probably understand what's going on.
Yeah, and you got to do it in chronological order. You got to do the
I will
Minions first
say,
and then Despicable Me. Yeah.
if it gets another person to watch Inside Out 1 again before going in, especially if you haven't seen it in a while, I will say there's at least one scene in Inside Out 2 that the significance of the scene really, really works because you've seen the first movie, and the scene might work.
I think I know what you mean.
We'll talk about. There's a scene that might a very important scene that might work a little less good if you don't have if you can't recall what the scene is referring back to.
I think I know exactly the one you mean.
It's a great beat if you've seen the first one and remember it well enough.
Yes.
Well, it's not a secret scene in the first one that you might like have easily forgotten though. So
and you know what? While you're at it, watch Riley's First Date.
yeah, I did that as well 3 nights ago.
It doesn't really play into it, but it's really great. It's written and directed by Josh Cooley, who went on to direct Toy Story 4, and now he's doing Transformers 1. So like the dude is really talented. It's a lovely little short film.
Well, I think there'll be at least one thing to say about that in regards to this movie. It'll be a more minor note, but I went to this movie, and I came out of it so jazzed.
yeah. We love it.
But I will say,
uh-huh.
we'll talk about this. Well, I guess I shouldn't say this on your behalf. On the question of Inside Out 1 versus Inside Out 2,
sure.
What did you tell me?
Okay. Well, here's what I said. I said, I think Inside Out 2 is absolutely a worthy successor to the original. Not only is it a worthy successor, I would maybe go so far as to say I love it even more than the first one. And then I saw it again today because I was like, all right. Well, let me see, because like I really kind of came out of it like so high on it of like, oh my god, it's a 10 out of 10. I watched it again to try to like have like a more critical lens, and I was like, okay, yeah, like I don't know if it's a 10 out of 10. I think it's an 11 out of 10. I love this movie. I think better? What do you think? Let's fight.
Well, Brian, the next 5 hours of this podcast
Oh,
are going to
no.
be pretty intense.
Okay.
As while I do love Inside Out 2, I still think Inside Out 1 is by a little bit our reigning champ.
I can absolutely respect that. No, I can't.
What?
I get it. I think there are pros and cons to each. Well, actually, no. I hate saying that because I don't think there's cons at all. I think these are just two masterpieces. Can we agree? These are two masterpieces. Of course. Yeah. So it really doesn't. It doesn't matter. Like
whenever I see someone on Letterboxd like having their main description of a movie as a masterpiece, I used to kind of like look down on that a little bit and be like, I guess you're telling me that the movie is flawless, which is not, to me, like the most exciting thing you could say about a movie, because you could have a flawless movie that doesn't like super move you, but there's no CinemaSins dings to give it, you know? But, you know, I've come to respect the fact that if someone says masterpiece, it means more than just it is flawless. It also means that it really means something to you to be saying that typically.
So here's the thing. So Spark Rizzle says in the chat, I think a bias can occur when you first watch a movie and like it more because you just saw it. And
I do that all the time. Yeah,
I'm familiar with this phenomenon. It's called recency bice, and
it's called Lightyear.
It's. I think even within a day, I was like, I don't know, because I remember you and we all saw it in a group, and you and Sam,
me,
were like,
Sam, Ben, and riding high on it.
And you guys were like, I think it's better of the two Pixar movies this year. I think better than Turning Red. And I was like,
he's a crow.
I was like, even day one, I was like, that doesn't really sound right to me.
I think you know, a lot of us were riding so high on how really, really well done that first act is, and we've talked about that so many times.
It's great. It's great.
And then after a day or so, the rest of the movie sinks in, and you go, yeah, maybe Turning Red is the reigning champ.
Turning Red is a masterpiece as well. Like, yeah, I mean, look, this is. I totally acknowledge that recency bias is a thing, but I expected to go into it the second time, like maybe even just like still really liking it, but like seeing some more of the flaws come through and being like, okay, maybe I was just really, really excited. But no, like I was so in it the whole time. I was just smiling. I was like, yeah, like as Palace said, I'm giddy about the movie. It is so silly. I love it. And people, they're gonna say, oh, Pixar's back. Pixar's back with this movie. They didn't go anywhere. They didn't go anywhere. They've been here. You just weren't looking. Or you were looking. You were watching it on Disney Plus. You just forgot. You just forgot because it's trendy to be like, oh, I think it's not as good as when I was a kid. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's been really great. Okay. But it's back in the sense that it's going to make a ton of money at the box office again for the first time since 2019. In that sense, it's back. But I will say, so that bunch is back.
No one's gonna say Pixar's been back if they haven't been watching Pixar movies. So the fact that it's doing well box office wise will, of course, lead other people to believe, oh, finally Pixar's doing things that are important again. I know because now I'm watching the movies.
My buddy Ben, I know from Twitter in the chat, says, I think Inside Out 2 is the perfect kind of sequel and agree it's better than the original, which is just bonkers to think about considering how great Inside Out is. And I think, Justin, you could at least concede the fact that I think this even warrants a conversation of like which one is better. I'm floored that it's at
I would not have expected that, just a year ago. Yeah.
I would not have, even a week ago, I wouldn't have really expected that. Because I was like, all right, I think it's going to be good. I think I'm going to enjoy it, but I just don't think it's going to hit the same. No, it did. it absolutely did for me. And for me, it hit even harder. And I have points to make about why it's better. I also have points, I think, in your favor as well for what the original does.
Oh, thank you for making my job easier.
Yeah. So you don't even need to talk. You can just leave. But, I mean, jeez, where to even start with this? I will say, I think one thing that I would say, and this is also through the lens of like comparing the two films, because something I came away from on the first viewing as I was like, oh wow, like I love all the different ways in which we explored the mind in this one. I feel like maybe the first movie had like one more set piece within the mind than the second one did. But then I watched the second one again and I was like, well, but all of these are really good. And I don't think the story needs it. And also, I think my main criticism of the first movie is the little section that we have in the subconscious. I think it takes a little bit of a dip for me. It's very brief. It's very brief. And I don't think it's bad by any means. It's just like those couple of minutes, I feel like they're not like serving to tell the story that much more of like, you're not really like getting more of a sense of like how sadness is helping or whatever. And like B, I feel like we're rushing through like,
we had some like joy sadness bonding time, but yeah, you're right. It wasn't a lot of joy learning in for that period of time.
It goes by so fast. I'm not immersed in like, oh, here's like the different things that she's afraid and they're running past. It's like it's just sort of, it feels a little weightless. And then the clown isn't scary. The clown should have been scarier. Make that clown really freaky.
I would have loved that.
It looks too much like Olaf. He has an Olaf looking head. Every time I watch the movie, I'm like, that's Olaf.
But I'll be frank and say one thing I appreciate about that scene now that I didn't when I was younger is I did not find the clown nearly as funny as I do now. Just the absolute giddiness over where's the birthday girl. And the fact that that's how Riley sees this guy, I'm just like, this is just the greatest. I don't know.
Look,
so I mean,
love
it works for me, but I agree that maybe I would have preferred Scary Clown.
The thing at the end when you see the real him going 6 years of drama school for this, that is hysterical. Hysterical. Very, very good. Little line during the credits about how the art school is a waste of time, just like the Simpsons movie. Oh, little very specific reference.
Are we getting into our spoiler section?
Yes. Okay, yeah, we can get all spoilery now. It's spoiler time. It's spoiler time.
Hey everyone, if you don't want spoilers, get out and never come back. Yeah. Oh, I'm being told by our producers that they can in fact return.
Yeah. I agree. JJ Star A113. Pixar never left. That's exactly right. They never left.
It's true. I checked.
I checked. They're still here. Everyone else has left the party, but they're still here. Yeah. No. I mean, so there is that one scene where it's like, and I will say, I love Frank Oz and Dave Goelz, the little mind cops. I love them as the guards of the subconscious. And I was very, very happy to see them back in this one. And I was very happy to see, did you catch this callback, Justin?
No.
With the hats? Did you catch this?
You know, I feel like I remember thinking that to myself, oh, that's the hat thing, but now I don't remember the bits. So
okay, here's the bit. So in the first one, they have that conversation about like, oh, it's my hat. It says my hat on it.
Great bit.
In this one, great bit. In this one, you see one of the hats come off, and it's the part when they're like escaping from the vault. And the hat comes off, and you see my hat is really written on it. It's my hat, and I pointed. I was like Leonardo DiCaprio. I was like, "It's my hat." But my biggest moment like that was when Lenny the Binoculars showed up. I was like, "It's Lenny! It's Lenny the Binocular!"
Wait, is this a little crossover event?
It's a crossover event. I was so excited about Lenny the Binoculars. It didn't even really hit me until the second viewing. The joke they were making about how Family Island was really small now. Because I was just like, it's Lenny!
You didn't... well, that's one of the best jokes.
Well, look, I had to point and be like, it's Lenny, and then turn to my mom and be like, did you see? It's Lenny. So I missed it. I was too focused on my family to see that family. Yeah. No, so but that is really perfect because like of course, yeah, like when you get a little older, when you get to like 13, like you know, maybe family isn't as much a focus anymore, but your friends,
you see your family, if all is good and healthy, will be there for you no matter what, and you know, but your friends, if you're not perfect, they'll just walk away,
right? And that's what makes you want them
forever.
It's your friends play hard to get, and that's why you really want your friend because in family they'll just be there for you no matter what. And like boring
love.
Oh, we hate that. Oh, come on. So yeah, okay. So this movie in general, I
What is
think
this movie, Brian?
it is a masterpiece, and it
Okay.
does such a great job. Here's what I will say. The first movie obviously deals with a bigger life change. Riley is moving away. She's moving away, and that's a big deal. She's no longer going to be in Minnesota. Now she's in San Francisco, sorry, excuse me. Pardon my French.
Okay.
But yeah, and that's a big deal for any kid to go through. In this one, it's not like she's being hit with a major life event like this. It's more about these unseen forces of like what the future could hold. And that's obviously what anxiety talks about, of like we're planning for the future. This, what we do right now could build up where the rest of our lives are going to go. So really you could say that it's not really about like what's going on in her actual life. Like it's not really anything that bad. It's all in her head.
Whoa.
It's all in her head. I came up with that today. I've been sitting on it for a couple hours now. It's good, right? It's
We're
good.
playing with a more intimate part of her life experience right now.
And I love that. I think that's really cool. Because what I always loved about the first one is that the Riley stuff has a real indie movie feel to it. You know, it's like you get the indie movie feel, but you also get like, oh, fun, kind of classic cartoon over the top stuff, which also does have like a little bit of that indie feel and like grounded emotion, whatever, with the way it's being presented. But I think this one, I get even more of that because it's a smaller story, so to speak, of like, yeah, it's about this very specific moment in time. And I love that about it. It reminded me of 8th grade a little bit. And by 8th grade, I mean the Bo Burnham movie, 8th grade.
Of course, yeah.
Like, because that's not like, it's not like something super big happens. It's just like, oh, it's in the summer like leading in. But it's just you're capturing this moment of time. It's like a portrait of the character. And I love that. I think that's awesome.
I mean, point for Inside too. I cared so much more about the Riley stuff in this one than in the first one, and let me be clear. I cared about it plenty in the first one, but like I was engaged with what was going on with Riley and her anxieties in this movie.
I feel like she had more screen time in this one.
She definitely did. Absolutely, yeah. At least it felt that way, or like significant, screen because she gets to be more active in this movie. That's a huge difference. She gets to be her own person, which is a big part of the movie, and go out for that early morning hockey practice before the hockey practice with the team that follows. And like you don't have those moments of agency with Riley just being
agency. Yeah,
in the first movie, her agency was, I'm gonna smile for my parents to
be the
make
happy
sure that
little
they're
girl.
comfortable.
Yeah,
but like she didn't have her big moment of agency was the mistake she was making at the end, and that's it. Whereas this movie, everything she's doing is a choice, and it's really contending with the Grace Randolph methodology of I don't like how she's just a little robot that the emotions are piloting. This movie is about like, hey, we can't be doing that anymore. She's really gaining her sense of self, and she has a voice at the table now in her own brain.
Yes. And I'm really glad that you brought that up because I think agency is the perfect word to describe it. And you get a little bit of that in the first movie. And I remember that was something I was really wondering about before seeing the first film. And if you'll indulge me for a moment, this is something I asked Pete Docter and Jonas Rivera about because I had the opportunity way back in 2015, before the movie came out. They had this event at the Apple store where they were doing like a filmmaker Q&A, and there was an interview, and they also had audience Q&A. I think you can still find this online if you type in like Inside Out Meet the Filmmaker Q&A. You can get it. You could see it. You can't see me ask my question, but you can hear me ask my question,
Ooh.
So if you really like me and you want more of me, then there you go. That's where you could find it. So you're welcome for that. But yeah, I went in and I asked, because I was really curious when it comes to this idea of, is Riley just kind of this giant robot that the emotions are controlling? Because like, keep in mind, I hadn't seen the movie yet. They played like the first 5 minutes, but I didn't know how the movie would actually turn out and how it would be executed. So I asked like, okay, so if you wouldn't mind, could you talk a little bit about the difference between the way in which the emotions influence Riley and how Riley and her experience influence the emotions? And they were like, yeah, well, I mean, that was actually a really tricky balance. And that was something that they spent a lot of like their 3.5 years working on the movie figuring out. Cause like, yeah, she isn't this giant robot. It is like this thing where it's like, because you don't just choose to feel something, you just do it, right? You don't, so this thing, you're not like, oh, I feel scared. Maybe I should, yeah, no, I think I do. Like, no, it just happens to you and you act on that. But so Riley, yes, like, there is this sense of agency that she has. And he was like, yeah, I mean, I think you'll see in the movie that like that has like concrete effects, you know? So like you'll see like back and forth what then that happens. And I think what you said about her making the mistake, obviously anger gives her the idea to run away,
She has to
but
take it.
she has to take it. Yeah. And anger goes, she took it. And also they try to get that idea out and then they can't. Sadness is the only one that's able to pull it out. So yeah, it is very much this thing where like she does have agency. But I will say, I think, especially when comparing it to the second movie, I don't feel this way personally, but I think compared to the second one, I could see how someone could say Riley is like a little bit more of like blank slate in the sense that it's more about, oh, what if you moved away? What if you were living through this experience? And like you are getting some personal details in there, but like it is a little bit like POV. You moved away and your mom asked, oh, can you put on a happy face for your dad because we're kind of going through a rough time. It's a little bit of that. Now I don't think that's a problem by any means, and I still think Riley, I love Riley and I think it's a really great character. I think she has way more character than Andy ever did in the Toy Story movies, honestly. And she does.
I mean, we're really doing the baton pass off right now because so on that similar note, I mean, Joy is this era's Woody in a lot of ways. In a
She's
lot of
nailing
ways.
it. The Toy Story movies are my favorite movies ever. So this is, as Carl Fredrickson would say, the highest honor I can bestow. Inside Out is the perfect successor to Toy Story. I think
Just to forget the fact that Toy Story is still going.
Toy Story can still be, and you know what? Por qué no los dos? Why not both? I will happily every 10 years give me a new one of these. But yeah, like to this point, yeah, like it's about then, yeah, like she's a little bit this blank slate of like going through this big experience, but like has some of these characteristics. One of them is, yeah, okay, she likes hockey. You get a little bit of that in the first one. This one, it feels a lot more personal. Like the hockey is such a big deal in this. And I love that because I think it's this idea, and it's something that people are talking about again. And this is always true. It's always been true, and it will continue to be true. A more personal story is more relatable. It's not, oh, you have to then go broader, so it's then more universal or whatever. Like, no, give those specific details, and it'll feel more personal and therefore more relatable. I never played hockey. I don't play. Well, I mean, I guess I played.
I don't plan on it
on the drive, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. But I was very connected to this idea because, like, yeah, like we've all still been through this thought of like, yeah, okay, there's some friendships that are falling away, and it's not because of like a necessarily pronounced like, yeah, they're going to a different school, but like it's not like she's moving away or anything. It's just like there's going to then be this change, but yeah, it's just a little bit. I don't know. There's something about that where it just, I think, can resonate with anybody who's gone through the experience of you're getting a little bit older, you're trying to figure out more of who you are, what are your beliefs in life, and yeah, I think we could talk about that a little bit. The whole idea of the belief system, I love that. I think that's such a brilliant extension of how things work in the mind. What do you think about
the belief system is maybe the thing in the movie that got me perhaps the most excited that I've ever.
Yeah.
Like, they introduce it and it's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Oh
Beautiful.
my gosh, that's as cinematic as Pixar's ever gotten yet. For first one, it's like just introduced in the mind, like the top of it is very nice. But when you go down below, and not only they pair this amazing, beautiful imagery with a really, really nice concept that feels perfectly connected to the world that they've been building up, and it feels like just a great natural extension. Riley has her own self, and it's this beautiful process of, you know, you roll these at least at the beginning, these really beautiful, nice memories into the water, and something beautiful sprouts from it. And not only that, they're linking the growth between Joy and Sadness's connection from the first movie into that and rolling it all into one perfect sequence. That's easily one of the best scenes in the whole movie.
Yeah, it's great because like I'm watching this movie eagle-eyed because I'm an Inside Out stan. So I'm looking to see like, okay, what are the ways in which it's going to parallel the first one? And of course, in the beginning, when Joy is explaining all this stuff about the belief system and like, let's catch you up on our girl. What's then going on with Riley? Yeah, like it feels like it's that great mirror to the first one of like, obviously there it started with kind of this whole idea of like, well, let's catch you up on the first like 11 years of her life, so like there was a lot of ground to cover, but this one it matches it in the sense of like there is some stuff you've missed. There is like she's like she's some things in her life that then she's been doing. She's like feeding like stray animals. She's she's
Graduating top of the class.
Guys, yeah, because of course she is. And it's really interesting too. And it also I loved this on the rewatch because and we'll get to this, but we really build to this idea of it's not just all about the good stuff. And what we're talking about here, we're gussing about all the great things Riley has done. And we're like, yeah, that's our girl. Let's go. But I am watching so carefully to be like, where is the flaw? Where is the thing that we're going to have to learn in this movie? And like, yeah, you get a sense of when they have the stuff of like, okay, yeah, there are some of these memories that we want to like throw over to the back of the mind. My little storytelling alarm goes off. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's probably not what they're supposed to do. That's probably not what they're supposed to do.
Well, but they do it perfectly because they play it off like a joke, and there's a lot of jokes like that in the movie. Of like, oh, here's a silly thing.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, it's like, wait a second, those are memories.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
But the thing is, like, when that happens, I'm like, okay, yeah, there's probably going to be an arc there, but I don't know exactly what the arc is. And even then, even though I sort of have clocked that on some level, this idea of the belief system and her having this core belief of I'm a good person, I didn't think there was any problem with that. I had no sense of, oh yeah, maybe you're holding yourself to this really high standard that's going to be rough to like constantly maintain. And you're even further fooled by it, by the fact when you have the new belief system of like, I'm not good enough. Like when that, and obviously that's not what anxiety was trying to create. But when that like sense of self and like sort of then is coming through of like, I'm not good enough. You're like, well, I'm a good person obviously is better than saying I'm not good enough. But no, you're so many different things at once. If you try to define yourself by this one thing, you can't, even if it's a really good adage, like you can't. Like there's like, yeah, like I am a good person. I'm kind. I'm try to be a good friend to others. I'm selfish a little. Like I'm not sure if I'm good enough. Like I doubt myself a lot. All of these things are part of you, and they love all their. It's brilliant storytelling. And the way in which just the visualization of it as well, like these strings that then they're plucking and just the whole environment of like you go downstairs to this whole other area. It's gorgeous. I love it. And I also really love how Joy takes Sadness down there with her. And it's just this really tender moment of like, then they hold hands. And it's like, you really get a sense of when I went into this movie, I was like, okay, one of the main things I want to see, and I feel like they'll deliver on this, but I'll be upset if they don't. I want to see that Joy has retained her lesson from the first movie. And I want to see that in a big way. I want to see that.
Absolutely did.
She absolutely did. She is so nice with Sadness. She believes in Sadness the whole time. She trusts Sadness to like be there and like basically pull off the big move and like be able to get everyone like back into headquarters. Like she has
It would be
so
nice
much
to have them on screen together for longer.
Yeah, but you know what? I was worried about that. But they did actually,
plenty, but
they had the walkie-talkies, so they were able to communicate to each other. And also, I was worried when she's going up that tube. I was like, oh man, is she gonna like disappear from this movie? And then like in 30 minutes from now, we'll see she's still like going up the tube. No, it was so quick. She got recalled and flew up there
in the perfect way.
In the perfect way, trying to recall a song because it's like, oh, we can't say then the one that then they're like, and that fulfilled another. This was not as high a priority, but I wanted another triple dent gum callback, and they did it, and it was perfect. Like when trying to think of then the song,
everything about music
so good. Oh man,
I mean, I still go through that exact experience when someone says, "What music do you like?" I'm like, I I listen to soundtracks
Yeah.
and
Fair.
musicals and
Why do our best friends keep trying to hang out with us? Such a good line from Envy. But yeah, like no, there are so many of these little details of like, yeah, that callback with the triple dent gum and also like the my hat thing, or it's like, and maybe that one wasn't necessarily in the script, but like, and then it was just like a visual gag the animators put in. But still, I feel like if you're not the writer of the first movie and you're on this, like maybe you do something like that because you've studied it and like you love it so much and you want to respect it. But like that to me is a sign of like, I don't even need to look at the credits. I know that your girl Meg LaFave is, she's back. She's back on the screenplay. Like, because you could tell, you feel there are some sequels where it's like it's a great sequel to a great original movie, but it feels different. You know what I mean? And like that'll come down to like it's just a different perspective. It's a different writer or a different director. I think a great example is you have Babe and Babe Pig in the City. Are you familiar with the Babe movies at all, Justin? You know Babe.
I've been recommended by Brian Koch.
I recommended it a while ago. No, they're both.
I have a long list. Okay, I spend more time making things than watching things.
This is a Best Picture nominated film, Babe. You know,
people I didn't know that. I don't think I knew that.
It is a Best Picture nominated film.
Wild.
It not only was it nominated for Best Picture, it was nominated for Best Director, Supporting Actor, Adapted Screenplay, Art Direction, Editing, and Visual Effects. Which
holy heck,
Babe!
And Inside Out will be nominated for one award, and it might win it.
Okay. As of now, I think it's leading the charge for Best Animated Feature. I know people are going to say, oh, The Wild Robot. Yeah, I know. Chris Sanders does a great job. But like, it better not be the mild robot, okay? It's got to really, that robot's really got to be wild if it's gonna want to stand a chance here.
I'm very eager to watch
How to Train Your Dragon's going to lose to Toy Story again. It's happened twice. It's the same creative team.
Ultraman is also rising and seems to have at least on a surface level, similar plot. So get excited.
I'm excited. I will definitely be watching that very shortly. It's from the creator of Lost Ollie, which is super underrated. Very big Toy Story energy on that show. But it's like live action. I highly recommend it. Lost Ollie on Netflix. Like a live action / animated show about like toys separated from owners. Really, really good stuff. It's heavy. It is a heavy show, so just be prepared. To the point that like if you're a younger kid, maybe it's a little too much for you. I don't know. It's not even like that. There's like content in it that like I don't know. It just goes to some dark places.
The second graders in the audience are hyped.
I was talking about Babe. So Babe versus Babe.
Sorry for distracting from Babe.
Yeah, you should be. So Chris Noonan directed the first Babe, and George Miller, he was involved. He co-wrote it. But then, he directed the second Babe and Big Pig in the City or whatever. Babe Pig in the City. And that movie is very different. It feels very different. Like the heart is still there. Like the whole idea of like, Babe and Farmer Hoggett's relationship. Like that movie acknowledges briefly that it's still something that's very important. But the two movies feel so different. The first one, like it has its darkness to it, but like it's, there's like quaint farm life is sort of the default. Second movie is just like, Welcome to Hell City Edition. It's very different. And I think, and part of this can be attributed to George Miller and like, that's our Mad Max guy. So like, maybe it's because it's you're seeing it through his perspective and you're getting something that's like way darker and it feels just very distinct as a result. So it's like I would say still another good movie. It's just those two movies feel different from each other. Inside Out and Inside Out 2, it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm watching acts 4, 5, and 6 of Inside Out. You know what I mean? Like and that I think comes from you have the consistency in the writer. You have Meg LaFave on it again, and she is fantastic. She really, I think the sharpness of the script, the dialogue. These movies are so funny, and they're not just funny; they're really clever. Like just the amount of double entendres or references, or just like clever like relating of a character through the dialogue and like learning more about them through them, what they say, like anxiety, even just the way anxiety explains herself. Because I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, well, fear and anxiety, it seems like they're kind of similar. It's like, well, yeah, fear protects from the things that you can see. And I plan ahead the things you can't see. And people are like, oh yeah, I think you and me are going to be friends. Like, so good.
Future tense fear.
Yeah, yeah, and it's great. And that was something I knew, like going into the movie, I was like, I wonder if they're going to lean into this at all, because I feel like those two definitely have a connection. I feel like also sadness and embarrassment like come from a similar place, and like, man, the arc those two had together, I loved it. I loved it.
They're two cuties.
I cheered when he was helping her out, and I noticed on this on the rewatch, there's a part when he's like when he's like lies on the console, and Sadness is like, "Oh, I'll get that for you, big guy," and she hits the button for him.
So Riley's feeling full embarrassment with a little bit of sadness.
Right, but like that sets up like
Yeah.
she did something for him, so then he kind of trusts her a little bit, and like she was kind to him, and he pays that back and helps her, hide behind the manuals. With Sadness always with those manuals, and she doubts herself, Justin, just like Riley doubts herself too much. She doubts she doesn't know as much about the manuals. She knows those manuals so well. Sadness is rocking it. Oh,
Well, there's that one specific one that she doesn't know as much about.
They don't know that manual. They don't know what she's even talking about. She knows it so well. Sadness is killing it. Killing it.
Speaking of that, though, I kind of want to give Disgust an MVP award, even though there's other people that deserve it also.
Disgust, I think, at least in terms of, and I think she doesn't get, in the first movie, out of the main emotions, she serves the story the least. She does get that great little moment at the end where she is able to set off Anger's fire, with joy and sadness into headquarters. That's really nice. But she is served the least story-wise, because like Anger comes up with the idea to give to Riley. Fear, I feel he has the big dream production set piece.
He gets his own little section. Yeah.
He gets his own little section. So, but Disgust in this, like, most improved, at least in terms of like, she just, and I always really liked her, but in this one, she gets like the video game character thing is so funny.
I think that one of the maybe the best scene in the whole movie.
Yeah, I know
is in the car.
Yeah,
and it's like zoom in on this. Yeah. Oh, they made a face. And then the other Disgust is doing the same thing right back in a different way of like, look back at this flame and look at this. Look at A, look at B, look at A, look at B. You can tell there's a difference. There's just that social awareness, and being that this movie is so based off of Riley in the social world, it would have been nice to see Disgust at the console even more. But we got good bits while she was there, at least.
Oh, the two warring Disgusts! What a great bit! It was so funny. I loved that, and I think, and this is something I also, because I was reflecting on the movie the first time I watched it. And this did not occur to me while I was watching the movie the first time, but I was like, I love Riley's new friends, and I love that we get to see like her meeting them, and like that scene where like she stands up for her. A great way to connect to the first movie, also, of like kind of having that embarrassing moment in class, like the nightmare scenario, right, where it's like, oh my god, but like she helps someone, and she's kind, she's a good person, she's a good friend, and she makes these two new friends from that. I love that. I was thinking, oh man, I would have maybe liked to see more from the friends, and like more from like, because I love that we go inside the friends' heads those couple of times, that one time actually in that scene.
The one, yeah.
I wanted to see it maybe a little bit more, because I think maybe we could have felt a little bit more of it. And I know it's the point that she stops hanging out with them and she goes.
It's not a two, should have been a TV show.
No, it should not have been a TV show. That's the Band-Aid solution. Just slap on, oh, make it a TV. Make it longer. Let's make bad movies longer, and that'll fix them.
Yeah, well, if you made a good thing longer, and then you look at other perspectives, and
just make the movie a little longer. No, well, but listen, here's what I'll say. That's something that I think about, like, after watching the movie. I went into watching the second viewing with that in mind. I kind of forgot about it while watching again, because, like, here's the thing. I do think there's some truth in that, and like I think part of it also is like I'm expecting like, oh, here's her like new little friend group, maybe it'll be like Turning Red, where like these are really important characters. But like, no, this is a different movie. And also, like, I was thinking about in the first one, when it comes to this whole idea of like, both movies have Riley leaving something behind, right? Where it's like her old life somewhat, where it's like you have Minnesota in the first one. But then you also have in this one, it's then her old friends. And it's like, oh, she's maybe having to leave both of them behind. The first movie doesn't do a lot at the beginning to be like, well, here's what she loves about Minnesota. Like, let's spend 5 minutes in Minnesota, like spend all this time. And I was like, oh yeah, maybe even though my first instinct was like maybe you need a scene in the second one where it's like more of what that friendship is, or like more of like I don't know really if you actually do need it, because like the first movie didn't need it for me to feel it, and I don't think the second movie necessarily does either. Now I'd be interested to see a cut of like Pixar. They work on these movies so many times. They'll do like animatic cuts and like they'll change things. They'll throw it out. They'll like screen it. I would love to see a version that like has a little bit more of that, or like maybe even a scene of like where it's like late at night and like they're like talking together, or like just more of like the friends having a perspective on like what's going on in Riley's head. But like to the movie's credit, the pacing I think is excellent. There's never a point where I lean back and I'm like, okay, I'm not feeling this as much. So like if you shifted over to like Riley's friends again a little bit, I like that could maybe take you out of it like a bit. You still get the idea that they're like,
I mean, it's a really tight movie.
It is really tight.
But the first one did have the parents talking more about like, what's going on in Riley's head.
And you saw more of the parents' emotions in their heads. But I will say, I feel like the scene where you get that, and it is the big scene, and it's the trailer scene of like when they're all around the dinner table. It was interesting when that trailer first came out, because I feel like some people thought this feels a little bit too broad, where it's like, oh, you have the jokes about like the dad is watching a game in his head, and like it's like leaning into stereotype, whatever. So like, to a certain extent, I could understand also where it's like, yeah, like this stuff is maybe that's never been like my favorite part of Inside Out, and I think you could still lean into this thing of like, let's get those other perspectives, and I think there's value there. But I'm just saying, I feel like it maybe isn't as important as it sounds like it would be on paper. That being said, I do feel like the climactic scene of Riley talking to her friends at the end and being like she's not actually okay and all that stuff, that I feel like is what could benefit the most and hit a little bit harder if we spent just a bit more time fleshing out who these friends are and what then the relationship means. Because when Riley talks to her parents in the first one, that I mean that scene.
Yeah, yes and no. I think, you know, with that last scene, there is benefit to not being so in the friends' heads, because I think unless they changed how you're supposed to perceive the friends, like I think some not being in their heads helps kind of like the mystery of how the friends will respond in that moment. You kind of need to be in Riley's head of like she's kind of putting herself out there and being really vulnerable, and then you really feel it when the friends come back with a you know, approval and accept her and whatnot. If you jump to the friends and they're like, oh, I just wish Riley would talk to us or something like that, you would know exactly where that goes.
That's, you know what, you're right. I think you're talking me out of this being a problem with the movie. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a perfect movie. Never mind.
So now I'm losing the great debates.
See? You're helping me. You're making points for me. What if?
Oh no, I have to defend the movie I like. No.
Oh yeah. No. Let's pit them against each other. No, yeah. So Jay Steele commented, seeing in a few hours, gonna come back, watch this right after. Yeah, Jace, I really hope you enjoy. I'm sure you will. Jace makes some really great Pixar videos. If y'all haven't seen these before, you really need to check these out. He gets great interviews, like, you know, Jim Hanks. You know how Jim Hanks voices Woody and like the like little commercials and other shorts and stuff.
Yeah.
No one ever talked to Jim Hanks about like what's the deal with Jim Hanks? What's that all about? Jace talked to Jim Hanks. That's pretty cool, and that's just one of his videos.
I should check that out.
You should check that out. And he also did this video about Monsters at Work season 2, which is a show that everyone should watch. Season 2 of Monsters at Work was fantastic.
It's unfair. Everyone kept telling me not to bother with it with season 1, except for Brian. Yeah, and now I'm supposed to watch it according to everyone?
Yeah. Yes. And by everyone, it's like me and Jace and maybe a handful of other people who have seen it. But everyone who's seen it will tell you should really watch it. Monster Work season 2. Oh, go on Disney Plus, watch it right now. Or if you have the Disney Now app with your cable subscription, you can watch it there too. Okay. That's my little plug for Monsters at Work season 2. It deserves it. Trust me, it deserves it. Okay. But yeah, like, I don't even really think that that's an issue then with the movie at this point. It's Riley.
Riley stuff rocks. I remember I was coming out of the movie talking to people being like, I've heard the notion of, isn't it weird that she got that notebook and there weren't any consequences? I'm like, well, the anxiety was the consequence.
Yeah.
Everything is anxiety. Everything with Riley is great in this movie.
Can I also just
TBH.
say, because I
Let's
feel
hear
like
it.
some people with the end of the movie, right, where it's
Ooh,
like,
yeah.
oh, like it seems like maybe she gets on the team, maybe, and I've seen some people be like, I don't know if she deserves it because there should be consequences for what she did.
She
I have a
learned.
lot of thoughts about this. Many thoughts about this. This could warrant a full conversation of its own, I think.
But that
I
wasn't even the tryout.
It wasn't the tryout. It wasn't. It basically is.
If
Like what?
the coach's notebooks are not ready yet, right, or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like if Riley was able to show between then and tryout time that she learned, like
Well,
be
that was also
rewarded.
before she scored 2 goals, which is the same amount that Val scored in her freshman year, and that got
It's,
her.
it's, it's the Rachel Berry effect of like, no matter how mean you are, talent will bring you far.
No, it is not the Rachel Berry lesson. It's absolutely not. Shout out to Glee, but no, it's not the Rachel Berry lesson. But like, yeah, so she accomplished that, and like, she was trying to make 3 goals. She was trying to be like, we'll be even better. But what's so crucial to me, and I think this is brilliant. This is something I picked up on the second viewing, and I loved this. Was this whole idea of like, I'm not good enough, right? I'm not good enough, and that really ringing through her head. And it's because of that she won't pass it. She won't pass the puck. In the
Right.
beginning of the movie, she passes it. When she is like firing off on all cylinders, and like the director, Kelsey Mann, he talked about this. There's a great video with Cinema Therapy where they
I
went
love
to
them.
Pixar. Yes, where they went to Pixar. They got to see the beginning, and they talked about this. And yeah, Kelsey Mann talked about how the beginning of the movie is like, yeah, we really want to show you're building off the end of the first one, and everyone is working as a team. Like all the emotions are just they understand each other. Things are great, and this whole idea of the teamwork and leaning into that, it's like the hockey team as well. And like that, I think it's great.
Yeah.
First of all, great introductions for all of them. The emotions of Joy announcing each of them, and like seeing the close-ups and just like the improved textures on all of them, just as a tangent. Oh, so amazing.
With the rockin' music.
With the rockin' music, where you're like, wait, this is the theme, this is the Inside Out theme, but like the rockin' version. This
It was
absolutely,
awesome.
it expresses the idea of like, wow, yeah, like we have self-actualized, like we've figured it out, like this is like we are rocking it
At the
and
age
like
of 13,
at the
I'm
age of
jealous.
13. Yeah, well, puberty hasn't hit yet. But like, yeah, and they talk about this. They talk about this, how it's like, oh wow, you think, yeah, like things are going great. And as a parent, you're like, wow, yeah, like things are awesome. And then suddenly things take a turn. You're like, whoa, wait, what happened? What happened? It was just a second ago, things were all right. And like, yeah, when it's like, oh, then I barely touched the button on the console, and like the emotions are so
Great
extreme.
sequence.
What a genius idea. What a great way to express how big
They could have easily just had it so like in this realm, like once you hit puberty, oh, the emotions themselves start to go a little crazy. But
Yeah.
it's like the communication between what you're feeling and how you act, which I think
Right.
feels more accurate it feels like something's just a little messed up when you're at that age.
Absolutely. But the reason I bring up the beginning is because you see she makes the pass. She passes the puck.
Right.
And then they get the shot. So she is sure of herself at that point. She is a good person. So she's not worried about she's not good enough. It's once she starts worrying about not being good enough and that being the main thing, the only thing that she's hearing in her head, then she needs to make the goal. It doesn't matter. It's like, hey, we're on the same team. Doesn't matter. I need to make these goals.
Well,
I need to get 3. I need to do it for myself.
I want to. I know we're jumping to the end here, and we'll probably jump all over the place.
Yeah.
I guess we're just talking Riley primarily.
Yeah,
right now,
we're talking
so
Riley.
We're telling the story of Riley. Speaking of that ending, I was really scared that something was going to happen. That like now I'm looking back, I'm curious what the movie looks like in that version of it. And Riley, she's not being a team player. She kind of accidentally, sort of not hit her friend and knocked her down while skating and this and that. Sent to the little penalty box.
She did. By
And
Yvette Nicole Brown. Heartbreaking.
oh,
Love seeing her in this.
I didn't know that was her. That's
Oh,
wild.
I recognized her voice right away.
I should have.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm never good at being like, oh, that's the voice.
Yeah.
If I don't know to look for it. Point being that I was scared that we would hit a new low after that point, that where like we hit like a real extreme of like the anxiety taking things to new heights, and the voice in her head going, "I'm not good enough," going to new heights, and Riley would say, be thinking to herself, "I need to make that third goal, and the timer is going to run out,"
Mm.
and leave the penalty box before her
Oh,
time was up,
oh no.
and try to score that final goal,
Oh no.
and there would be big, consequences to that happening. Instead, we did realistic depiction of a panic attack, which is its own meme. Which I felt bad for the movie when I was watching. I'm like, this is a great sequence, but people are going to be making fun of this.
Thankfully, I did not think about the dumb meme stuff while
Oh,
watching
I
the movie.
did, unfortunately, and maybe because I watched Last Wish so recently again. But
Oh yeah, I'm
so
so yeah. The scene in Last Wish is great. It's amazing how Twitter will like convince itself, oh, actually, this scene is bad now because we like turned into a meme on Twitter. Like, we can't take it seriously. It's like, you did that. That's the movie. That's your fault. You're doing that to yourself. I can't take the scene in Breaking Bad, Ozymandias that seriously anymore, where he falls down because it's a meme. It's like, you did that. It's on you, buddy. All right. Anyway, yes, that's really interesting that you say that. Of like, she could have then came out and like it could have really been like a disaster situation. It sounds like
I love the Riley stuff, but I think it's worth noting that and maybe this is for the best because you're telling a story about anxiety, which is all very in your head. But it is interesting that like she doesn't ever really do anything. Maybe that push that leads her to the penalty box itself is maybe the closest she gets to actually doing something bad that is recognized by other people, because you could say the same about the Notebook, but that goes unrecognized.
Her friends recognize it's been really fake with them and blowing them off. So, but yes,
yeah, for a day, so it's like you don't you don't feel the weight of that as much. It's like, oh, and like honestly, and maybe this is stupid, maybe this is because I'm not there, I'm not the friends, but like there's a part of me that's like, if I was the friends, I'd kind of be, I don't know, pushing Riley to make friends with the people that she's about to go to school with, and it's like, oh, we'll hang out after. But maybe I'm being too reasonable, and I gotta remember these are 13-year-olds.
You could argue the stakes are high for her in the sense that she's going to go to this school with this coach, so it's important for her to do well here. In a way that for the friends, they're just like, oh, we're just at hockey camp. You know what I mean? Like they're just having a fun old time, and like you get a sense of that from when they were like goofing off, and coach gets all mad at them, like, oh, it goes all serious. But yeah, I think you make a great point there. Of she doesn't really do anything that bad, and even the hit. And I watched out for this on the second viewing when she hits into her friend. It's really it's not really something that bad, but I think that is what's so great about it, because it is the thing of it's like it's all in her head, and it's more just like, wow, what that did there. It's not like, oh, I severely injured my friend or anything. It's more about what that represents of like her belief system, and how like she valued being.
I am a good person.
I'm a good person, and look what I did. I didn't even anxiety's like I didn't even see her like show up. Like it was just not on her radar. She just like forgotten so much about like that sense of it was gone. All she cared about was like, I need to be a winner. I need to make the team. I need to do it. And since that was it was like one track mind, she just like lost that. But yeah, it is this thing that it's fully in her head about it. But the external thing, it isn't then such a big deal. But that is, that's kind of what anxiety's getting at, of like, like there's certainly an argument to be made that she's setting up the rest of her life in a way that's beneficial and important. And this stuff does matter. But in terms of just like, is it like such a distressing situation? Like in the same way where it's like they're drawing all those little things in the animator desks of like these nightmare situations of how tomorrow could go, which by the way, what a great way to reinvent Imagination Land. I loved that set piece. So fun. But like, that really sets up this idea of like, and that's how anxiety works. You know how many times like I've been like restless in bed, tossing and turning, being like, oh my God, I have this really big, important thing tomorrow. What if this happens instead? What if this happens instead? The way they externalized that, I thought was brilliant and such a funny way to go about it. And I love all the emotions from the original movie working together to be like, well, let's do our drawings of like how things go really well, actually. We'll give flowers to the other team. And embarrassment lets that one go through, and then Riley like is better about who let that go through. I love anxiety having those little touches too of like, well, who's making everyone feel, and she has that face of realization of like joy. Like oh, and she also when she notices sadness hiding at headquarters too. Like there's so much subtlety to the but I don't want to I don't want to go over to anxiety just yet. I want to finish talking about Riley because
that's for hour 4.
That's for hour 4. There will be no intermission. But with Riley, the reason why I love the ending so much is so it's all of that stuff. And yeah, like that what I was getting at with like it's not so bad what she's done. She doesn't need consequences for like the coach is like, hey, Anderson, penalty, 2-minute penalty. That's the consequence right there. And the consequence, and the consequence, of course, as you said, the anxiety attack. But this whole thing of, like, she doesn't deserve to make the team or whatever. I disagree with that. And also, I would argue there is a reason that we don't actually see if she made the team or not. I don't think it's merely just a stylistic choice of we don't see on the phone, congratulations, you made the team. I think it is open to interpretation as to whether she made the team or not. Do you think it is? Is this just me? Because I have my reasoning, and I'll go into it, but I want to know what you think.
My instinct is she made the team.
I think that's fair. I
don't feel like the movie does a lot to try to persuade you into thinking that it could be something else that we are seeing in that moment.
I disagree.
Okay, let's hear it.
Because I paid attention to this on second viewing, right? So second viewing, they make a point of talking of like she's hanging out with Val, and like Val hasn't forgotten about her, and it's clear where it's like, oh yeah, well maybe you'll make the team, maybe you won't, but like either way, like it'll be okay. And Anger even has this thing of like, oh, confetti if we make the team, confetti if we don't. From Pouch, like he makes them that comment. So Riley smiling at the end, and that's all we see, is really interesting because for all we know, that little message could just say, listen, Anderson, you're really great. You're really impressive. I look forward to having you on the team next year. Keep it up. You got this. It might say that and I know you could say, oh, you're coping. Maybe she did make the team. Well, if she did, you know what? If she did make the team, she absolutely deserves to make the team. But I'm just saying, I think there's a reason she deserves to make the team, and I don't need to do this revisionist.
I think that's a bit of a big smile for rejection, right? Like I get it. Like I get being like if the final beat was like she looks at the text and I'm not on webcam right now, but like if it's more like a and like a little smile, like an understanding, I'd be like, okay, it could go either way. I'm not really sure. It's a pretty sizable smile there.
It's definitely leaning heavily towards that she did make the team, but I'm just saying I think it's interesting that we don't know for an absolute fact, and I think at the very least it's pointing in this direction of it doesn't really matter if she does, and if she does, and she probably did, but like the fact that she did, that is not what's life changing. It's not like then she sees it and then she screams and then we cut and it's like, oh, her life is changed forever in a great way. Yeah, if she made the team, she'd be happy about it because of course she did. But like that's not like that's not what then she learned. That's not then what the ending is, and that's not then what it means. So like I don't know. I understand if it's like kind of a stretch to say like, oh, it could mean that then she doesn't make it, but I just feel like it's really interesting that it is not a sure thing, and I love the fact that it is open to interpretation, and there's a little bit of a gray area about what exactly does happen next, because at the very least we could say even if she did make the team, it's not in focus. That's why we don't see it. The focus is not that she made it. The focus is that she's going to be okay no matter what, and we love all of our girl, whether she wins or loses. She doesn't have to be a winner. She's great. I think that's what then it is. But that's just me. I
want to see an Inside Out where they have to, it's a different set of emotions in a different person's head, and they have to accept we're gonna love our person no matter what. Even if they are a really terrible person in real life.
Oh, sounds like the
Oh,
edgy Inside Out parody on
listen, I
YouTube.
mean, our set of emotions do have it really easy. That Riley is a good person, even when she's being less good in this movie. She's not being that bad, you know.
Yeah, I
You
want to
know
see
what
my
I mean?
edgy YouTube parody animation where it's like, we believe we love all of our girl, and then like the it shoots somebody, and it's like, oh no, wait,
It's
oh no,
complicated.
it's gay. Well, she, yeah, one of the beliefs is I'm a murderer. I kill people, but I'm kind. I'm a good I'm nice. I'm selfish sometimes. I stab people. Like, oh, how'd that get in there?
I like puppies.
I like I like puppy. Peanut butter is my favorite. Oh man.
She's
Okay.
incredible.
Okay. Anxiety. We gotta talk. We gotta give anxiety center stage here because anxiety. You know how people say, "I feel like there aren't movie stars anymore." Anxiety is a movie star. I love
Golly.
Anxiety. She rocks. Maya Hawke as Anxiety. Oh my goodness. The voice performance, the animation of the character, the design of the character, that Muppety design, that constantly frazzled look. I didn't realize how much she would be like kind of smiling, like anxiously smiling throughout this and like working really quickly. Like it is not, you don't look at it and be like, oh yeah, that just kind of feels like Fear Redux. No, no, no. This is a different character. This is what anxiety is. And I feel like it recontextualizes how I think about anxiety as well. You know, like it absolutely hits this thing of like, oh yeah, it's this multi-part plan. I'm like, that was just part one of my plan. Plan has a lot of parts. I'm like, yeah, I want Fear's like, oh yeah, we can't just go back to because we need someone to actually recall us. And Fear's like, Anxiety would have thought of that. Like,
What's
yeah,
your
like,
plan, Joy?
what's your plan?
What's your plan, Woody?
Exactly. Yeah, like so you is a fascinating character. I love the way that she races around and like she really like maneuvers the situation. She does that big apology to the cool kid in school, but then Riley, not Riley, Joy is like, are we laying on a little thick? Isn't that a bit much? I was like, no, no, no. And it works. It does work to her credit. And everyone's like, oh, great job, Anxiety. And it's like, yeah, like she clearly Anxiety can get results. She really can.
Every emotion is good in small doses.
She gets the 2 goals for Riley. She does. But here's the thing. Oh, and I neglected to mention this before. When she goes in again, and it's that slow motion scene of her playing, and it's like, oh, is she gonna then get the 3rd goal now? Because she has Joy controlling her. She doesn't make the 3rd goal. She passes it. Because now she's not worried about having to prove I'm not good enough. She's not worried about that anymore. So she makes the pass. And I would argue that that was another thing I'd want to say. If she makes the team, she deserves it because if she knows she doesn't have to be the one to make the goal. They're a team. So I think in that, and it's a subtle thing. It happens just as it's like, did you even catch that? Like it's a very subtle thing that they show in the scene. Like we fade right when it happens. But yes, she doesn't make the goal herself. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just saying. But like, yeah, Anxiety. Absolutely love, love, love. Uh, one of the new best Pixar characters, I would say. I think Anxiety rocks in this movie. So fascinating. And like, yeah, is an antagonist, but like a forced antagonism. And Pixar has never quite done an antagonist like this. And I would argue I've never quite seen an antagonist like this in the sense that even when she does the thing of like, oh, I really want to work with you guys, but like, I'm gonna, I guess, have to bottle you up and repress you, and like that's just how it's gonna be. I don't know how long it's gonna last. Maybe it's just until like we make the varsity team, or it's till she turns 18, or it's forever. I don't know. It's like the stream of consciousness, whatever. And like, she does not. She's not mean. She's not mean. She's not bad about. Like she's so likable in how she tries to do this.
Every emotion is like, I'm doing this for Riley, but they have their own perspective of what Riley needs.
Yeah.
I mean, the first movie had sadness, but it's a very different portrayal because the first movie is about, hey, we're going to learn about why sadness is good.
Yeah.
And we're not learning anxiety is good in this movie. We're just learning what anxiety is, which is good because it's a harder emotion to understand to begin with.
we did not just do a redux of the first movie. I'm seeing some people be like, wow, Inside Out 2 is literally the same movie as the first one. I'd
Messed
like to
up.
talk to these people and give and give them a good talking to.
Because yeah, on a very surface level, it's like well, the core memories now are just the belief system,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
we gotta
right.
fetch the belief system and bring it back. And by the time we're back, we're gonna learn that Riley doesn't the change
Right.
that is occurring right now is good for Riley.
Yeah, we
And
get sent out of headquarters, and there's other emotions that are running the show, and they're not doing a good job. Riley's spiraling out of control. So it's the same movie. It is not.
no, I mean we already covered all the similarities just now, so
It is the same in the sense that the structure is paralleling, and I think it is delivering on that same core premise of like, this is what you would want from an Inside Out movie. You would want it to be something like that. You can't just be in headquarters the whole time in an Inside Out movie. I know they added the downstairs area, and it's beautiful. It looks great. It's a really nice touch. And the
now
console.
they ruined it with all these bad memories.
Yeah, exactly. But like, it's you need to also go through them in the mind again. So like, yeah, it's in the same way. I think it's delivering on what you would expect from an Inside Out premise in the way that like, oh, it's a Toy Story movie. Yeah, a toy gets separated from the rest of the group. There's like rescue mission type thing, whatever. That always kind of happens, but like, it doesn't mean it's the same movie. It means like you're getting some of them the same stuff. No one's gonna complain. Oh, the Terminator movie. Oh, they're trying to kill her again. Really? Like, of course they are. That's what they do. That's what they do. It's a Terminator movie. But like, it's doing something. It's adding layers on top of that. And I think the ways in which the movies are similar, it's so meaningful. The parallels, the differences of like, yeah, Joy says like, I've learned that a new emotion is like every emotion is good for Riley. And then when she gets sent away, Joy basically predicts, hey, here's what's going to happen. I'll tell you, and it'll be visualized in this really cute way on screen. This is
I
the
forgot about that.
it's gonna be the first movie again, right? Where like we'll make it back, and then I'll say, "Hey, anxiety, you don't need to you don't need to do all that, and like just relax. You're good. Just relax." And anxiety will be like, "Oh, I never thought of it that way before." And then they'll hug, and it'll be all great. And anger's like, "Yeah," and then I'll punch her out. You know,
It was a
but
good
like,
idea.
it was a good idea, but no, it was not. But like, that scene happens, and I lean forward in my seat because I'm like, well, wait a
But
second.
that means it's not gonna happen.
That's not. That's what I thought. That's where I thought it was going. I thought that's what we would do, but
No,
it's
no, no,
not
no.
going to be that. And like, yeah, you can make an argument with something. You can make an argument of something somewhat similar to that. But like, what really challenges that is as we are continuing through the movie, and it's like Joy is trying different things of like, oh, let me see if I could like get like an overhead view, but like I can't really work this thing. And then she really like blows up, and like anger actually like really like kind of acknowledges how yes, she'll make a lot of mistakes, but then like she figures it out, and they believe in her and all that, and it's really nice. But then we get to a point where, and this is set up a little bit by uh anxiety having said like, yeah, I don't know really if like then you're as what's needed right now for Riley. Like that's this is I'm doing this for her. Like she needs more advanced emotions. Like y'all can't handle it. And she internalizes this Joy. She's like, yeah, I maybe when you get older, that it's a part of growing up that then you
I'm
lose
not
the
good
joy.
enough.
I'm not good enough. Exactly. And then we get to these and I believe this is the scene you were alluding to before of like refresh yourself on the first movie because this is what will really hit harder if you're fresh on the structure of the first movie.
Here we
The
go.
epiphany scene, right?
Yeah.
Or the lack thereof. Yeah, I want to hear you talk about this because I feel like
Uh,
you have a really good sense of it.
okay, so well, Joy hits this incredible low when we get to we get to the belief system. We don't really know how to get back, and I think Joy has not felt a low quite like this before since the end of the first movie, where she's like, all hope is lost. Riley will never feel joy again. Specifically that, and not Joy will never feel. Sorry, Riley will never feel joy or sadness ever again. Um, and I'm gonna be erased, and everything's bad. And Joy picks up a little memory orb and has this incredible, beautiful realization by swiping through it. Because when you swipe through the emotions, you kind of move through the chronology of the events, and through that, she was able to come to this incredible realization that
Yeah.
hey, sadness could lead to joy. Sadness brings people together. Sadness is important. And then while swiping through it, she's like, oh well, the emotions are complicated and stuff like that. It's not, joy isn't the only important factor here.
Yeah.
And that realization does propel her to new heights on a rocket ship.
Yes.
And it's a real game changer for her. Fast forward to the next movie, Joy hits the same low of like, I don't know what to do. We lost our recall pipe. I don't know how to get back.
All hope is
Otherwise,
lost.
all
Yeah.
hope is lost. And Joy, it is one the moment that wowed me the most in this movie, just for the sheer daring nature of the
Yeah.
of the filmmakers to trust the audience to understand what is going on in this moment, because it was baked into the first movie and not this one. It wasn't even, you weren't reminded of it prior to this point in the second movie, which
No.
is a risk even for
Yeah.
a small moment.
Yeah.
Joy is scrubbing through these all the emotions that they've been trying to throw back into the
The
far
memories.
back in the
The memories.
mind. What I say?
The memories, not emotions.
Oh
Yeah, the
yeah,
memories.
that's right. Sorry, the memories
Yeah.
that they've been flinging to the back of the mind, so Riley
Yeah.
doesn't have to think about it, which is clever in itself. Now we're paying it off. Um, Joy's trying to scrub through them and try to have that exact same
Epiphany.
realization moment, epiphany moment, as she did in the first movie. But she just scrubs through these bad memories, and yeah, they just suck. They
They're just
just
bad. Yeah.
and they just
I
they just are what they are, and they're bad moments that Riley wanted to not think about, or at least Joy didn't want to put on Riley, and Joy does not get an epiphany. Joy has to understand in that moment that sometimes things are bad, but Riley did do those things. Riley can have a belief system in which she believes that she is perfect all the time, if the result, if there's a mountain of evidence right here that Riley does make mistakes, and Joy has to understand that, like, hey, her sense of self has to be more complicated than I am a good person,
yeah.
if everything here is disproving that. But it is such a key moment that, like, Joy does not get that same sense of relief and comfort
No.
in learning a big lesson through flickering through these orbs, which is wild because it's just, hey, if Joy does something from the first movie and it flops, but
Th-
it's so subtle. Joy doesn't verbalize that's what's going on there. You just see her try and fail.
Yes, JJ Star A113. That is what Joy was trying to do. Of like look through the pile of suppressed memories for a second epiphany, like when she was in the memory dump in movie one. Exactly, that's what it is. And that scene right there, that I think is what puts this over the top for me of like being my favorite of the two, because the way that it challenges the scene from the first movie is so fascinating. Because
It
yeah, in
is.
the first one, we're in the memory dump and she's looking at these memories and these, these joyous memories. I remember when she used to laugh. I could listen to her stories all day. And she cries, and as she cries, the tear falls on the memory and she like wipes it away, and it's because she wipes it away that like she rewinds it.
That's incredible storytelling right there. Oh my
Incredible
god.
storytelling.
Where just
Like,
you follow every single step there, and there's no like clues for Joy to swipe on this memory. She just does it in a way that you completely understand.
and she kind of earned it by feeling sadness as well. So
Yes.
it's not like it's just a complete accident. It's not like it's a fluke. Like, but she then comes to this realization. It's like, oh, they came to help because of sadness. Like that's why the family and the friends, they came to help Riley after then she missed the goal. Which, by the way, it also just what emotional resonance there is for like, because that was, even though there wasn't as much about hockey, like seeing her play it in the first one, like that memory was a really big deal about like she missed the winning goal, whatever. So like all the stuff in the second one about like, oh, can she do it? Can she make the team or not? Like it does really matter because then you think about them, that memory. But like, yeah, so like that happens, and then Joy realizes they came to help because of sadness. And then from that point on in the movie, Joy knows what she needs to do. Bing Bong can't get out of that memory dump. he then is left behind, and it's this, tragic representation of the idea of like, yeah, at a certain point you then do grow out of an imaginary friend and you forget, and it's like, yeah, take her to the moon for me, okay? And it's not because Riley's gonna like remember in some way because Joy reminds her of like, oh, take her to the moon. It's more like he has a limited understanding of what the world is, so like Joy will epitomize the idea of taking Riley to the moon for him by, like giving her a good life and like being there for her. But like Joy, while Bing Bong is left behind and like Riley is then grown out of him, Joy will still be around. And Joy has learned her lesson, and Joy knows all she has to do is chase and catch Sadness and bring her into headquarters and be like, you make the call. You got this. I know I've had my arc. This one, we're in the POV of Joy, and Joy's looking for that epiphany, and she's intentionally scrubbing through them this time and rewind, and she can't find it. And it's hitting this idea of like, oh my God, is it like Bing Bong where it's like she's just not advanced enough and she can't figure it out? And it's putting you as the viewer into this perspective of like, wait, what's happening right now? Am I supposed to be seeing something in these memories? Am I not getting? Is it not tracking? What's happening? Fearless filmmaking to connect it to the first one like that. And to have it be like, yeah, then she comes up short and she can't figure it out. And it's like, yeah, okay, I guess we're going to try to then get back and we're going to ride the wave of bad memories. But like, we don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea to discuss. It's like, will that be like, yeah, will that turn her into like a bad person? If it's like, there's all this stuff. And Joy's like, I don't know. It's like, okay, all right. I love this plan. I love that everyone is so supportive and they still are like, okay, yeah, I mean, we don't have a better idea. Like, we're all going to try to work together and do this. But like, wow, the fact that then she doesn't know. And she concedes, like, yeah, maybe on some level she doesn't know and she's not as important as anxiety is. And like, maybe Riley doesn't want her anymore. And she's just accepted that. And then at the end, those little like glimmers of joy or whatever you want to call them to like be like coming off of her and towards the controls, and for Sadness to say, Joy, Riley wants you. Oh, that's where I tear up. What a wonderful way to bring it all like full circle there of like, she is still important. She does still matter. And just yeah, and then she gets to drive, and because she's driving, and it's not then that gets her the goal, it's that then gets her to pass. Brilliant storytelling. Absolutely love it. I think that as a duology, incredible.
Final hockey sequence doing the flip of the first hockey sequence musically, where you do Inside Out theme, but like softer than ever. And it's like they told everyone in the music department, okay, that they showed them the sunlight coming down from the sky and Riley having just this really like sophisticatedly joyous but subtly joyous moment, right? And let's turn that let's turn the Inside Out theme into an embodiment of that feeling, and it works so perfectly.
Yeah, and the score, it's by Andrea Datzman this time, who frequently works with Michael Giacchino. So I think it's just, I mean, Giacchino's on so many different movies right now. I think he was like, listen, I trust you in the way that Joy trusts Sadness. I trust you. You take it. You got this. And she did a phenomenal job. Yeah, it's the use of the theme there. Cause like, yeah, like it's just this moment of clarity, but also, yeah, it is this moment of joy. It is the same, like Riley, she sees the sunlight come down, and she's feeling it after having had that great conversation with her friends and being like, and finally kind of making peace with this and being like, okay, yeah, I don't have to do this thing where it's like I'm leaving them behind and they don't matter to me anymore. Like, no, they are my good friends. I do, as discussed as at the end, like, yeah, no, I miss those guys. I love those guys. Like, she's worked on that. Like, that's okay now. And now she can just go out there and have fun. She loves hockey. As we know from the first movie, she loves it. And now she can just go out there and love it and not be trying to be like, let me get the third goal and really impress the coach, break the record. No, let me just go out there and do what I do out on the ice. And she passes it. And yeah, like that, it rules. This movie rules. This is how wonderful is it to see a movie that's this smart and this well thought out, this brilliant, like do so well at the box office. I know people are going to say, but is Disney going to take the wrong message from this? Of the people want sequels? No, people want good movies. They want good movies.
Pixar knows that.
Movie. Yeah, Pixar knows.
Despite that one article, they know that.
Yeah, Pete Docter knows that. He knows that the personal is more relatable, is more universal as a result. It's known. There's some lack of clarity going around on the Twitter sphere about that. It was just all about this whole idea of like, yeah, like if there are like in terms of autobiographical stories, I think he made a compelling point in his clarification, when he was like, yeah, well, I think what then happens is if you're making a movie based on your own life experience, then you're a little bit beholden to exactly the way in which things went down in your life. And you have to remember, you're grafting it onto a movie, you're grafting it onto a character, and you need to do what the movie needs. And at a certain point, you need to do, it's just what is the movie. That as someone who also like draws upon my own personal experience and the work that I do, that is very true. Sometimes there's something you really love that then is important to you specifically, but it's not working for the movie for some, and you just need to do or the episode, whatever it is you're writing. And you just need to not do that. And by all means, if you want to tell your autobiographical story, like, then tell it then fully in the way that it is. But like, I think there is definitely validity to the statement of like, well, really examine like, what is it that then the movie is asking for? Certainly don't do this thing of like, make it less personal and just tell this really broad story to appeal to as many different people as possible and make as much money as you can all around the world. No, I'm not saying do that. That's dumb. Don't like it. But, I think there's something interesting to this idea. You can make this movie about like parenthood or whatever, or like, then like Pete Docter with the first one, when he was making the Inside Out, it was like, I think his daughter Ellie, where it was like, oh yeah, then she's growing up and she's changing and things are different. But it's not like, oh yeah, well they moved away and they did this exact thing, like, and she loves hockey. Like, no, it's not a 1-to-1. But like, movie still feels very personal. I don't know. Andrew Stanton made Finding Nemo. He's not a fish, but it was about how he needed to be protective of his son and he needs to learn to let go a little bit. But yeah, sorry.
It's all about the core. No, I'm agreeing. It's just the core. It's the heart that needs to be intact for it to feel personal, and that could be a starting point for any kind of thing. You don't need to make a movie about a movie that central concept is about letting go when as a parent. You don't need to make that about a fish. They could have made it about turtles. There were turtles in the movie, but it wasn't about the
150. I got to remember that.
Yeah. 150.
Oh,
what?
Man. It was good stuff. Like 150 years. No, it's so well.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you don't remember?
Good. Well, no, I thought that was a separate thing of like, oh, did someone comment the number 150? You need to remember it for a second.
No,
it's still young.
He's still young.
150 and still young.
Yeah. That's a core memory for me. It's not in the back of my mind. Maybe it's in the back of yours.
What island did that create as a core memory?
Yeah, Awesome Movie Island.
Awesome Movie Island.
Filmmaker Island. I don't know. Something like that. Ugh. Yeah, like, look, and I think to this point as well, of it's like, yeah, then Bing Bong has been left behind. I did not think the movie was going to go back on this, but I do remember hearing something of like interviews before the movie came out of like, is Bing Bong going to be in it? What's going to happen with Bing Bong? And they were like, just wait and see. And I was like, oh no, don't undo it. Don't undo it. But for it to just be that little thing of like, you see where all the emotions sleep in their little beds and their PJs, which is so cute. And Joy has that little toy of Bing Bong and his rocket ship. Perfect. Just in the background, we see it still matters to Joy. Joy still remembers him. Doesn't come up in the dialogue, but like that is exactly the amount of Bing Bong that should have been in this movie. I love Bing Bong. It's not the thing you jokingly said before about like, hey, it's an improvement. We hate Bing Bong in this house. No. We love Bing Bong, but he's gone. He's gone. And we need to commit to that. Otherwise, it undermines that scene in the first movie. And they did not do that. The movie avoided every pitfall that it could have fell into. I walked into this movie and I was like, all right, Pixar, all right, Inside Out 2. If you really want to meet my high bar of quality right now, here's what you're going to have to do. The first movie, I said at the beginning of this discussion, it changed the way I look at life. It reconfigured my mind. You got to do that again. And you can't just do this thing of like, oh, anxiety is really important, actually. I know that trick. You did that with sadness. You can't just do that again. So if you can give me another really thought-provoking idea that I could sink my teeth into and that could change my mind, all right, sure. Then you met my expectations.
And then Pete Doctor was like, "Oh, whoa, that's a lot of pressure."
And then Pete Doctor was like, "Oh, that's a lot of pressure. That was a lot of pressure." But then
don't say that ever again.
Don't say that ever again. Don't tell me that. But he also said, well, you know, and Kelsey Mann and, you know, Meg LaFave, all of them, they cracked their knuckles and were like, challenge accepted. And they changed my life again. They did. This whole thing of like, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, just being like, I'm a good person. I was like, oh, that's wonderful. I'm going to use that. I'm like, yeah, that's my mantra. I'm a good person. No, you're all these different things. You can't put yourself under that pressure. Oh my God.
You can't just,
what a great
you can't put Riley into a circle of sadness.
You can't. I mean, yeah, no, I know there's a connection in this idea of like, oh, you can't just like be one thing all the time. And like, yeah, in that way, it's similar to the first one. But like,
Joy freaks out saying, do you know how hard it is to be happy all the time?
Yeah. But it's such a bigger idea in the sense that it's not just like, oh, well, yeah, like we understand we can't be happy all the time. But like, if you tell me like, yeah, I have this core value of that I'm a good person, I'd be like, oh yeah, no, that sounds really good. But now, yeah, there's something more to it of like, yeah, there are other things. Like life isn't that simple. There are going to be moments where you feel like you're not living up to this idea of being then the good person that you believe that then you want to be. And all of you has to be loved. It can't just be like, here's all the positive stuff. Here's all the things of us gushing about our girl. We love all our girl. That is such a great message for kids and everyone that's watching. You know how many of these movies come by and they just slap a lesson onto it of like family matters, family's what's important, whatever, some vague thing. And it's fine. It's fine. It's hard to come up with new lessons. There are only so many lessons. There's only 10 stories out there, whatever people will tell you. But like, yeah, that's not true, by the way. But still, you can do a really simple lesson, but communicate it really effectively. A lot of movies don't do that. A lot of movies will give you a simple lesson and it's not effective. It feels like it just slapped on there. This movie really thoughtfully expresses its lesson, and it's a lesson that you haven't been told before. 10 out of 10. No, sorry. 11 out of 10. Excellent stuff. I mean, what else do you want to talk about with this movie? Because I know we've been going for like almost 2 hours. And I feel like we barely scratched the surface.
Yeah, because we haven't been talking about specifics. We haven't gone, wow, isn't the best character in the whole movie swordsman who just rolls around?
Oh my God, we didn't even talk about those guys. Oh my God.
Isn't it crazy that they integrated those other art styles in that scene? And
Inside Out living up to, I love that abstract thought scene where we had the different animation styles. They did different animation styles again, and oh man, when it's not, the character's name sounds like Bluey, but they're not Bluey.
Bloodsy.
I think Bluefy. I think it's Bluefy.
That sounds right. Bloodsy.
Bloodsy. Yeah, that's the edgy reboot. That watches as an adult. No, she still loves the show. Ron Funches, perfect casting for Bluefy. Oh my goodness. Love the whole obviously one of the biggest laughs in the movie, but then also, yeah, the video game character.
Is Pouchy gonna stick around? I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh, I hope Pouchy. I mean, Anger loves Pouchy now. After like freaking choking him.
Isn't he supposed to be angry at everything?
I hate this. I hate how people still, in the year of our Lord 2024, I'm still seeing in reviews, people be like, "Well, yeah, Anger has this moment when he's nice, and Joy has this moment when she really blows up," and like, does that make sense? Because like they're supposed to be Are we watching the same movies? What are we doing?
The first movie, it was very like when Riley is happy, pretty much all the emotions tend to also be happy as a result. It's like it is nothing new that the emotions feel their own emotions.
And that's what makes Inside Out so good. That's what avoids it being this one-dimensional thing that I was worried it was going to be before seeing it. Where it's like, yeah, like Anger can be appeased. It's like, oh, he then gets mad about like what then Riley's being fed as a baby, but then they do an airplane and it's like, oh, we got an airplane, everybody. And he's appeased, you know? like it's so they're all multidimensional. And it's to the movie's benefit, and it's to the character's benefit. And like, yeah, like even when they do those things in the movie, when it's like, oh yeah, then she's crying, or she's like disgusted with herself, or she gets really mad at her mom at the beginning after puberty strikes, they recognize, they're like, I barely touched it. I wasn't trying to do that. Like I was just, I was a little bit mad, but like I didn't want to scream at mom, like that's so brilliant. Because like, yeah, it's still living up to the premise of like, yeah, then there's like the little people in your head that are doing the things, pushing, pulling the levers, hitting the buttons, but like they are people too. Like they are, and I love that. And if people want them to just be these one-dimensional personifications of the emotions
then
that
it's
they
not gonna
are,
be fun
then go
watching them.
away. Yeah.
Then it's not gonna be fun watching them lead a movie. It's one
Yeah.
thing if the movie is Riley's the A plot, and every now and then we cut around to what's going on in our head, and the happy emotion acts happy, and the angry emotion acts angry.
Yeah, or if
But
it's like
when
a
you
short film.
if you
Yeah.
want characters leading a feature length film,
Right.
then you're gonna need them to be a little more multifaceted.
Yeah, that works if you're trying to make like inner workings. Remember the Disney short inner workings?
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's like, okay, yeah, like these characters are not going to talk. It's simple. They're the things that they are, and then there you go. And they behave in the way that you would think them to think. But even that still has more of an arc to it. Look, yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't understand why people get upset. Why isn't the movie worse? Why isn't it worse? That's why. Ugh. But yeah, no, I think that is so well handled, and just I don't know. The video game character, and then the deep dark secret. Okay, I do want to talk about the Riley's deepest dark secret, because
It's
I do
interesting that
think
they bring that up so early in the movie without continuing anything about it. I also thought that like unleashing Bluefy or whoever out into the world and letting them leave the the containment center, the little what's what I'm looking for. They're locked in there, whatever. They're let out. I was thinking that would lead somehow to some sort of thing where Riley lets out the secrets or something like that, right? Where if the what's it mean that they're in there versus can escape? I guess the clown is let out of the little thing, but like one can make the argument, oh well, now the clown's gonna pop up in some Riley nightmares that we see that happen off screen. I don't know.
Mhm.
I was curious if anything would come of them leaving containment in a way that that
Pouchy,
or
right?
well, yeah, but I mean that correlates to real life.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's well. I will say this: did you stick around after the credits?
Damn it! No, yeah. I mean, Michael asked me the same thing. I was like, no, I was with other people who weren't interested, so I'll watch the movie another time and then
You
see that.
gotta hold your ground. I don't care. Someone could try to drag me out of my seat in the movie theater. I've learned I'm not a little kid anymore. I am staying. I am watching every single one of those names float by. I don't care. And that's what
It's annoying because we stayed through like more than half of it, but then ended up leaving. So no, I did not see the after credits scene. I
all
will.
right, I
will.
won't spoil it for you then.
In the
We won't
spoiler
talk about it
cast.
then. Yeah, it's because it's interesting because there is something that comes up there, and all I'll say is that I feel like that it's interesting that it is what it is. I feel like it very much could have been something else. I feel like it could have been something that would have set up the third movie, maybe, but it kind of isn't that. It's kind of like, it's like a gag. And it's like, that's fine.
Sure.
And like maybe that's the point, that it's a gag. But like, it's you'll see it when you see it. But like, yeah,
I'll probably see it within the next couple days or so.
As you should. As you should.
Heck,
this movie, Pixar needs your help. They need to come back. They need the money.
It's almost as if they've thrown away like what 3 movies worth of money.
Yeah, kind of is.
That's
they just throw it up on
crazy.
Disney Plus, and they're like, "Oh, well, this will add subscribers." It's like, no. Here's the thing, y'all. This whole idea of like, well, we could just race past the theatrical window. Like, yeah, maybe put it in theaters for like 2 weeks, but then put it up on streaming, and then people won't come to the theater. But yeah, we'll just get it up on streaming. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I get that. I think I've heard
We're excited to give Pixar money.
I'm excited to get Pixar money, but also just in general, I think movie studios, they get like a bigger cut when it's like, okay, yeah, the digital release. And of course, if you're putting it on your own streaming service, like, yeah, like you're going to get more percentage than you do like from when it's playing in theaters. But that all being said, playing it in theaters just it boosts the cultural profile of the film. And more people will be aware of it and know about it and have seen it and will want to watch it again as a result of having seen it in the theater. So once it eventually comes to streaming, you'd think it maybe be the reverse of like, oh yeah, they already saw it in theaters, they're not gonna check it out. No, then they want to then see it again on streaming. Top Gun Maverick is like, oh yeah, well, we'll throw it on streaming. Whatever. No. We'll wait and we'll hold out to put it in theaters. And then, whoa, look at that. It's
Big
fantastic.
numbers.
And then it comes to streaming and does really well on streaming. What do you know? And like, of course, not every movie is going to be like a huge smash hit on that level. But I think that principle always kind of holds true. I get this thing of like, oh, maybe you don't have two separate marketing budgets. So it's like, all right, well, we'll just make the digital release close around the same time. But yeah, but then I mean, all right, then you don't do as much marketing, and then now it's not two streams of revenue. Now you're basically just getting one stream. Like it used to be, you get your theater money, and then you get your home release money later. But now, if you just kind of merge it into one thing, it's less money. It's less money. Don't you want money? I'm speaking to you.
They probably get it now, right? Hindsight's 50-50. Hindsight's 20-20.
2020. 50-50 is on if Sadness is going to be able to get up the tube, right? That's what Anger says. Anger is so funny in this movie. I saw a comment earlier that was like, Anger is also an MVP in this movie. Yeah, Anger is terrific in it. Like both for that great scene he has with Joy when he uses forget about it. They use the forgetting tube to like get up there. What a great way to like use something from the first movie in a new way and like get a new perspective on like instead of just like walking through them the shelves of the memories. But like they set it up at the beginning of the scene, like you hear them talking, like you see them like doing their thing, and like yeah, it's used, and Anger does that. Yeah, Fear, he kind of unfortunately gets last place on this. And I don't think it's just because we don't have our buddy Bill Hader back. I think he just kind of has
not a lot for Fear to do.
He did the parachute thing. That was nice.
Yeah.
Good for you, buddy. Good for you. He ddid do something. And like I feel like
change anxiety.
He could, that was a great line. He could change her. Yeah. But like, yeah, he probably says maybe one too many times this whole thing of like, well, if anxiety was here, like, and he always kind of says it in the same way each time. And I'm like, let's mix it up a little, buddy. let's I don't know. I feel like we could get a couple more funny lines in here.
In terms of emotional representation, like I'm fine with Fear having as much as he did. Like,
yeah,
I'll live. I wanted more Envy. I wish we got more out of Envy. Envy's in the place this movie that Disgust was for me last movie, where I'm like, I feel like you could really be an all-star, but you're just not getting a lot of time for that.
Especially because you have Io Adebari as the voice.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Every line delivery feels magical.
And what's so great is that like, and this is pretty rare, I would say, for Pixar, is a lot of times you'll have like people come in and they'll be like, oh, what voice should I do for the character? And they're like, just do your normal voice. We hired you to do your voice. Io's not just doing her normal voice. And that's really interesting. And I think it really fits the character and works very well. And the character doesn't feel like a caricature as a result of that. Like it feels appropriate for what the character is. I think what I was hoping to see on the first viewing, and again, on the second viewing, I let this go, but I kind of got this sense of like, because there is that moment when anxiety first comes downstairs with the other new emotions. And it's like, oh wow, could I do one of those where like you roll out the emotion, the memory into the sea? And she's like, and Anxiety's like, next time, and then he's like, oh. And then there's another point where like she kind of is like reaching towards like the control center or whatever, and like Anxiety kind of smacks her hand away. I wanted to see a little mini arc of Anxiety learning to embrace envy. And it's like the next generation of Joy learning to embrace sadness. I would have loved to see
that. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
I would have loved to see that. Now, I do also love that when Anxiety comes in, she like is really repping the other new emotions. Like she loves them. She's like, oh, he like embarrassment. He doesn't talk too much, but he's a really sweet guy. And like I love that she's like super like supportive of them. But we are also seeing that like she's the one that's always driving, and it's like she represses the other old emotions, but she doesn't give the new ones much of a chance a lot of the time either. She does. There is one scene in the movie, and I really this was drilled into me on the second viewing, where she lets Envy drive for a bit. And Envy is the one that kind of pushes for, oh yeah, like we need to see the coach's notebook. We need to see, like, because anxiety says, like, are we pushing her too hard with this? And Envy's like, no, this is our way to see how we can get better, like what we're like. So I guess it doesn't really work to like do this thing. And like it arguably could feel a little bit too reduxy to have like anxiety learn the same lesson, but like I still something about I'm drawn to this idea of like anxiety is like our second generation protagonist and like has to like learn the, even if it's not the main point of the movie. I think it would have been a nice bonus for that to be a very tangential focus. And you could argue it still is, because of course she, you know, she has to then take a step back and sit in her like comfy massage chair. But which, by the way, I was worried when they did that. I was worried it was a circle of sadness thing of like, go over there instead. But then while she's sitting in there, she's like, oh, we need to study for our Spanish test. And it's like, oh, we wouldn't have thought of that. Thanks, anxiety. And it's like, yeah, okay, yeah. Even when she's over there, it's still important and she matters. We're not just sending her away. But they expect us to believe that the anxiety in the mom and dad's minds was just outside the room the whole time.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Like, whatever.
Welcome back, anxiety, whatever they say. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just waiting for the angry comment.
Well, I'm fine with the explanation that isn't there, but in theory could be there of like, oh, there's so many emotions now that they're placed in different rooms and they do stuff in different departments, and you know there's a lot more emotions now. I don't know, like well, once you get nostalgia and guilt in there and all that, like then you're gonna need separate rooms with different consoles, and emotions become more complicated.
This is a great question from Lee Moncello, who's rocking a Robot Dreams icon right here. By the way, if you haven't seen Robot Dreams, it's starting to play in theaters. Absolutely
not anywhere near me, but
yeah. Well, if by any chance, by some stretch of the imagination, it's playing near you,
I check
run to the
constantly.
theater to see it.
Maybe well, you know, both of us will be in New York for the BFDI and Anime Insanity meetup event.
Great idea. Yeah,
I mean, it you know, we get a group. We can do Robot Dreams around there. I'm sure that'll be an easier place to find the movie.
Justin, we're making this happen. Let's do it. Okay,
I already wrote it down, so like I was like, yeah, well at least Brian's gonna be in for it, so we'll see who else it can be.
I'm in.
Okay. As long as it's still in theaters by that point in time.
As long as it is, and if it's not, we'll petition so they put it back. Anyway,
we just need it to last till the end of the month.
Yeah. So the question for us was that this person, they haven't been invested in any Pixar movies in years, which I'm really sorry for you. But what particularly about Pete Docter's writing draws us in? I mean, I don't know if this necessarily is the case for you as well, but I definitely feel like I can answer the question in the sense that like it's this thing of, because to level set for everybody, because I forget that people don't have an encyclopedic knowledge because I live and breathe Pixar. But he directed Monsters Inc., Up, Inside Out, and Soul, which we in the industry call a pro gamer move.
It's true.
It's a pretty what a throw down the gauntlet, you know, like what a such a consistent director. And what I think is so great about his movies is that, and I think Monsters Inc., his first one, really epitomizes this, where it's this thing where it's like you have a great concept that you could put as the tagline on the poster of like, hey, what if the monsters in your closet that you're so scared of, you know, what did they do? Like, what if that's their job? What's their world like? What are they up to? What if they had like a job where it was their job to scare you? It's just their job. It's nothing personal. It's just their job. And you're like, wow, what a cool idea for a movie. I love that. Nice job, Pete. All right, great. Okay, we could go home for the day. No, I'm not done. Now that we have that, what if we also do this thing where it's like a human child gets lost in the world? And like you see here, the thing is that the monsters, they're like deathly afraid of human kids because they think they're toxic, right? So like it's this thing, and it's sort of this allegory for like, you know, like prejudice, and like the two different groups have to like stay apart from each other, and like the propaganda and whatnot. And like, yeah, it's this thing of like, oh, that's the way things have to be. And like it's this thing of like, yeah, like you have to sort of then embrace that. And it's also sort of an allegory for parenthood. And there's also this energy crisis going on. So there's even more pressure of like, yeah, we got to keep this going. We got to keep getting the Scream energy, no matter the cost. And like, you're like, whoa, wait a second. This is not just the base level premise of the thing. It's so much more than that. It is not just its cool little concept. Like, it's fleshed out so much more beyond that. And I think that all of his movies really do that. Where it's like, oh yeah, what if an old man, he then tied a bunch of balloons to his house and flew through the air? Isn't that cool? But why'd he do that, Justin? And what does he learn as a result of doing that? You know, like, what is it that shows him about his life? Like, what was the backstory that got him to the point of that then he would do this? And what, and how maybe is this like in certain ways an unhealthy thing for him to do, or at least in the way that he's currently doing it?
I think we gotta make a movie about it.
I think we do. And the Inside Out, the first one, it's like, yeah, what if, yeah, we'll take you on a Pixar, the untitled Pixar movie that takes you inside the mind. I think that's what it was called before they had the Inside Out title. That's what they said at D23. And it was like, wow, yeah, we're going inside the mind of a kid. That sounds interesting. That sounds like Herman's Head or whatever that show people say is that does the same thing. Sure, yeah. But like, what if we tell this story about like the reason then for sadness? And then like, yeah, okay, Soul. Yeah, what if it's a guy that falls through a manhole cover and dies, and like, but then he, you know, wants to then not be dead anymore? Yeah, great. Sounds like a great first act for Soul. But what after that? And I won't even talk about it because I'm not sure. Like, if you haven't been invested in Pixar movies in years, I'm not even sure if you've seen Soul. Go watch Soul. Watch it. You got to go see it. Yeah, I don't know.
So good, man.
So good, man. But yeah, what draws you in about Pete Docter's writing, Justin? Because the question was asked to both of us.
Well, you said a lot of words already.
I did.
But what you haven't said is, it's good.
He does make good movies. He does make good movies.
I'm like, oh man, we just went through the full biography. It's like, do you have anything to add to every detail that could possibly be said? Oh well. I love watching any interview with him because he's able to so thoroughly encapsulates the importance of getting a visitor here.
Oh,
sorry. No.
The importance of getting a visitor. The importance of having other people in your life. I agree. Pete Docter.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I like hearing interviews in which he's kind of in that mentor role for those coming in and embracing the personal aspects of everyone's lives. Which, I mean, we already had the conversation about how there's articles going on right now that are like, hey,
yeah,
here's proof that Pixar doesn't care anymore. It's all surrounding him, which is unfortunate. We gotta reverse that bad press on him pronto, because clearly he cares deeply about all this. You don't write you don't direct, at least, Inside Out, and not care deeply about the like very personal storytelling.
I know there's this adage of never meet your heroes and all this stuff, or like don't like do this whole thing of like, oh, you know, like there's only so much you know about them, like respect the work, not the person. I don't know Pete Docter. I did talk to him that one time that I got to ask him a question, and he was really nice to me. But you know, I love Pete Docter. I trust him. And the things that I hear about him from the people that know him, which I also don't know those people, but the way they talk about him, and specifically Domi Shi, who directed Turning Red. But before she directed Turning Red, she directed a little short film you may have saw if you went to see Incredibles 2. And that little short film was called Bow. And Bow was this wonderful little short. It was something that then she pitched. And Pete really championed it from what Domi said, what Domi had said about it. Like that he really like pushed for it. Even to the point that she has this crazy ending about, like, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Bow, we're entering the Bow spoiler section of this review.
It'll take 5 minutes to watch it, so.
Yeah. Just go quick watch it, hit pause on this, and then come back. But, like, yeah, when, you know, she eats the little kid. She eats her little kid, her little dumpling kid. She eats it. That was kind of weird. And she was worried that it was too weird. So then she, like, pitched it, I guess, at a higher level, and so you kind of, like, took out that part. And Pete was like, "Where's the part where she eats the kid? You gotta put it back." And it's like, "Oh, I'm worried it's too weird. I don't know." And she's like, "No." He's like, "No.
That's the part that gets a reaction out of everyone. That's
Yeah."
important.
And he empowered her to be like, this is the story you want to tell, and your instinct is good. Like, trust it, like, do it. And then it won an Oscar, and everyone loved it, and it was way better than Incredibles 2.
What? No, you can't say that.
I can, and I did.
They're gonna hear us.
He's right, and he should say it.
John Pixar is going to be watching, 2.5 hours into the stream.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna go, not gonna hire Brian. Not gonna hire Brian.
Because I praised Bao and said that it's that great. Yeah, I think
it's the part that came after.
Oh, all I said is that it's better than Incredibles 2. That's all I said.
But then they're gonna hear me say that you hate it. Oh no, I only just did that.
Oh, wow. But look, Domi she is great. And she obviously, she directed Turning Red, an absolute masterpiece from Pixar. I absolutely love it. It is so fantastic. And yeah, she rocks, and she got promoted to vice president of creative, right up there with Andrew Stanton, Peter Sohn, and Dan Scanlon. And like, she's a rock star. I'll make another prediction right now that Domi if she wants this, I could absolutely see her taking over for Pete Docter later down the line. I would understand if she didn't want to do it because she wants to have time to be able to like write and direct her own movies, which, like, kind of as I said before, Pete Docter, I feel like, doesn't have time to do that anymore because he has like his hands like in so many different things at once. But if Domi ever wanted to do it, she would be great at it. And there is a little bit of an indication, I don't know if this is fully true, but Pete Docter, there was another Pete Docter in his articles. He was talking. There was an interview that was talking about Elio, and as of now, Adrian Molina is still attached as writer director, but we know that Elio was delayed, and there was some speculation about, like, is this just because of the strikes? Is it because, like, Inside Out 2 was farther along, and like they wanted to kind of counter this thing of like, we need people to come back to theaters, retrain them to come to theaters for Pixar movies. Let's bet on a sure bet of a sequel to a really successful movie at the box office. So like retrain them to come to the theaters so that when Elio comes next year, then he'll come back. And like maybe Elio isn't having problems. I don't really know for a fact, but Pete, he didn't say that Domi is now directing Elio, but he did mention that she's currently working on Elio. So it's possible that she could be stepping in and taking over as director, which, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually happening. I'm sure Adrian Molina, I really trust his instinct. He was, he writer on Coco. Coco is fantastic. So like, I don't know if then that's what's then going on or what. But like, either way, like if that is what it is and she's taken over as director, like I smell a Brad Bird Ratatouille situation where it was like, for those who don't know, Brad Bird wasn't the director of Ratatouille from the beginning. He like kind of came on and like, changed things about the project. And like Ratatouille obviously is a terrific movie. So I feel like that's a thing where it's like, there's kind of been some times where like they've switched over the director role, like they did with Good Dinosaur. But like, it's tough when you're taking it from a first time director and giving it to another first time director, or at least first time solo director. Because like you just don't have the experience of having then made your own movie that then is then the movie that is then your personal vision. I feel like then that's hard to kind of jump into then something else. But Domi has. So if that is what then she's doing, I think she's going to rock it. And I think that also is the first indication of like, yeah, she's on the path of like taking care of movies that aren't her own movies. You know what I mean? Which is what Pete Docter has to do. So like, I feel like this is living up to my prediction of that she could be taking over that role someday. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. That's just I'm predicting real life, not a movie. I'm predicting real life, and that can only get you so far. Anxiety is driving right now.
So much time predicting movies. I mean, what's the next level, right?
This is anxiety's really driving me right now. It's like so many steps ahead that I'm thinking right now.
But you're not even thinking on behalf of yourself here. Well, I guess anxiety is only partly thinking on behalf of herself. It depends if anxiety thinks of herself as Riley. Anyway, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But I guess this is just a great movie. Is that cringe to say?
One could say it's better than the first. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you could say that.
Have I convinced you?
You've helped. You've helped.
Okay.
Um, we got this far without me being negative, so I'm just like, maybe just keep it up, you know? I mean,
I mean, if there are negatives, I do want to hear. I feel like we can discuss it.
I okay. I think there's a balance, right? To the Inside Out and Inside Out to Yin and Yang, right?
Okay.
Because as we got more exciting storytelling on the Riley side of things, and I mean
Mm,
very much the beat for beat storytelling, right? As opposed to like the overall message in both movie. I I'll put it this way. Inside Out 1, right? I
yeah.
go, the Riley stuff is neat. Obviously, joy and sadness, star of the show, love every moment with them. I feel like they're constantly growing and changing, and they have this amazing journey together. And the Riley stuff is solid, but by the end of the movie, both stories are making me cry. Even though with the Riley stuff, you know, like it wasn't like where my brain is focused in on, you know?
It's arguably more generic by comparison than what you're
Sure.
seeing inside the mind, even though it's great and I love Riley. Yeah.
I think it's for me, it's kind of the flip in Inside Out too, in the sense of
Mm, mm.
Riley stuff, wild, you know, and it's not like Riley's doing these incredible, wild, crazy things. It's just it's a more
It's a
intimate
portrait.
story,
Yeah.
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 Um, where but in terms of like joy, fear, anger, and disgust,
Yeah.
did I double up on any of those? Anyway,
But
going
no,
on
you
a
got him.
little journey together. I I'm not feeling that A plot excitement on a beat to beat level like I was in the
No.
first movie.
I
I
don't
love
yeah,
Joy
yeah.
and Sadness, like every single scene. And we talked about like maybe if we're talking like some nightmare stuff or not nightmare, the fear vault. Wait, what is that? What is that called now? The subconscious. The
Oh, you're talking about in this movie, you mean?
no, no, and sorry, in the first movie with the
Oh,
clown.
the subconscious.
Okay, I was right then. The subconscious. I was
Yeah,
just trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
remember what that area was called. I was like, but aside from like a beat or two in the first movie, like every
Yeah.
single scene, I was really feeling like joy and sadness were really, especially joy, you know, as a central character, really, really learning from every single event something new about sadness, about her relationship to sadness. You know, I feel like we're
Mm.
really pushing things forward in every single location, and everything was hitting something very important. I wasn't quite feeling as though every single A plot was you know every single joy section of the movie was as because we
Yeah.
I know I'm jumping
Interesting.
around my thoughts here, but this is a harder thing to talk about than just like wow this one scene really moved me because right now it's just like I'm grappling with like a general vibe here of you know joy isn't so much dealing, you know, Joy doesn't have any conflict with these other three emotions that she's hanging out with, other than them being like, well, Joy, what's the plan? And her being like, I don't know.
Right, right.
I think I don't envy the filmmakers needing to tell this story, at least the joy part of it, compared to the first one.
Mhm.
I don't envy them because the first movie, Joy needs to learn sadness good. And that is easy to explore because there is something to explore. This
Yeah.
movie, Joy needs to learn it's okay to, you know, kind of just let Riley do her thing and to not be doing what I'm doing. And to
Mm.
understand that there is going to be chaos. I feel like it's a lot harder to demonstrate that because it's almost like you're demonstrating a lack of something as opposed to in the first movie where you were demonstrating a thing. You know, it's a lot more easy to demonstrate what is than what isn't. And Joy's grappling with something that is she's trying to make something happen that doesn't exist, you know.
Mm.
I don't feel like every single scene is we're pushing the what ends up being the final lesson forward. I like the freak out scene. We do a little bit of that there. Obviously, the final scene is the final scene. You know, before we start getting back to headquarters. Um, the anxiety scene, you know, it's I don't think we're quite pushing. It's a great sequence. I'm unsure if we're quite pushing that element forward, but also, you know, there's the secret vaults, there's you're flying through the sky, there's the
I love
stream.
those career balloons. They're pretty funny.
And those sequences are fun, but each
Yeah,
of them I don't
the
feel like
animators.
I don't feel like we're getting the Samus talks to Bing Bong scene out of those beats. I
Well,
don't feel like
because
we're
yeah,
getting the Joy learned how important it was that Samus has you know has learned about the mechanisms of the mind, and therefore needs to appreciate sadness more kind of beats. And I felt like in a movie where whether it's Inside Out 1 or Finding Nemo, where it's you're going on an adventure where the lead character needs to you know
yeah,
every and then every element of that adventure you're learning something new about what about what the final epiphany needs to be. I don't feel like I'm not quite as excited in that regard about Joy's journey throughout this movie, and that's why part of like I know we do get some good Joy and Santa stuff, and I'm like I don't feel like there's something quite replacing that dynamic in this movie, because Joy's not spending time with anxiety either in this movie, except for they cross paths when we find like anxiety's base of operations, which is a great sequence.
yeah.
But yeah, that's why like you spend so, and you could argue that this movie does a better job of hiding what the final epiphany is going to be than the first movie, because I think if you are a king kid, you're you get to the beat I mentioned earlier with Joy tries to make Bing Bong feel better, it doesn't work, but Sadness gives it a go, and it's like, oh my gosh, wait, Sadness made someone feel better. It's not computing in Joy's head, and that's a
Right.
great sequence. But maybe you could look at that scene and kind of figure out where the rest of the movie's going.
Right.
And
Oh,
maybe
but it
you've
does
used
still
that as a
keep you
negative, but it's such a
guessing.
great sequence.
Because there's the part on the train of thought when they're like, oh wait, like and sadness is Joy's like, oh, you're not so bad, but it's still like, oh, she's looking at that key memory about like the losing the goal, and it's like, oh, sorry, I
Yeah.
got sad again, and Joy's like, no help with
Really
that.
you feel that progression.
So you're not
So
sure. It's not completely telegraphed. It could be like, oh, Joy
exactly.
realizes sadness is kind of important, but like not to the
Yes.
level that the ending actually is. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think the first movie does such a good job of illustrating this progression of understanding
Yeah.
that it's hard to do that here gradually to begin with. So that runs back to I don't envy the filmmakers on needing to tell this story. And obviously the ending is beautiful in that at the back of the mind scene. Um but I think that's my major thing when I think about like Inside Out versus Inside Out 2, which one is holding up more for me, because both of them are great. And if I had to choose, between like the big, you know, all the emotions are reunited scene at the end of the first movie, or all the emotions are reunited scene in the end of the second one, I think the Riley bits, the Riley half of
Yeah.
that hits just as hard in both movies. But I would say the inner parts were I would give it in favor to Inside Out 1. As if I'm comparing like Joy brings sadness to the console versus uh the emotions give a hug of comfort to the Riley branch of
That's that's really interesting because I think first of all, I would say I think you make a great point in terms of the fact that the first movie is Pixar's buddy movie structure, right? Of like Woody and
which
Buzz
they
go on
do
an
often. I'm not going to deny that. Yeah.
Marlin and Nemo go on an adventure, Carl and Russell go on an adventure, whatever, where it's like, okay, you have your two lead characters, you throw them together, they go on an adventure and they learn things, not just about themselves, but about each other, but also about themselves. And like, and like it is a proven formula and it works great. And it's hard because as you said, joy and anxiety, they are in two different places throughout the movie. Like the credits even has like the little yellow and orange symbols at the end, which I think like confirms, like, I mean, like I know we know from watching the movie, but like just internally, it's like, yeah, solidified. That's the central relationship being explored in this movie. And I think the marketing expresses that too, because it's like all like, Amy and Maya doing it. But it's like, yeah, it's those two. And like they're not together in the way that joy and sadness were in the first one. And you even see the movie, like it has to kind of do different things of like, oh, here's some walkie talkies, or here's like you said, that scene where we're going into anxiety's control center to like have ways where like they can then interact more, or like the fact that then sadness is able to like come up into headquarters a lot earlier than I would have expected in this movie and like have like those moments with embarrassment, or at least be witnessing things firsthand and be able to like communicate it, and like have that little moment with anxiety where it's like, this isn't who Riley is. Like, I know, like it maybe it's then throwing you off, then she's acting this way. No, she shouldn't be acting this way. This isn't who she is. It's like, right, no, you're right, she shouldn't be. Like, yeah, this isn't who she is. We have to change who she is. Oh, let me change everything about you. I love how anxiety says that with no hint of irony, nothing twisted. It's not like she says that and her eyebrows arch down and it's like, I'm gonna change. It's like, no,
this is what's going to make Riley better.
You
so
have
why wouldn't we do it?
Yeah, and that's something that I think a lot of people go through, where it's like, yeah, you have maybe some qualities about yourself that then you recognize as like, maybe they're not the best, and then you kind of say like, oh, I like, new year, new me, or like, I'm gonna go to this new school, I'm gonna go to college, I'm gonna be a different person, I'm gonna throw out everything about myself. And it's not because it's like, oh, I hate myself. Well, I mean, maybe I do, but like, it's not, you're like, you're trying to reshape yourself in a positive way of like, here's my fresh start. So it doesn't seem like it's an inherently bad thing. But anyway, like, to your point, I think, yeah, so like, it's not doing the thing of like joy and anxiety going an adventure together, and like each scene is kind of then moving forward, and like you're doing the journey structure in that way. And I think that also kind of gets to this idea of like, it's compared to the first movie, this one is more cerebral for sure, I would say, of like, you kind of have to be thinking more. It's not necessarily as much on the primal emotional level. And it's interesting because I remember seeing the first Inside Out with my family and them wondering, I wonder if this is like too cerebral for kids. I never thought it was, but like, obviously there's a cerebral element to it. That's the whole point of the movie. But like, this one is definitely even more so, and the structure, it like acts as such. But one thing you said that I thought was really interesting is at the end, you were like, oh, I think in the second movie, the Riley resolution, that resonates more with you than the one in the first movie. But the emotion stuff.
I was actually saying that maybe like equal in the first one, or sorry,
Okay.
between the first and second. The Riley,
Okay.
I mean, like, I am sobbing for the first movie, but and I'm not doing that with the second one, but I appreciate it just as much. I'm feeling strong emotions there, and it's
okay.
It feels different, but
I
think the storytelling is hitting just as hard for Riley in both.
Because I would say if I were to say, I would say the inverse of like, yes, I think in general the Riley stuff, we're agreed, is better in this movie. I think that scene of Riley with her parents at the end of the first one, it's so great. And I think it means more because we spent a little bit more time with the parents, and she has all these memories with the parents, and the times they spent in Minnesota together, like skating around or like like eating together, all these little different things. So like that to me hits harder. But I would also say I think the scenes of the emotions in her head, that to me is the thing where it's like, if not better than the first one, at the very least equal to the first one. Because I love the moment where Joy comes in, and for they try to do the thing of like, okay, we're gonna put in the belief system, we're gonna then fix it. It's not enough to do it. And then also it's like when she approaches anxiety and she tries to like talk her out of it, snap her out of it, and it's like she can't grab her, like, because she's moving.
That's a really cool beat. Yeah,
that spiral of anxiety when she's in like, I would have loved to stay in there even longer, honestly, because it's like, it kind of, there's that part in Soul where like he kind of like, he goes into, spoilers for Soul, he goes into 22 and like he's seeing like the other past mentor figures and stuff, and it's like, and that I like what that scene is doing, and I get the thing of like when he shows her like the leaf or whatever, like I get that, and I think it works. It doesn't hit as hard for me as I want it to on a visceral level. This scene really does for me. Anxiety, when we see Joy like realize, oh wow, anxiety is spiraling, literally spiraling around, the anxiety spiral, and that like little tear that comes down, and Joy like her face softening and like kind of trying to be like, you need to let her go, and anxiety letting her go. I hit so hard for me. I would have loved it to last even longer, but like, I mean, I say that, leave him wanting more. Maybe it was as perfect the length that it was, but that is really great. All the emotions hugging each other when it's first, like then they hug each other in order to like hug Riley and give like Riley's like, get it together, like, like, and they hug Riley, and then the other emotions join in, the new ones do, and then anxiety then comes in also. And then you also get the thing of like, yeah, that moment I talked about before, where it's like the little like speckles of joy that then are appear, and it's and
Well,
Riley,
that beats incredible right there.
that
That's
that to me is it's just as good, if not better, than the headquarters scene in the first one. It's wonderful. It's so good. And like, yeah, I agree. Like, it's not. It is not as conventional a structure of like, and not to say the first movie is conventional by any means, but like, it's not doing the buddy movie story thing. In the same way that, I think Toy Story sequels also really resisted doing the buddy movie thing again. Woody and Buzz went on their adventure, and like, I kind of always I liked the idea of getting to see Woody and Buzz go on another adventure, and I was kind of hoping that's what Toy Story 4 would be. And originally it maybe even kind of was going to be that, of like Woody and Buzz go off to find Bo Peep or whatever, and it's like, wow, it's a Woody Buzz movie again. That would be so cool. We haven't done that since the first one. But I get why we're not doing that again, because we already did it. And like, and not to say that you can't. I'm sure that you could, and you could figure it out and you could make it really work. But there's something brilliant to me about, okay, yeah, like, let's tell a different story with these characters. And this kind of hits on something that I say to you all the time, but I'll say it for the first time to these viewers.
whoa.
Where is sequels, right? Movies are like puzzles, right? Every piece in the puzzle fits together. You're like, okay, yeah, then in a good movie, anyway. Like, pretend it's a great puzzle for a great movie. Every piece fits together, and it's like, okay, maybe this character doesn't really work. We don't really need this character in it as we're developing the movie. Okay, yeah, they're not going to be in the movie, and you don't need to put them in because you're making this from the ground up. But with the sequel, you have all these characters and themes or locations or whatever from the first one, and not to say you're obligated to put them into the second one, but like, it would kind of be good if you did, maybe. And if you don't, you have to like make a thing out of how they're not there. So like, that's why it's really hard to make a great sequel. And that's why I'm so impressed at how they were able to do certain things of like, yeah, like, you get joy and sadness and you preserve all the character development, but like, you don't just shove sadness to the side. Like, you don't do the thing I was worried about before, where it's like, oh, sadness disappears for 30 minutes of the movie because she's going up the tube. No, we still follow sadness, and we get this little like storyline between her and embarrassment that's so charming and nice, and I love it. But and like, all the emotions, I feel like they have then purpose then for being there. And I think it really then, like, they managed to take all of the elements from the first movie, have them come back again into this one, and it all works. The parents aren't in this one as much, but that's by design, and that works, and it makes sense. We're away from the parents. We're not always going to be with our parents. And like, as we said, Family Island is smaller, but I guess she's at a camp away, and like, yeah, like, you still get this really good scene where the mom like is trying to like talk to her about like, oh, it's like the butterfly, like, you're going through changes or whatever she says. But like, it's tough, and it's significant also because that's the first big puberty scene. It's like, oh, that's a preview of the next 10 years. And like, the little scene also then within the dad, when we get back into like the, oh, monkey and the goofball island, and like the really tender bye monkey that dad says before he drives away, and that's the last time like we see them for pretty much the whole movie. Like, oh man, yeah, you really do feel that sense of like, we're leaving the parents behind in the same way that
Well, you feel it. I'm sure you feel it more on second watch, because you watch it the first time,
yeah.
you aren't aware that is the end of them for a while.
No, it really is, because the first time I watched it, I thought it was just going to be more of a thing of like, oh yeah, Goofball Island is going to go away, because they have a line up front where they say something about like Goofball Island still up and running or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You never know which things they set up are gonna continue.
And it kind of plays in because like, she does goof around with her friends, and then when the coach is like, all right, everyone give up your phones, and then also you're gonna have to like run the laps or whatever they make them do, and it's like, oh, nice going. So it's like, yeah, and so I was wondering if that was gonna lead to like, oh, Goofball Island, like, falls apart or whatever. And I think that's the thing that
If you do that, then it's
the first movie again. Yeah. And that I think is what's different about like, in the first movie, when we had that hero's journey thing of like, each thing matters, like, yes, everything has contributed to the joy sadness arc, but also something that was really connecting the two worlds was you had those islands of personality collapsing. And that was always like really like building the stakes. It was like, wow, she's like falling apart, on the inside. And that was like a really big deal. And you don't have that in this one. And I think it's also just speaking to this idea of like, it is this smaller story. Arguably, we talked about how it is a smaller story on the outside for Riley, But like, yeah, so there's really big things going on in her head. But in a way, like, it also is a little bit of a smaller story inside too, because the characters, or at least our main group of characters, are in great sync with each other, but for a lot of the time. And like, yeah, like even at a certain point, they kind of say like when they're trying to then go a certain way to get to the back of the mind, and it's like, oh, maybe we just cut our losses and we'll just go back the long way. You know, like it's not like it's up in the air of like, are they ever going to get back to headquarters? Is it ever going to happen? Like, is it like, no, it's not that kind of thing. And it's similar to a little bit what Pixar sequels do sometimes, where it's like Toy Story 4, like Woody separates himself from the rest of the group. He's like, yeah, I can make that. It's only a couple miles away for me to go pick up Forky. It's not like, oh man, no, I've lost. I'm never gonna get back to Andy again, like the first one, you know, where it's like, oh no, we're lost toys. Because why would they think that? Because they have been on a journey away already and they've been able to get back. So like it would feel disingenuous to be like, oh my god, we're never gonna be able to get back to headquarters. It's more just it's a race against time, because anxiety is going to make Riley act in ways that she shouldn't act, and then we got to get back there. So like I really appreciate and respect the way in which then they don't do that again. But like, yeah, I think to the point, the stuff on the inside of the mind and the set pieces this time, it is a little bit more like, let's have fun with these than necessarily like they're going to like move forward the joy and anxiety arc, so to speak. Because like, yeah, you get the secrets, you do the secrets thing, you do like the what else is it, the animator parody where it's like anxiety's control center, which that I feel like that really gives a sense of Riley. I think that's, you know, one of the best set pieces they've done.
I think on the whole journey that these characters go on, that's the like most impressive concept that they had for a location that they visit.
Yeah, like they fly
it tells you so much about how, you know, how Riley's mind works, how this interpretation of the world of the mind works, and it feels really accurate to life.
Yeah, like the balloon thing is brief. That's more just like a cute little thing.
Or
like
the stream of consciousness. It's just like, oh, we have a pun, you know, and we'll have fun with the pun.
But I would argue it's not just like I agree in the sense that like it's not expressing like a big idea necessarily about like what this means. But like here's the thing though, what is great about it is it's giving this sense on the outside of like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna make Riley say she likes these things that she doesn't like. It's like, oh yeah, do like you like these bars? No, they taste like cardboard or whatever, or like broccoli. And then that comes up in the stream of consciousness, and it's this thing of like, oh, what, she's not acting like herself. This isn't the thing.
Sort of yes, sort of no. I mean, like, Joy does take that to be what it actually is in that moment of like, oh no, what are they doing to her out there? But if it's just called the stream of consciousness, it could just be that she thought of those things in a negative way, you know. I mean, like,
sure,
so, I mean,
but that's not what it is, and we know it also because we're watching the movie and the way it's edited together, and that's what the editing structure of these movies, both of them, do so well. Of this thing of like we're seamlessly cutting between the inside and outside world, even though they're two very different worlds. One is realistic, one is cartoony. You can cut between them, and it feels seamless somehow. So I love this thing of like, yeah, she kind of, it's just this grounded moment of like, oh yeah, like, yeah, I like that too. Yeah, I also like that food. I want to fit in with the cool kids. Meanwhile, cut to these cartoon characters riding on some broccoli in a river, you know, and it works. And that's the magic of film right there, where it's like you can put those two images together to have nothing to do with each other. But if you put them in the right order, that is a movie. That's a story. And you get it in context. So I love that personally. And the brainstorm. The brainstorm also, I think, is a really great concept of like that connects. And you know, the like what's fun too is like I feel like there's more work done to like connect. This is what I'm realizing in talking it out. A lot of these set pieces serve to in some way connect not just the inside world to the outside world, like the first movie did with like the, you know, Islands of Personality Crashing. It's connecting the inside world to the outside world, as well as the inside world to headquarters. Because it's showing, oh, what are they doing up there? What are they making Riley do? So cool. It is like kind of a triangle now, instead of a line, which is really cool.
And to maintain the triangle, the third movie will also need to be a journey outside of headquarters.
Oh, I thought you said it was going to be a love triangle, just like in WALL-E 2.
Listen, not every movie could have that. WALL-E 2 needs to kind of establish its own thing with the love triangle.
they set up the she maybe could be interested in somebody. They set that up in the end of the first one, and we didn't go down that road. And I
Well, yeah. So
appreciate
you have
that.
Riley's first date, sure, with that one kid, but Riley adamantly says, "No, no, no, I do not
Not a
have this
date.
crush." But he is on the Mount Rushmore.
Mount Crushmore, Justin.
I couldn't think of the exact name, but thank you.
I was really hoping to see Val there. The first time I watched it, I even thought I saw her, but it was just my anxiety projection. It was just, and by anxiety projection, I mean like a really like I was excited for it and I was hoping to see that, and I saw what I wanted to see. She's not there. I think it would have been cool.
Messed up.
Messed up. I think that could have been the deepest, darkest secret, that she has a crush on this really cool girl, and it's a little scary because it's older than her, and like I don't know what if it
I think Disney/Pixar could only do that with movies that they aren't like needing to be a big box office hit. You know what I like?
Lightyear was that. They thought Lightyear would be a big hit, and they had a little bit of a
Well, they didn't do that with the main character, did they?
I guess
They did with Strange World.
They did do it with Strange, but I refuse to believe.
With this movie, they were desperate for it to be a big hit. After, for some weird reason, the last few Pixar movies didn't make a lot of money for some reason.
I still refuse to believe that they set out to make Strange World and they were like, okay, well, this one we don't need to make money. Like that's not how.
I'm not saying that, but
that's not how studios work.
Clearly, certain movies they are putting out there knowing that if they don't mess anything up, it will be a huge hit. And I'm sure they knew going into this movie that this was going to be the case. I'm sure they're thinking while making Frozen 2 that they are guaranteed a huge hit so long as nothing weird happens. They're not going into Strange Worlds going, well, this is going to be a big hit. They're like, oh, let's hope so.
Right. You know? I have an not necessarily Inside Out 3 idea. It could be just another Inside Out sequel. I am not going to say it on the air. We can talk about it off mic. Maybe I'll write a script. Pixar, if you want to take a meeting with me,
come and get it.
Come and get it. I'm not going to just give it out on the internet because I know you can't take it. I know how the industry works. I know the way the industry works is that you watch my YouTube live stream and you commission me to write the third movie. I know that's how it works. So I'll play it your way. I'm planning ahead like anxiety. Yeah. But
ahead.
Oh my goodness. What other things should we cover? Because I'll want to rank this alongside the other Pixar movies as well. But like, what are we missing anything? What should we make sure we hit on? Anything else?
Yeah, let's ponder here. Any key elements?
John Ratzenberger came back. Pixar's good luck charm. That's why Pixar's back.
It's back, baby.
It is a little bit crazy when you think about the fact that Pixar had John Ratzenberger in all of their movies, and then they stopped having him in their movies, and then a pandemic happened, and the movies stopped being in theaters at the same time. That's a little bit weird. Isn't that weird?
Maybe he's just a really good predictor of how well a movie's going to do, and then that's when he decides whether to be a part of it.
Oh, jeez, I guess. I don't know.
Let's rank that movie.
Okay. Little reference to a podcast.
I'm so used to say it. Last time I said it alone.
Is it so much better now that I'm here? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Okay.
Well, instead of rate that movie, rank that.
Because I already rated it. I give it an 11 out of 10. What do you give it out of 10? Because we have to give it something out of 10. Otherwise, our discussion means nothing. Nothing.
Watch the other podcast I do. I'm the only person there that groans whenever it comes time to rate movies.
All right, you're doing your Letterboxd review. What are you doing?
I did do my Letterboxd review, which for those who don't know, on my Letterboxd, there's basically 3 tiers. It's either I give it nothing, I give, and the tier above that is I give it a like, and the tier above that is I give it a like and 5 stars. And that's my way of spreading less negativity into the world. So, and to be frank, I don't need to think of a movie as a 5 out of 5 to give it a 5 out of 5 on Letterboxd. If it's like above a 4. If it's like a 4.1 and up, there's a good chance I'll give it the
So you're lying. It's an affront to math to
okay.
round up a 4.1 to 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I give it a if I was gonna give it a 4.5, I'll round that up to a 5. It's probably the better way of wording it. And I gave Inside Out 2 the full 5, baby.
Okay. So we're square. You gave it the 5 stars it deserves. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, even if the A plot is, Anyway,
Don't
moving on.
you listen? You're trying to watch the same movie again. You're making a mistake. You're doing what Joy did. You want your
I'm not
epiphany.
asking for a buddy movie that like I'm asking for the A plot to be listen. I don't
Here's
need to
my
be a
yeah.
they didn't need to make Joy go on a journey, but yet they put Joy in a very similar scenario, and it's maybe just a little less exciting than the first movie when they put Joy in a very, very, very similar scenario. And maybe it's pretty easy to make that comparison when that is the case. I
Here is my
if in the first
flaming
movie, no.
fine. Go ahead.
If in the first movie, because the Joy and Sadness dynamic is so captivating, I am very eager to see what is happening between each and every single scene, and every single scene I'm getting a clear picture of where Joy is at on this journey on a mental level.
Yeah.
And then you fast forward to this movie, and Joy's just with a bunch of pals, and it's casual, and every now and then she's sort of challenged. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Of course, I'm gonna be more engaged with the one where I'm fascinated by the dynamic that's going on there. I'm fascinated by the scene by scene lessons that are being learned.
Sure.
That's my kind of thing. I'm
I get it.
excited and engaged by that, and I wasn't quite as much feeling that with the Joy side of the story for, I would say, more than half of Joy's journey in this movie.
I get that. And I get all of that on paper. I just got to go based on when I'm watching the movie, how am I feeling when I'm watching the movie?
And that's
And
what
for
I'm
me,
going by. So.
everything yeah, no, I know. We both rated it 5 stars. Look, it doesn't this is so stupid. But look, it's like what I would just say is like, yeah, like I think all of that I agree with on paper, and I think if you describe both of them to me, I'd be like, well, yeah, then that one is definitely better. But like, at no point in the second one am I thinking about like, oh, this feels like lackluster compared to the first one, or not lackluster, just like not as strong, because it's like I'm not feeling like from scene to scene it's strong. Although there is, there are interesting things being said about this when it's like I think Mark Kermode, who like I watch his reviews, he had a really interesting take, which was that like he said this first movie is one of those movies where you just watch it the first time and you're like, that's perfect. It's a masterpiece. It's excellent. This one feels maybe like it's like a bit messier, or like it doesn't all like connect quite as much. But arguably that's just going to kind of inherently be the case, because like the first one is telling the story of a child and this one is telling the story of a teenager. And ultimately
I'm fighting for Inside Out 3.
It'll just keep getting worse. No, but like it was just an interesting thought of that. And like that does also bring me to another point of like, I love his reviews. I think they're great, but I think there is an interesting pitfall that's like kind of that happens where it's like, yeah, this is really great, but like, I'm not sure if it's like a perfect film or this or that, or like it kind of like focusing on the negative. But then his co-host kind of comes in and is like, well, it sounds like there's a lot here that then you would like recommend or are interested in. And he's like, oh yeah, no, it's definitely a recommendation. It's a great movie. And it's like, this is where we get a little bit into like Pixar is its reputation is a strike against it, because people go into a Pixar movie and if it's a very good movie, that's not good enough for people. People are like,
they
yeah,
need to
but
cry.
Is this the best movie ever? Did it change my life? It's the things I said. I mean, look, I said it myself.
It's crazy that Pixar has standards that high, and yet they're not getting those Best Picture nominees.
Yeah, I know, right? Because they'll see a Pixar movie and they'll be like, well, it was really good, but like, is it really upper tier Pixar? I don't know. Maybe it's just a really good movie instead of one of the best movies ever made. Like, so we should discount it because it's only a really good movie. Listen to yourselves. Don't you like really good movies? This is where you can get them. But anyway, my flaming hot take is that anxiety in headquarters is the A plot of the movie. That's my flaming hot take. Thank you very much.
Listen,
that is my hot take.
and you're an anxiety girl, and I'm a joy girl, so that's how it
Look,
goes.
I love Joy. I love her. I'm just saying, look, and maybe this is the recency bias, but like anxiety, yeah, I'm a bit of an anxiety girly right now. I just think anxiety
But, you know,
rocks.
maybe this is the maybe what I'm experiencing is the Inanimate Insanity season 3 Cabby effect, where the weirdos who made that show, you know, they introduced Cabby, great character, very important character, but very early on in the season, she very much upsets Fan and Test Tube, who were previously the key players for a hot sec that people
Yeah.
are really attached to. And that got people to very quickly turn against Cabby. And here, you know, anxiety's throwing Joy out of town, and how am I supposed to be cheering for this anxiety fella when she just jarred up my girl Joy?
She means so well, though, Justin. She means so well. I love her. She's great.
You could
I
fix
don't
her.
know. Yeah, but I like that she is the way that she is in this movie. I like that she's
You
this
could
flawed
fix her
character.
in
I
theory.
could fix her, but I won't. I won't. Because if I did fix her, I'd be breaking the movie. Okay? And I want the movie to be good. So if she has to be broken for the movie to be good, then that's okay. I'm broken too. We all are broken. Let's admit it. We're all broken.
I was gonna say it out loud.
Oh, okay.
I
Rank
am a
that
good
movie.
person.
I am going to rank the movie. Okay.
This is the only reason I showed up. I was just that excited for Brian updating the Pixar rankings.
Whew. All right. Bottom to top. Let's do it. I guess I'll do mine first because I've already ranked mine. If you wanna use this time.
Oh gosh, I
to
do it.
your ranking. You gotta do it, Justin. You gotta do it.
Honestly,
gotta
I
do
think
it.
I could do it easily-ish, minus Inside Out 2.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have to put
gosh.
Inside Out 2 in there. That's the whole point. All right.
Oh
I'll
gosh.
give you time. I'll ramble. You know I can do that. Okay.
What?
Starting from the bottom, The Good Dinosaur. Listen, there was a time where I did not have this at the bottom because I was like, oh, I like what it's trying to do. I like the message about fear. I like it looks really cool. This movie, I don't rewatch this movie. I've watched it like 2 times, I think. Like it just doesn't really connect with me. It doesn't feel like it's fleshed out enough. Like I like the little scene with the circle drawing and stuff like it. That's good, but I can't really. And the scenes with the T-Rexes are kind of nice. That's as high as it can go for me at the bottom. Next, Brave. Really wish they could have let Brenda Chapman just do her thing on this. I feel like they kind of just brought in Mark Andrews, and again, that's when you brought in a first-time director. He did a lot on Incredibles, that's for sure, but like you brought in a first-time director. I don't know if there was enough experience to be able to take the wheel on this. And it tried to turn it into like more of an action movie, I guess. It should have just been the mother-daughter story. I don't know. I feel like Brave is the epitome of the problems with Pixar back then, of like it being kind of a boys club and like they wouldn't just let this, female director tell her story. Problems that I would like to think at this point have, even if they're not fully gone, I think they've definitely made big strides in that direction in in a positive way. So but unfortunately Brave suffers because they didn't let her tell her story. Next, Cars 2. I know I might catch some heat for this, that it's not at the bottom. Listen,
Or at
Cars
the top.
2. Okay.
Yeah, one or the other,
Cars 2 knows what it is. Cars 2, it's not trying to be anything more than a Mater's Tall Tale, like full-length movie. And it basically succeeds at that. Does it feel like it's a direct-to-video sequel on the big screen? Yes, it absolutely does, because it's not like anything deeper than that. But like, you know what? We didn't, at this point in time, we did not have an Incredibles sequel, and this was kind of the closest that we had to an Incredibles sequel, and in the point that you get these really fun action sequences, and like they're weirdly brutal. Like people get taken out in this movie. Like there's like death, like the stakes feel like weirdly high in this, and like the climax I think is actually really fun, like a fun action climax, and like lightning getting brought into the like you are the bomb, and the other races being like, what's happening? Like with the spice. It's kind of fun. I don't know. I feel like you throw that movie on with friends, you'll have a better time with it than you would with Brave or Good Dinosaur. And I'm not just saying that because then you'd point at it and go, oh, it's so bad. Oh, I'm having a better time. No, I think it's just more entertaining. Next, though, speaking of Incredibles 2, is Incredibles 2.
Whoa.
Pixar's most disappointing sequel and their most disappointing film, arguably. It just needed more time. It needed more time. If y'all don't know, production-wise, this was supposed to come out a year later than it did, but it switched release dates with Toy Story 4. Toy Story 4 needed another year, so they moved up Incredibles 2, and I think the movie really suffers for that. Now, was it worth it to get the Toy Story 4 that we got? I think so. But I wish we didn't have to make the choice. It should have just been, all right, well, there's a delay. There's no Pixar movie this year. And that year just kind of sucks. But like, oh, well, we'll get it later. That's what they should have done. Because you watched the deleted scenes on Incredibles 2. I think there was a lot of great stuff that was left on the cutting room floor. Lots of really interesting things that I feel like would have continued the themes of the first movie. This whole idea of like all the heroes that died, leaning more into like this idea of like, how are we marketing superheroes now? Like trying to get the public more on their side. This whole like Edna's house like starts attacking her, like all the artificial intelligence in there like becomes sentient and like is like going against her and trying to kill her. And like it's just that to me epitomizes like, wow, we're going into Edna's again like the first movie, but we're doing a totally different scene there. We're turning it into like an action set piece. That's awesome. And then in Incredibles 2, what do we do? Well, we basically just go to Edna's again and we get like kind of the same beats, except now Jack is there. And it's like, okay, sure. Action scenes, really, really fun in Incredibles 2. I like Helen being the main character. I don't think she has an arc. I don't think she learns anything. There's just not an emotional core to the movie. I think the first act is really fun. I think it's pretty much right when she says, like, this is Elastigirl speaking, I'm in. That the movie kind of starts going down a little bit for me. Because it's like, yeah, there's really fun scenes, but like it just doesn't really build up to a big satisfying conclusion. Like the ending is kind of the weakest part of it. And like that is not if that's like the weakest action scene and there isn't like a strong theme that like kind of like comes to the forefront there, like then it's just I'm not going to come away from the movie feeling like that fulfilled. So that's why Incredibles 2 is down there. Sorry. Next, A Bug's Life. People be a little too mean to this movie. A Bug's Life is really good. The Hopper scene is great. I think a lot of people agree. I know you and I agree. The Hopper scene, standout scene in that movie. And by the Hopper scene, I mean, well, the introduction of Hopper is really good too. But like the scene where he talks about like if one ant stands up, then they'll all stand up, and it's like the whole like epitomization of this idea of like we can't let them know that if they all unite together, that then they can topple us down. That is a fantastic scene. But the movie isn't just that scene. It's also a really funny movie. I think the side cast in it is really fun. Like there's a lot of circus bugs, arguably too many, but they're really fun. And I like that. And I think those characters are really underrated. I always thought Heimlich was really funny. I think Slim. I think look, we got Niles Crane in a Pixar movie. As a Frasier fan, I gotta appreciate having Niles Crane in a Pixar movie. You know, got David Hyde Pierce in a Pixar. And it's great. It's arguably John Ratzenberger's best role. Also, P.T. Flea is really funny. Yeah, like Flick doesn't have any monumental arc, but I think the message still about like they all stand together and you like, you know, rebel against the grasshoppers. It's great. It's really effective. They do a good job. Strong writing. The turn a rock into a seed. Like, you know, it's a really good movie. I think, you know, its only crime is that it pales in comparison to the titans of the movies it was surrounded by during that era of Pixar. Next up, Lightyear. As a major Toy Story fan, it's arguably jarring to see it this low on the list, but I got to be honest, that's where it is. It's just the first act is great. I think it's so interesting. I love him like racing through time and like he like basically he just focuses all in on his one mistake. Very relatable, and misses his whole life around him because that's all he could think about. He's missing the life around him. It's just the rest of the movie, I wish it was on that level. I think the way that people talk about Up, where they say like, oh, it's just the beginning that's really good, the rest of it falls off. Totally disagree with that. Completely disagree with that. And
we probably have a real example of that. Yeah.
We kind of have a real example of that, you know, where it's like, okay, this is fine. It's fine. And it doesn't forget its theme. It's just like, I'm not that interested in the new recruits. I don't think it's like really that great. Spoilers for Lightyear. The Zerg thing doesn't bother me in the way that it bothers other people. I think it's a good idea of, this is then this other Buzz, and it's epitomizing this idea of like, hey, Buzz is too one track mind on this stuff, and like he wants to like correct the error. And it's to the point that he'll erase history. He'll erase then like the daughter of his best friend, and he's just like, who's that? Who's it? I don't know her. Doesn't matter. And it's like, no, you can't do that. And I think that's fascinating. I want more. I want to see him succeed in erasing it, and for Buzz to have to like restore that timeline. Like, I want that. That can't be the end of the movie. That has to be like, that's the start of Act 3, and then we get like a lot more, like, or even earlier. I don't know. We need to do more with that. Lean into the timey-wiminess of this movie. When it's leaning into the timey-wiminess, it's great. That's when it's at its best. Because the emotional stuff just really hits very hard. Also, by the way, just gotta say, the whole thing that people harp on of like, oh yeah, the robots, they can't say Buzz, so instead they say Zerg, and people are like, that's so stupid. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Y'all don't get it. That's not the actual explanation. He's just being stupid. Those aren't his robots. He just found that ship. He's not the real Zerg. There is a real Zerg out there. That was the idea, at least to me. That's how I interpreted it. So that to me was just his stupid explanation, not the movie's stupid explanation. But anyway, yeah, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, but he's the person who's knowledgeable on things going on, so we kind of have to take his word for it.
I guess so, but we also know that he took all of this stuff away, and we know we we have to take his stuff with a grain of salt a little bit, because he is wrong. The whole point of the movie is that he's wrong. So he's wrong about that too. I don't know.
Well, okay, and here's my follow-up to that in saying, for a movie to be analyzed, no matter how deep and thorough it is, the first step is people have to like the movie.
Yeah,
and then you unlock the analyzation element of it. And a movie could be so multi-layered and so thought-provoking when you actually look at the fine details. But if on a very surface level, people aren't interested, those deeper levels are never going to be paid attention to, even a little bit, even if they are incredibly impressive when you do so.
Yes, and I will say there is a level on which it's disappointing in the sense that, like, I don't mind the thing of like, oh, we don't actually do it, then it's his father. They tried to do that. There's deleted scenes, and like it wouldn't then really work. It's not like they just forgot or something. Like, that's stupid. Like, I don't need it to just be like, oh, we need to hold true to the Star Wars reference in Toy Story 2. I adore Toy Story 2. I worship the altar of Toy Story. I don't need them to do that. But what I did want them to do is I did want to see Buzz fight Zurg. I want to see Buzz fight Zurg. And then if you want to do the reveal later, but like, I want to get that really big scene of like, oh my God, it's Buzz and Zurg fighting. And this is really, and do like the really cool action scene. And I think the movie does not deliver on that promise. And on that level, I think that is what's disappointing. Not the like, oh, the robots say Zurg instead of Buzz. That doesn't matter. All right. Next, Cars. Cars 1. Good movie. It's fun. I think there's some jokes that don't land, there's some, it arguably like overstays its welcome a little bit, but like, it's good. I think the arc that Lightning McQueen goes through is really strong. I think that him learning to slow down. I think about the end when then he's doing the race. I think that climax is really well done. And then he's thinking back to like, there's that shot of him thinking back on all his friends at Radiator Springs, like when he pushes the king across the finish line. It's really great. It hits me in the feels in the end. I think it succeeds at what it's trying to do. I really like the stylistic choices it makes as well. Of, oh, like we kind of lean into like, we're watching a race car race, a NASCAR race. So like we do some exposition from the commentators and like graphics on screen. Like, I love that they embrace those different little things. Or like, oh, here's like an ad for the movie. They're trying some different stuff. Or like they even do some exposition through like the talk show circuit of like, here's a montage of different things. Or like, where's McQueen? Where is he? Like, they do some fun things in that movie. And it really helps. Like, you have the fast world, like basically built up for the first 20 minutes or so. And the juxtaposition of that to then when you do slow down in Radiator Springs, you do feel it. Like you're in Lightning's point of view. The movie is effective. It's effective. It's good. Next, Elemental. Good movie. I like it. It's good. I'm glad that it recovered at the box office. I think it's fun. I think when it's focused on the love story between Ember and Wade, that's where it's at its best. I'm not that interested in like the other stuff that then is going on. I'm glad that they abandoned the plans of like they were going to have a real villain. Like, they like, and that was gonna be Wade's mom was kind of like filling that role a little bit, like, and there's leaning more into like this like, oh, like upper echelon of society conspiracy thing, whatever. I'm glad we didn't do that. I'm glad that it's more just it's about the love story. I just want it to be more about that. Like when there's the point in the movie when Wade is like, hey, I mean, like, well, we kind of seems like we've maybe resolved things a little bit with your situation. Like, do you want to just like, go on a date? And I was like, yes. I'm like cheering. I'm like, yes. And they do the montage, the set to the song. I'm like, this is what I want. I just want them to do their rom-com. And like, I get how they feel like they need to have like, this manic energy and like the set pieces and like keep the kids entertained and all that. But like, I don't know. I just want my love story. I want my rom-com. And like, we got it. But like, I think it could then hit even harder. But like, still, the whole idea of like, like immigrants coming in and like this idea of like you then like there's like a certain then honor to preserve and like holding up to then like your father's legacy and like Wade having a more privileged life, but he's still really this then good guy and he tries to like, like spread positivity then to others and just what they learned about each other. It's a lovely film. It's still a lovely film. Next up, Cars 3, Pixar's most underrated film. Lovely, awesome, great. It is the best Cars movie. Fight me. Cruz Ramirez, we stand. When she won the race, I cheered. Doc Hudson, the way they use Doc Hudson in this movie is beautiful. It's wonderful. I just got to see a real fabulous Hudson Hornet in a museum. Yeah, I did. It was really cool. And I didn't even realize that the real life inspiration for Doc had a mechanic named Smokey, and that's why the mentor that Lightning meets that was of Doc that becomes his mentor kind of as well is also named Smokey. I was like, wow, that's a really nice touch. The movie is so sweet and how it pays respect to the late great Paul Newman and also to the Car Talk radio hosts that like were the Rusty's sponsors. One of them passed away and they just use archival lines and you'd never know. It's so seamless. It's such a respectful movie. It's so respectful of the first one. It is the sequel to the original Cars. like it is like that is the true sequel and it absolutely succeeds in that. The like Lightning passing the torch, all of that stuff is great. To all the people who are like, well, I wanted to see Lightning win the race, grow up. Grow up.
Yay.
You're a baby. Grow up. Cruz wins. Okay, he loves being a trainer. He's more fulfilled by being a trainer. Doc was, and that's why being a teacher's so cool. You know what, grow up. Okay, next, Finding Dory. Also really underrated. Lovely film. Seeing Dory's perspective, the whole theme of disability throughout the movie, I think is terrific. Super, super interesting. I love that Andrew Stanton got to actually tell his like little non-linear structure of like flashbacks throughout the movie that he wanted to do in the first one. In the first movie, the whole thing of what happened to the other kids, of Marlon's kids, wasn't going to be revealed up front. You were going to have like a parallel story throughout of like, oh, here's when Marlon and Coral meet and like more like through, and you like sort of string it through. And then in the end climax of when Marlon's trying to save Nemo from that big net, it was going to be intercut with when the Barracuda attacks. And it's interesting because like then you go back and then you think about then that scene of like them all being in the net and you're like, this feels like it's maybe a little bit anticlimactic. It feels like it's maybe missing something. That's because that scene would have really been incredible if it had the intercutting. But the problem is if they did that, then the issue with the movie is that you're not understanding why Marlon is so overprotective. You need to be in his corner throughout the movie. You need to make that sacrifice in order for the movie to be better, for you to be on Marlon's side throughout this and really like empathizing with him as a character. But the thing is that's great is that while that non-linear flashback stuff, like it would have really just been a stylistic choice. It's not really like, I don't see how it like makes sense on a deeper level. For Dory, it's perfect because she literally is remembering these things that she forgot and we're seeing it in the same time that she's seeing it. So it's not arbitrarily like the information's being arbitrarily given to us at different times. Like, no, it totally makes sense and it's brilliant. And I love it. I think they did a really good job with it. I love that we spend time in the aquarium. It's not just more stuff in the ocean. I think the parts where we are just kind of in the ocean again of like they ride Crush again and then there's the giant yay. Let's race past that. It's fine. Let's just do it in like 4 minutes and get past it. But you could tell the movie's like, okay, yeah, we don't want to do then the ocean travels again. Or it's like, we've done our ocean travels. I can't. I'm done with this. But like, yeah, the fact we end again at the drop off, the view, the beautiful view that began the first movie. Perfect full circle ending for this little duology. There will be a third one. We'll do Finding Marlin. I'm sure it'll happen. But you know what? It is a worthy sequel or spinoff, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's good. I like Hank. He's cool. Next, Luca. Very good movie. I like Luca. Luca's really cool. I like Luca. I like Alberto. I like Julia. I like all of them. I think the first 10 minutes or so don't really hit for me. I'm not really vibing with the underwater world so much. I'm like, oh boy, I don't know. It just doesn't, something about it just not hitting for me. The family life, I don't know. It's just it feel, it's not bad. It wasn't really connecting with me. But once Luca and Alberto meet, I'm in. And the whole thing being about we just want to get a Vespa, like we just want to get a like a bike, like like whatever, like that's then what the movie is. That's what it's about. I love that. I love that it's a small story. It feels like a Studio Ghibli film in a really great way. That is a very high compliment. It absolutely does. It's lovely. I think it's really good. I mean, there's a reason that it's at this level. I still feel guilty. I'm like, oh man, that feels like it's a little bit low for such a good movie. But this is the level of quality we're talking about with Pixar. I'm sorry. What do I tell you? It's great.
You apologize?
I apologize.
I guess you kind of did. I mean,
I apologize. Red, Luca is your favorite movie. It's a great choice. I'm not going to fault you for it. I love it. It's a wonderful movie. Wonderful movie. Next up, Onward. Great film from Dan Scanlon. Really, again, I think perfect representation of the idea of drawing upon personal experience and turning it into a fictional, fantastical story of like, yeah, it was about how, he lost his dad and like he had this tape, this recording of then his father. I have a whole video about this on my channel. If you're interested, The Genius of Onward's Ending, go watch it. But yeah, like I think the way that they talk about the idea of dealing with the fact that like, yeah, you can't get him back. And this idea that even in this fantasy, it's not going to give you like the catharsis of like, oh yeah, well, the kid that doesn't really remember him, that doesn't really know him, gets to actually meet him in this fantastic way. Like, no, that isn't how it works. But like, if you don't do that, like, aren't you not living up to the fantasy? No, you are, because Ian giving Barley the chance to like talk to the dad again is perfect. And it's perfect because like, yeah, Barley does remember the dad. So it's not like it doesn't feel like it's going too far of like on a more human level. Like on a human level and a level outside of the fantasy that we can connect to in the real world, what we're seeing there is like Barley has been there for me. My brother has been there for me. And that's who my family is at this point. That's who I've had then my experiences with. And I don't need like, I love my dad. I didn't know my dad, but like, I don't need to see him. I have my brother taking care of me. That's what a beautiful I cry. It's great. If you haven't seen Onward, or if you've seen it once and you're like, that's okay, I don't know. Watch it again. Watch it again. Lovely film. It's great. But next up on the list, Dan Scanlon's other movie that he directed for Pixar, Monsters University. Excellent movie. I'm glad to see, at least on YouTube, I see video essays popping up more and more about how this is actually a really great movie. I've always thought it was a great movie. That third act goes hard, but all of it's really good. I think the scare games are really fun. I like seeing Mike really trying hard to be like a good student. But like, yeah, I mean, that third act, when they go out and you realize like they fool you, they trick you, they make you think, oh yeah, it's going to be this underdog story. He's going to become a scarer. It's going to be great. And then he doesn't. And he can't do it. He's not scary enough.
Would have loved him to change the timeline, Saul style, which also didn't happen.
Yeah, they did not change the timeline in the original film. Mike, he assisted Sully on the Scareful. They're a team. He helps figure things out. He plans stuff. He organizes stuff. He does logistics. But yeah,
he has a multi-step plan like Anxiety.
He does. And he tries to execute these kinds of plans in the first one, but Boo just like breaks him. The existence of Boo, because he's like, oh, we could do this whole thing where we're using mainly spoons. We can like take and release it into the wild. So like spoons. I don't know. So Mike's his planning in older age and dealing with a difficult situation. It maybe has faded a little bit, but hey, then he gets to be a jokester. He gets to be a jokester in the end. So in a way, even though he wasn't scary, he gets to be funny. He's a funny little guy. We like him. If you want to see more of him, watch Monsters at Work. If you want to see more of Johnny Worthington, watch Monsters at Work. If you want to see how Johnny Worthington a character who's just kind of like, yeah, shrug, whatever. I mean, Nathan Fillion's great, but like, whatever. If you want to see that character become fascinating, watch Monsters at Work season 2. Johnny Worthington becomes a fascinating character. Yeah. Next up, WALL-E. Again, feels like a crime that WALL-E is this low. I'm sorry. It's just the movies are all so good. I don't know. WALL-E hits me on a primal level. I think it's amazing. I think, people go, oh, then the first part is on the best. The rest of it is worthless. It is not. It is a great movie. Yeah, I love the silent film section. I think it's terrific. But I also really love following the captain on the Axiom. I think Otto is really cool. I think, I don't know, I like Mo. But yeah, I love following Wally and Eve. And I love the ending with, Eve having to get WALL-E's then memories back. And I don't know. It's just, it's really strong. And I think, yeah, I get why people say like, oh, that's like their best movie. It's their magnum opus. Like, yeah, I mean, it's really fantastic. It's a wonderful film. But speaking of an ending where you got to get your memories back, next up, Coco.
Whoa.
Yeah, which, I mean, listen, not like it's a competition, but that ending where you got to give those memories back and sing a little song called Remember Me, man, that just hits harder. That's one of the best scenes in Pixar history and the whole Pixar catalog. Lee Unkrich, you nailed it. Adrian Molina, you nailed it. Everybody nailed it. Great movie. Love Coco. It's fantastic. It just rocks. It's so good. I think Hector is one of the best Pixar characters. I think the twist villain reveal is amazing. This whole idea of like, seize your moment, seeming like it's something you look up to, like, wow, yeah, I gotta like pursue my dream. The fact that it was like twisted into this thing of like, oh yeah, well, I'll seize my moment, I'll poison my best friend. I'll like poison like, what? Whoa, like that. What an interesting meditation on the idea of like, yeah, pursuing like career and fame and stuff. But like, the movie isn't so simple to be like, well, then that means, fame is bad and like music is bad. Just like family is what matters most. Miguel thinks that at a point, but like, no, music is also still important and he should, follow his heart and do what he does. The amount of levels that final scene in Coco works on, like the big climactic scene of like, it's not just a great scene because it's like, singing a song with this beloved, like old woman, like, oh, like how sweet. Like, no, that it's great for that, but it also is this thing of like, we got to remember Hector, otherwise Hector is going to be forgotten and he's going to be gone, and like that is tragic. Like we can't let Mama Coco forget him. Like this is, and the fact that the movie is called Coco, it's named after her. Like her remembering is central to this movie. So brilliant. What a fascinating idea, executed perfectly. And also you have the extra layer of Abuelita watching this happen and being like, oh my goodness, my mother, she's like coming to again, and she's singing, like this is like helping her remember, like in the same way that like music seems to help people with Alzheimer's. Like that's something that really works. Like what an amazing sequence. Like that, for that scene alone, I think the movie is a classic. But it also is just really good outside of it. It was really fun. Love the songs. Good stuff. Make a stage show. Do it. I love seeing it in Mickey's Philhar Magic. I'm glad it's there. Next, Soul. Great movie. Genius. The Message, again, kind of changed my life. Pete Doctor, you did it again. This whole thing of like, you assume it's going to be about, all right, well, Joy wants to become this famous musician, play with Dorothea Williams, do the whole thing. But clearly he needs to learn to be a teacher. He needs to learn to be a mentor. That's going to be his arc. He learns it with 22, and then he's going to help Connie, a student, then do that. And he'll be a teacher, and that's great. It'll be like Cars 3. But no, it's not that.
It's one potential timeline.
It is.
Of many.
It's because, purposes, your meanings of life, so basic, is what Joe said. And I was like, whoa. I just got served some piping hot wisdom right there. Yeah, it's not all about this than one purpose. It's like, yeah, you got to just appreciate the little moments in life. And the way that the movie lets you experience that with this like crazy second act where like Joe's in a cat and 22's in his body. Someone who's never lived in a body is then living in one before and is like experiencing things for the first time. And it's like seeing things through a child's eyes, like how that can like make you realize again the wonder of the world. Like that's beautiful stuff. And like, yeah, the fact that in the end he gets a chance to live again, and like the resolution is that it's not like, oh, what is he going to do with his life? It's, well, he doesn't know, but he's going to live every minute of it. That rocks. That's so good, and that's something honestly creatives really need to hear it. I love movies. I love talking about movies. As you could tell, I'm on hour 20 million in this video. But like, look, we need that lesson. That scene in the barber shop when it's like you only really talked to me about jazz before, and like that's fine, but like I'm glad this time you didn't. We talked about something else. Dang, yeah. I learned something from that. I could stand to have some conversations outside entertainment with people more. It's a good lesson. And Terry rules. It's Terry time. Gotta love Terry.
Don't you mean Cabby?
No, I don't mean Gabby. Gabby could have been a repeat of Terry, but that would have been lame. We need to have our own. We need to. Each character should be their own. Terry is fantastic. Let's not rip off Terry. Okay. Next up, Ratatouille. Oh my goodness. Lovely little film. Held back a little bit by the fact that the rat family, I feel like, is not super fleshed out. Like, it works. It's totally, it's good. But like, I'm a lot more drawn into the stuff once Remy like teams up with Linguini, and like as great as Patton Oswalt's acting is, like when these silent sections, which like by the way really daring to have like these extended sequences where your main character isn't talking, but it totally works. It's great. I love this weird little movie about how anyone can cook. I think it rocks. I think Colette is really funny. I think Skinner is so funny. Great villain. But you know, but like more of just like a comic villain. Anton Ego is the real ultimate antagonist, so to speak. And he rocks. I mean, we all know the big review scene at the end, the big moment of like that. Then he gives him Ratatouille, takes him back to his childhood. Oh, it's beautiful stuff. The music in that scene, that alone, the ending, the end. That is why I'm putting this movie above Soul, just because I feel like the ending just is that good, and also just like for being a movie about like being creative or being an artist or whatever, like I don't know, like I love what this movie has to say about that. It rocks, it rules, it's great, it slaps. Next, Turning Red. Oh my god, what an amazing movie. Domishi, you killed it. Keep making movies. You're working on another one right now. I can't wait to see the next one. This movie is incredible. I absolutely love it. It's so funny. I love the cartoony style. I love May and her friends. They're so cool. The whole arc with her and her mom is fantastic. The red panda as a metaphor for growing up and everything. It's absolutely fantastic. The songs are great. Four Town is great. Did you see Riley has a Four Town poster in her room? That's pretty fun.
Let's go.
She does. It's great. Riley and May would be friends. I love it. My only little quibble about the movie is they kind of set up this thing of like, why May like what is it about her that like how is she able to like have more control over the panda or something like that? And it's like, oh, it's she thinks about her friends is the real reason, but the mom thinks, oh, it's like, oh, you're thinking about us, you're thinking about your family, and she kind of lies. It's like, yeah, I do, but we never really get a resolution to that. And like it would have been perfect for you put that in the emotional climax of like when she's like taunting her mom and trying to rile her up on purpose. You put it in there, and then I think it's a perfect movie. But you know, still, I can't complain. It's still a 10 out of 10. Oh, how can it be a 10 out of 10 if it's not perfect? Because I said so. Go away. Next.
I think 10 out of 10 equal perfect is, I mean, that's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking about the word masterpiece. Come on. Perfect is stupid.
Yeah.
It's what is transcendent? What is moving you? What do you see? What movie do you watch and go, I want to engrave this into my skin? You know, I don't. If you find a flaw in the movie, a CinemaSins ding, but you still, it still moves you much more deeply than the movie that is quote unquote perfect, but you know, it doesn't really connect with you as much. Yeah, I think this the one that moves you more deserves the 10 out of 10.
Yeah. It rocks. But yeah, I mean, I guess to that point also about like what moves you more. Next Up. Wonderful movie. I actually just watched it again. It was in this hotel where they were playing it, and I sat down and I watched it, and whoo, do I love that movie. It is way more than its beginning. It is so good. I love Carl's story. How daring to make a movie about a grieving old man and be like, that's my kid's movie. That's what I'm gonna do. Here you go, Disney. And Disney's like, oh god, there's a talking dog in it. All right, push the dog. Let's push the dog in the marketing.
Well,
yeah. I don't know. That movie is amazing. It's a miracle that it exists. Carl needs to learn that. Yeah, maybe they didn't go to Paradise Falls, him and Ellie, but like they did have an adventure together, and now he needs to go have another one. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. It's so well done, and I love what's really underrated about that movie is the adventure, the fantastical nature, the crazy absurd nature of like, yeah, you have these talking dogs and it's a pack and like this like big giant bird also, and like it's a weird different kind of adventure, but I think that elevates this idea of like, yeah, you're going on this crazy adventure that's beyond what then your normal life is. So like even as like for turning into an adventure movie, it's like even cooler than that because it's like kind of this like more out there version of it. Adventure is out there. This movie is out there. It rocks. The climax is amazing. Chocolate. Kevin jumps out. Munch falls to his death. Oh wow. This movie rocks. It's great. Watch it again. Excellent. Next up, Monsters Inc. We love you, Monsters Inc. You're a great movie. I debate about like is Up better than Monsters Inc. I don't know. I could kind of maybe go back and forth on that. Monsters Inc. is so fun. I love the world of Monsters Inc. I love the characters in Monsters Inc. I think Boo, even though Boo can't really talk full sentences, Boo is amazing. The relationship between Sully and Boo, Sully realizing what he was doing when he scares her and then he sees on those cameras what like the effect he had on her for the first time. He was just doing a job before, and now he realizes what's really up. Oh, it hits so hard. It's wonderful and it's really funny. Also, that's a great score. I don't know. I love this movie. I still remember as a kid being so excited to come see it. I was like, man, I love Toy Story. I'm all about Toy Story. But like Pixar, those are the people that make Toy Story, and they got a new movie coming out. I was aware of Bug's Life also, but I was like, oh, Monsters Inc. This is gonna be the movie I see, and then I'm gonna start seeing all the other Pixar movies. I'm gonna love Pixar all my life. You can find a home movie of me saying that if you break into my house, which please don't do it.
Whoa.
But anyway, Monsters Inc. is great. Next up, a little movie called Finding Nemo. Amazing movie. I think the main reason why people maybe underrate it now is because it was played to death. In school, at the dentist's office, ironically enough, wherever, just like it's on the amount of copies that this movie sold, it sold more DVDs than like any movie ever. The amount of times people have seen this movie is crazy, and I think people take it for granted. Finding Nemo is fantastic. Finding Nemo is perfect. It's a masterpiece. It's a classic. Andrew Stanton nailed it right out of the gate. I think about like he tells the story of like when he first pitched it, like he walked through then the whole movie. It's based on this whole thing of how he was like overprotective about his own kid, and what's so brilliant about it is there's no this whole idea of like, yeah, like you have to then let your kid go, but like it's scary. Like how do you know something bad isn't going to happen, as they say in the movie? And Dory says, I don't. And that's the whole thing about when you're a parent. You don't know. Like your kid, yeah, you could let them go and then something really bad could happen to them. But you just kind of have to trust that you've instilled good values in them and that they're going to be careful and that they're going to be smart. And if something happens to them, they'll be able to bounce back or they'll be able to come to you. Or, just you have to kind of like take that leap of faith. You got to do it. How amazing to make a movie about that. And a movie that's so entertaining and just like a crowd pleaser and just rules. Finding Nemo rules. Great movie. Next, The Incredibles, the original. Best superhero movie. Marvel. Oh. I like Marvel. Marvel's great.
I love Marvel, but I agree.
I love Marvel.
Incredibles 2 is undefeated in the superhero space.
Incredibles 2 is undefeated? Is that what you just said?
No, said I? If I did, it was a mistake.
You did say that. I thought you were making a funny. Okay. Yeah, no.
Or maybe I said me too, I agree. I don't know.
Oh, that's probably what you meant. Incredibles is, yeah. Okay. Well, in any case, The Incredibles is undefeated in the superhero space. What an amazing movie. We start, with that prologue 15 years ago, the glory days. We get to see them. We get to actually see them.
Shoot,
and
no, wait, sorry, go on. I just was like, wait a second, there is a better superhero movie. Go on.
okay, well, Spider-Man in the Spider-Verse or Across the
Across the
Spider-Verse.
Spider-Verse, fella. I'd say Across, then Incredibles, then Into the Spider-Verse, and then the rest of the schlock.
Think you're I don't know. Into the Spider-Verse is really good. But yeah, I guess that's probably yeah, I mean Across is better. Well, how does it stack up against Incredibles? I don't know. let's not do that. The point is animated superhero movies are superior. That's the point. And including this one. And like even before we get the glory days, we get those confessional like with when it's like, oh, like Bob is interested in this idea of like settling down, maybe start a family, and Helen's like, settle down? How about to stop my game? I'm not settling down. And the fact that they switch older in life, little switcheroo, brilliant. Like that's just kind of what happens sometimes. And like, oh, I love it. Every character is served so well. Incredibles 2, it's like dash who? Doesn't matter. Incredibles 1, that gives you that dash scene. You know the scene. Oh my god, that movie is firing off on all cylinders. That's a movie that you take somebody to that's like, I don't like this animation stuff. I feel like it's just for kids. You show them that movie, that'll be their gateway drug. You know, they'll be like, okay, I see the appeal. Yeah, that's as good as a real superhero movie. Yeah, it's better. At the time, it wasn't even like, wow, it's as good as a real superhero movie because like there weren't enough good superhero movies out there for it to really feel that way. Like, yeah, you had Spider-Man 2 and like some other stuff, but like it wasn't an established thing. It was more like, wow, that's a really great just movie. Like it's a great action movie. I guess it's like a great like kind of like spy adjacent movie. I don't know. It feels like it's just really, really strong. Really impressed my family and it really impressed me. I think it gets better as you get older. I will say that. I think as a kid, I gravitated more towards Finding Nemo and Incredibles. But Finding Nemo and Monsters Inc. then Incredibles. But yeah, gotta give a hand to Incredibles. It's fantastic. And Syndrome as a villain. Come on. Great
Holy
stuff.
heck.
Great stuff. Next. Inside Out. Inside Out.
Whoa.
The original Inside Out. What can I say about this movie that I haven't already said in the same video? It's amazing. It slaps. It rocks. It knocks my socks off. I think the message of learning to embrace sadness is so well done. And as you said, Justin, I think it's threaded through the movie perfectly. It's a beautiful message. It's so funny. It's so creative. It's so inventive. And I think it ushered in this new era of like Pixar. Now it has their successor to Toy Story, and it is absolutely a worthy successor. If I didn't have my nostalgic bias to Toy Story, I could maybe even say it's better. But like, I don't think
it's already flopping. I mean, we saw where Lightyear is.
That's true.
So the nostalgia goggles have ceased. They've crumbled.
They've ceased. Look, if it's a really great movie, it has to be really great. I'm not just gonna give it its kudos because it's Toy Story. Like that's not enough. But yeah, no, I love Inside Out. I love joy and I love sadness. I love all the emotions. And I love Bing Bong. I love Riley. She's better than Andy. She's better. It's not a competition. She's better than Andy. It's Andy. Andy's at the bottom. Then Bonnie's better, and then Riley is better.
I don't think it's even close.
It's not even close. That is my tier ranking of the Pixar kids. Okay, if you want to say Andy's the best, tell me one thing about Andy other than that he likes his toys.
Hey, he went to cowboy camp.
Oh, he went to cowboy camp
and college.
Okay. And he went to cowboy camp in college. He's always going places. But you know what? He went to Pizza Planet.
He's not going places on this list.
You know what? This is all Andy does. He goes places and he doesn't bring his toys. He's supposed to go to Pizza Planet and he's supposed to bring his toys. The toys aren't there. Oh, cowboy camp, gonna bring Woody, doesn't happen. Oh, gonna bring Woody to college, doesn't happen. He can't even succeed.
You know who brings her emotions around? Riley.
They're always there. She never forgets. She never forgets. I was like, oh, how dare you say that about Andy when Bonnie will then leave? Bonnie got a bunch of toys from this guy. She has no reason that she needs to be like, oh my God.
And she brought them all on the trip.
It's like, wow. Yeah, she did bring them all on the trip. And it's like, oh, what? If Woody was just going to be in that closet, then like, yeah, he should have been with Andy instead. What? Also in a closet? Just sitting on a shelf doing nothing? Just a totem to Andy's past that he doesn't need anymore. Like, come on, be real with me. Be real with me. Come on. And it's also not just about going back to an. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go on a whole tangent. Never mind. Next, Inside Out 2. I love it. Now the rock version. Yeah. It rocks. It literally rocks. It's a fantastic sequel. It's worthy in every way to the original. I think it's even better. Maybe after some of the recency bias wears off, I'll feel differently. I don't know. At this moment in time, I'm going to say it's great. I think it's great in the same way that Toy Story 2 is better than the original. Spoiler alert. Sorry. Spoiler alert. It's fantastic. I'm not going to talk more about it because we already talked about it for 5 hours. All right. Next, Toy Story. Amazing movie. Started it all. It's the Snow White of computer animation. But except I like it a lot more than Snow White. I like Snow White. I think it's fun. I think it's good. It's but Rachel Zegler. I think she made some points. It could be better. It could. But Toy Story is great. We love our Toy Story. It's fantastic. It put Pixar on the map. The script also is extremely tight. It is arguably the funniest Toy Story movie, or at least it was until Toy Story 4. It's really, really good. And it's a tight 81 minutes. Like, wow. No time is wasted in that movie. 81 minutes, Pixar's shortest movie. It'll probably always be its shortest movie. And
they couldn't afford another minute back then.
They couldn't. Well, because they were going to make a Tin Toy Christmas. They were going to do a little TV special. It was like, all right, I don't think we do a feature film yet. We'll do 22 minutes. And then Disney was like, yeah, just do a feature film. They're like, okay. So yeah, but hey, they use every single one of those minutes to perfection. It rules. Next, Toy Story 2. Amazing movie. Arguably the movie that means the most to me in my life, in the sense that, like, I don't think, while I love Toy Story, I don't think I would have been ride or die for Toy Story throughout my childhood if not for Toy Story 2. I loved Toy Story 2. I love the way it elevated the themes. I love the way that it turned the series, which in the first movie it was sort of about, it was a story of jealousy. It was a story about being worried about being replaced. But the second movie expands on that and turns Toy Story into a series about not just, are you going to be replaced? Are you going to become obsolete? Are you going to not be needed anymore? And that's what all the movies then expand upon as they go on. And that, I think, is what really becomes the true core of Toy Story. And you got to thank Toy Story 2 for that. It's also the best movie for Buzz. He has an amazing arc in it. I mean, not even an arc, really. It's more just like he's awesome in it. Like, he's a self-actualized character. He's learned the lesson from Woody. And he's going to save him. He's going to save his buddy. And yeah, he gets to shout, you are a toy, right back at him. It's great. I love it. Prospector, great villain. But next, Toy Story 3. Lotso. It's amazing. I love this movie. The stakes are so high. It's the highest stakes of any Toy Story movie, and you feel it. I was looking forward to this movie for so long as a kid, and for it to finally come out and be as incredible as it was, get a Best Picture nomination, just like Up. Oh my goodness. Though, it deserved it. And it deserved that adapted screenplay nomination as well. It's amazing. Michael Arndt, you crushed it. Lee Unkrich, you crushed it. It is a terrific film. I love how it's high stakes, and I love that third act. That third act is unbelievable. The incinerator scene and Andy giving the toys to Bonnie, like, what a 1-2 punch. It's unbelievable. What a film. So that leaves only one movie left. The number one spot. Toy Story 4.
Oh, I was way off.
Way off. Yeah. Toy Story 4. What a picture. The fact that they were willing to take the risk to be like, yeah, Woody is going to learn something new in this one, the same way that he does in every movie. But this is his biggest lesson yet. This is the biggest change so far, where it's like, yeah, you kind of are at the point where it's like, maybe it's not about being there for your kid anymore because your kid doesn't need you. Bonnie's going to be okay. Go follow your heart. Be with Bo. Do it. Listen to your inner voice. Listen to it. And how that's built up throughout the movie, and all these ideas of, like, you have then Buzz also then with it, then the inner voice and the pressing the buttons, deriving meaning from these sayings, because there's clearly something to this toy thing that Buzz still doesn't fully get on the same deeper level that Woody gets. He is the mentee of Woody after all still. So, like, yeah, if Woody says this stuff is important, of course it's important. Even if it does come off as a little stupid for doing it, it's still thematically it works and it's really funny. It's a great film. Gabby, incredible character. Bo Peep, love her in this. Forky, amazing. Best set of new characters added to a sequel in any Pixar movie. Like, wow. Ducky and Bunny. Giggle McDimples, super underrated. Yeah, love all of them. Love Woody's story. It's terrific. I am thrilled to find out what Toy Story 5 will be now, knowing that Andrew Stanton finally gets to direct it. He's had a role in crafting the story on all of these movies. He always gets like a writing credit, a story by whatever. And he was so passionate about Toy Story 4. He was working on figuring out that story before Toy Story 3 even came out. I trust Toy Story in his hands, that because Andrew's not just him still being on this. It's not just this franchise being stuck in the past. No, that guy moves it forward to the future, and that's what he's going to keep doing. So we're going to go to an exciting new place. I can't wait to go there. Okay, after 2 hours, I finished.
It was only 45 minutes.
All right, Justin, rank.
I was ready to rank. Let's be clear. After like maybe like your third entry on the list.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I hope you enjoyed.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Well, you did it in 45 minutes. I'll do it in 45 seconds.
All right.
I'll probably not that quick, but I'll do it. I'll do it pretty quickly because I'm a little hungry right now. We are on hour 4 of the stream. Actually, yeah. I guess like we've done 4 hours, which would that make this hour 5 if like the first minute is part of hour 1? I guess so, right?
Yeah,
I guess that also assumes that we'll get to the end of hour 5. Will that count? Anyway, welcome to the Pixar rankings. Now we got the Pixar short version out of the way via Brian. We can get to the real meat and potatoes here tonight, fellas. Now let's bring it to number 28. It's Cars 2. What are you talking about, Brian? Like, yeah, okay, I get it. Some movies are a little sloppier. Some movies don't know what they are, but I know what this is.
Funny.
and that's a problem.
It's kind of funny. Watch it again. Watch it again.
Like, I'm just. Yeah, I mean the things that I'll see people like the people who grew up on this movie, right? I'll see on the internet like, oh, you don't get it. This is funny. The stupidness is a part of it, and I'm just like, I don't care. It doesn't do anything for me. I'll keep it at 28. 27, The Good Dinosaur. Don't really have anything to add that Brian didn't say. I think that the leads are kind of cute, Arlo and Spot. I think they're fine. Listen, I'm not saying they're great characters or anything, but I think in a different movie they could have been better, like just in their base form. I don't know.
You're right. If they made a better movie, they would have been better. I agree.
Yeah, that is what I said, huh? Number 26, Brave. Girl with bow and arrow. She's kind of cool. I mean, like, I like her. I like that the movie will, it takes itself seriously. It gives it its go. Eventually, a bear happens, and it's like, whatever. But
yeah.
Everyone
has that bottom 3. It's just a different order. If you don't have that bottom 3, tell me. I'd be fascinated to know.
It gets weird after that because I feel like for a while, right? I think there was a long stretch of time in which there was a common bottom 4, right? You would have your Cars 3, your Good Dinosaur, your Brave.
Cars 2, you mean?
That's what I meant. Yes. Yeah. Cars 2, Good Dinosaur, Brave, and Bugs Life would commonly be like that 4th to bottom slots. I think would be fairly common for a long while. I think that's changed. I think that's changed in recent years.
Cars also maybe was there too, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah, a nice even bottom 5, but times have changed. Truly,
yeah. Life got a lot more complicated. Yeah.
My number 25 is Lightyear.
Oh yeah.
Which easily the farthest any of these Pixar movies have dropped for me from first viewing to present day. By it's not even close. Lightyear, I was just like, wow, that thematic the thematic storytelling around Buzz, I do think is fairly strong throughout the whole movie. But it's primarily propelled by that first act that we agree is really strong. But man, oh man, do I just really not care about anything after that point in the movie.
Yeah.
Even if like every single time Buzz goes, but I gotta change. I gotta change how I'm perceived. I think that's great. I think that's great stuff. You'll see internet critics be like, "Stupid Buzz, stupid doesn't realize that no one else cares," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's the point. It works. I'm fine with that element of it." But in terms of like the journey we go on, the characters we meet, I just do not care about anything
No, but
going
Taika
on at that
Waititi,
point.
he has a pen, Justin. He has a pen.
Here's
And
a
then he
pen.
uses the pen.
Here's a pen.
Chekhov's gun, Justin. Did
Check
you
his
think the
pen.
pen
Check
was
off
gonna come
pen.
back? They
No,
did not
I did
telegraph
it. Anyway, number
the pen.
cutting you off there. Number 24, The Incredibles
I'm
2.
surprised it's above Element. No, I'm surprised it's above Incredibles
Lightyear,
2. Sorry, above Lightyear.
above
Yeah,
Lightyear.
yeah. You
Incredibles
talked me out
2.
of that recently.
I've gone back and forth, right?
Yeah,
Incredibles 2, at the very least, I could say, and you said this,
yeah,
action is cool. The
yeah.
action is cool. I like the characters,
I do. I do.
even if they're not used amazingly. Like
No, yeah, you're right.
it's still these characters, this world. I'll give
Yeah,
Incredibles 2 that edge. Um,
yeah. I do like hanging out with Bob, Violet, Dash, Helen,
they're my pals. Helen
and
is cool,
Jack.
and I'll be frank and say I don't think frick villain name Evelyn
Dream
Dever.
Slaver. Oh, sorry, Evelyn
Well,
Dever.
sure. I don't.
Yeah.
There's some people who complain, right? And are like, Screenslaver. Oh man, like what wasted potential. I'm like, was it? I mean, like he's fine. I mean, but point being, Evelyn Dever. I'm not crazy about her as the villain, but like I think her vibe is cool. I like when she's just having casual conversations with Helen.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that stuff's really good. Yeah,
yeah,
they have
um,
really cool conversations. Honestly,
yeah,
some
and then
intellectually stimulating stuff.
I think it's weird. I gotta rewatch it. Obviously, I've only seen it the once because it didn't leave a good taste in my mouth. But yeah, my impression at the time, at least, was that those were cool conversations that didn't really feel like they amounted to much by the end of the movie.
And they kind of don't. They
Okay,
kind of don't.
yeah, well, so maybe
They're
I don't
good.
need to reevaluate.
No, you should still rewatch it because it's still fun and like it's still better than most action movies that are made. It's
Sure,
just this is how low it is on a Pixar list.
of course.
Yeah.
23, Bugs Life. It's hard for me to rank this one because it's easily the one I've been the longest without having seen out of all the movies on this
When did you
list.
last watch this movie?
Probably like 20 or probably before 2010. So maybe like 2008.
Whoa.
I'll say like
Okay.
2008-ish. I don't know. If I were to
Okay. Yeah.
guess,
You need to watch this movie again. Yeah.
Hopper's cool, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's I don't see it drastically changing where I'm placed on this where it's
No.
placed on this list, but yeah, it's probably worth a rewatch.
I think you'll be
Um,
like, it's better than I thought it was. It's funnier than what, and I also like the way it looks. I think it's really cool how much, like the evolution in the technology since. I feel like I've gotten flack for saying that, but I absolutely stand by it, especially when you
sure.
put it up next to ants. Oh my god!
Which I've only seen. I think I saw like the first third of that movie because we were playing it in school. So I think in some sort of class, but I feel like it was like a band class that one day we couldn't do something for some reason, and so we watched Ants instead. I don't know what happened there, but then we didn't make it through the whole movie. Weird stuff. Point being,
Traumatizing. Early
yeah,
scene in Ant.
I don't want to look at that.
Yeah, no, there's just a war scene in it that's so upsetting.
Oh wow.
Oh god, yeah.
Um, Numbers 21 and 22 are pretty interchangeable for me, and I know that Brian would have it the other way, but my number 22 is Cars 3.
Hmm.
A movie that I respect more than I enjoy. And then, that happens
Fair.
sometimes, right?
That's fair.
Where
That's
like
fair.
I think they have a lot of great ideas. And I like Cruz. I like the mentor role. I like what they do with Doc Hudson. Everything that Brian said, completely agree with. I just don't have as much fun watching it. You know,
Yep.
I'm not particularly moved when Cruz wins. I just go, yeah, good for her. Whereas number 21, did I say 22, 23? I guess it's 22, 21. My number 21 is Cars.
Oh wow, interesting. Okay.
Right next to each other, right? Where
Yeah.
like um it I don't think either movie is one that like particularly moves me one way or another. But I am more excited about the Cars journey. I think the racing is more exciting. But then when we go to Radiator Springs, I really like that environment. Lightning and Sally having their little cruise around the
Yeah,
valley area and just taking things slow and like that I definitely feel. I really feel everything about let's slow things down. Let's learn this lesson here. I like putting Lightning in his place. I think there's a strong dynamic there between Lightning and the town that is very striking. And then obviously Lightning learns us everything with the king at the end. Like it's
yeah.
great. Um,
It's the one movie that Radiator Springs is a character in, and it's a
yeah,
great
sure.
character. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's a great theme park, like a
Yes.
locale. Yeah, I love Radiator
My
Springs.
number 20 is Finding Dory, which
Oh yeah, okay.
I think by this point I'm starting to feel a little bit more towards these movies, because I mean,
Yeah,
Finding Dory is this slow. It's a great movie, but it's just not. It doesn't do as much for me as a lot of the ones that follow up on this list. Honestly, it's one that I don't feel like I have a ton to say about, because I mean, like I love Dory and her backstory scenes, and I love following the shells, finding the parents. The aquarium's fine. I'm not crazy about Marlin and Nemo's journey throughout the movie.
yeah,
Like
that's fair.
it's a it's the kind of thing where the journey's not that fun, but it's all to reach a destination emotionally or like a breakthrough of you gotta let Dory do her thing and do it Dory's way. And that's a good lesson to learn. I'm just not crazy about the journey leading to that lesson. The final act is a lot of fun. I mean, it
Yeah,
goes off the rails, but I'm down for it because it's a very Dory way to conclude things. It's Cars 2 wishes. you know?
yeah. I think I love that they drive a truck. Like, I think that
Yeah,
Dory
why
is
not?
doing something different. She's doing something different. If the toys can drive a car, the fish can drive a car. Yeah, good stuff.
We got next I put 19 Elemental.
Good movie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you for a lot of it. Like, I love the rom commy stuff. I love, and I think I think the movie might have been even more successful if obviously it's hard to market a Pixar movie in a broad sense of like because like who are you marketing to? And that's a big question that I'm sure that they grappled with for a long time. But I'm curious if the movie would have done even better if the immigration layers of it were advertised a little bit,
Yeah,
because that's the stuff that really stuck with me, which is a shame a little bit because I think I love a good rom com, but like honestly, it's the immigration stuff that kind of stuck with me more. And I think that they have more to say with. Obviously, you don't need to have something to say in a rom-com movie for it to be enjoyable, but I think what they had to say with the immigration story uh got to me more than the cutesiness of the romance did. And I think the romance is solid. It works well enough. And then um like if you want to compare it to Zootopia, like, where it's like
yeah,
we're going through this crazy city on our little mission. Zootopia, I love every single second of that mission. This mission that they're going on as a little duo. Obviously, that's not the whole movie. That's like the first half of the movie. They're kind of doing that, and the second half they're doing a little bit more with the romancy stuff. It's fine. It's okay. um, let's bring it to number 18, Monsters University. Yes, city, yes, university. I feel like the few there's a few movies in a row where I'm like on this list, and this is maybe topping it off a bit, where I'm like, I love it on a thematic level. The journey to get to those thematic payoffs, I'm just like, it's not as fun as a lot of the other movies on this list. I'm like, yeah, the scare games, yeah, they're fine. The very end is great. Obviously, the last training session where things get a little more intense, that's really great. The whole third act's amazing. Before that point, I'm just like, yeah, it's okay. It's solid. Uh, we got a number. I'll speed on through because why not? Number
yeah.
17, I have Onward. So I also have the Dans.
The dance.
I have the Dans back to back also.
Dan scans.
But I think it's a super super moving story that gets better and better as it goes. Again, not a movie where like every step of the journey is one that I find particularly fun and exciting, but I'd say even more so than Monsters U, that the payoff to that whole journey is just so worth it. Yeah, especially because the ending recontextualizes the whole journey in a way that I didn't appreciate on first watch, and then I go back and I'm paying attention to the elements that are established at the end, and it goes a really really long way. Um, give me one. Brian, say something about the movie.
You're all good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think obviously I agree with you. I think something I'll add on that I didn't touch on before is that just Dan Scanlon, like he really has a knack for third acts. You look at Monster University and Onward; those endings really elevate their films. And I think to their credit, you can't just like put the third acts into their own little section. Like you can't just be like, oh well, yeah, like I mean, the third act's really great. The rest of the movie isn't. No. The third act can only be so good if the rest of the movie sets itself up to support such a third act. And both of those movies really build up to it. And so I think it's a testament to both of those movies as cohesive wholes that their third acts are as satisfying as they are. But yeah, I mean, both of those movies, they trick you. They surprise you. They make you think. One is like, oh, hey, we're going to do a comeback. We're going to do a little underdog story. And one is like, oh, yeah, we're going to reunite you with your dad. You're going to get to meet him. But they don't do that. And what they give you instead is something so much more meaningful, so much more.
Absolutely.
Powerful. It rocks.
And on to the okay. Well, here's my real controversial take, because we're only at number, I'm doing math, 16, and I'm bringing up one that many people call a magnum opus. We have 16, Wall-E. Wall-E. Which, I mean, I'm one of those losers who goes, silent film portion super trumps the rest of the movie. And it's honestly, it's not just because it's a silent film. Honestly, yeah, like I think that's a fun element to it. But for me, it's like the storytelling is firing on all cylinders, and it's because they're relying on visual storytelling as opposed to dialogue. But also, you're getting some of the best like rom-com stuff in the Pixar catalog. Sorry, Elemental, you know, and it is obviously you're not getting the full rom-com experience in just the silent movie portion, but I do think that it is so incredibly fun to watch early movie Wall-E and Eve in a way that like throughout the whole rest of the movie, yeah, it gets very spread out between a bunch of other things that I don't care about as much, you know.
Yeah.
The ending is also great though when we're the obviously Wall-E and Eve in space, like in like outside of the ship space is really great.
Fine
Wall-E
dancing
at the end is great. All fantastic.
Yeah.
Then at number probably 15 is Turning Red. Yay!
Turning Red.
Super fun movie. And then she turns red.
She did it.
I listen. I mean,
literally.
May and Mom, you know, like both of them are like just such all-star characters. Love learning about this family. Obviously, you know, when we see her mom younger, like, you know, obviously the tears come along, baby. I think it's a very moving movie. Just like number 14, Soul. And these two are also like ones that I could kind of go back and forth on. You know, a lot of the pandemic movies in this space over here. But Soul, I mean, in a similar way to Onward, like, yeah, really, really great at recontextualizing the movie for repeated viewing, which is always a huge bonus. I'm not so crazy about the
second act.
I was gonna say about the before, actually.
Oh, interesting.
About the great before. Like I think it's fine. I think a lot of like the let's go through the I'm gonna need help on terminology, but all the stuff about like we're gonna help her learn about Earth
Oh
things.
yeah, try to get her spark. Yeah,
Yeah, I think
yeah.
it's okay. I think that element of it is fine. I think Earth is great. I think
I love Earth. Yeah,
being on Earth throughout that movie is so much of
it's
the
the
fun
heart
of
of the
it.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah, and it really lands.
It's
I
impressive that they're able to make a movie where it's like the second act is you're just kind of like ambling around and like, yeah, you have to like do some things like you got to fix the suit, you got to do this, but like the fact that they were able to make a second act be about appreciating life and like, I mean, arguably succeeds at doing that more than Cars did. Not like they're trying to do the exact same thing, but like, you know, I feel like that as like a slow down and appreciate life around you, like very successful at communicating that through a
I
movie.
mean, I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like I'm kind of talking myself into moving it up one slot.
Oh, do it live
But
on the air.
I don't know if Brian's gonna like the results.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. What? Toy Story 4? You gonna switch it?
And I might put it above Toy Story 4.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you were gonna do.
But yeah, they're both in that space. Listen, when you're looking at Pixar rankings, right? It's tough because for a while you're kind of like, well, clearly this is, in your opinion, this is better than this, and this is better than this. Once you reach a certain point on a Pixar rankings list, it becomes like, well, these are all 10 out of 10. So which ones just
Yeah,
do it for me more, you know?
yeah. I get it.
Um, but Toy Story 4 is fantastic as well. I just the trouble with Toy Story 4 for me is I'll have a great time watching it, and like you said, so many amazing great characters are introduced. um I just happen to find it to be a less memorable Pixar movie for me, like where I'm trying to like recall like the details of what they were actually doing in the movie. I'm like, it just doesn't quite stick with me as much, even though I know I have a wonderful time experiencing the movie. But then the imagery will stand out to me, and a lot of it relates to Woody and Bo Peep. In the rain at the very beginning of the movie is just
Yeah.
so
You just gotta
incredibly
watch the
gorgeous.
movie more, man. You gotta
Yeah,
see
I
like
guess I'm
Bonnie
there for all of these. Then I mean,
Bonnie creating Forky, like
oh my gosh, I
when they
love. Shoot, I honestly, I might have to just put 4 one spot higher again for Forky. Oh my gosh.
Forky and when they get Gabby when they reunite her with that girl. I mean, like there's so many amazing scenes in the movie.
Yes,
I don't know. It's just
absolutely.
it rules. Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway, enough.
enough with the Toy Story talk. We do enough of that on this channel.
That's true.
Um, my
We never will.
number 12 is Coco,
Oh,
un poco loco. And honestly, the music elements of this movie helps it a lot, I think, because I'll re-listen to a lot
yeah.
of the music, and I'm just like, and that so easily helps you re-immerse yourself in the world of any media, and you grow that attachment over time. But I think Coco, even without that, is just so fantastic. And I love the world that they make. It's gorgeous. I mean, I love Miguel and Hector together, and they're just such a great duo. Um, I'll happily throw it on anytime. Yeah, I cry at the end every time. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Brian covered all that. My number 11 is Ratatouille, which is it's a weird one for me because like I think like on paper, like in a broader premise, right? Like I think it's all right. Like it's not like I don't find it to be like the most moving out of the Pixar catalog, but
It's all in the execution.
honestly,
Yeah.
it's the Brad Bird. It's the
Yeah.
Brad Bird effect of like you feel there's something magical about every line of dialogue where
He's
you
got the juice. He's got it. He just
it
yeah,
feels
no.
like you're being really transported to another world where I listen, if Wally outside of the silent movie section had this level of dialogue, Wally would be that magnum opus to me that a lot of other people see it
Yeah,
as.
as a kid, I liked Wally more than I liked Ratatouille, but now it's just I appreciate that dialogue and like the ideas that are being put forth in Ratatouille so much. Of like, yeah, they want to just follow the recipe, but they if you want to surprise people like Anton Ego asked for at the end of the movie, you got to just do more than following the recipe. You got to do something new that to preserve a reputation of Gusteau's. Or just like whatever, like you can't just do the same thing. You got to keep doing great new stuff, and that's what Pixar has to do.
And I think they're doing it. I think they're
I think they're
doing
doing
it
it. I think
because
they're doing it.
neither of us are putting all the new ones at the bottom. So,
No.
but here's one more oldie. My number 10 is Up, which
Ah,
listen, I mean, I talked a lot about earlier on this list that there's a lot of movies that will hit on things thematically and make you want to cry, but the journey is a little less exciting. This movie's got both. This movie's
yep.
got both. Where I'm loving the journey the characters are going on while also loving the characters and loving all the feels they throw my heckin' way. So, I mean, Up is maybe arguably the funniest Pixar movie, at least close to it. It's firing on all cylinders. You got the highs and lows really locked down there, but
When Carl daydreams about like trying to get Russell out of the house and he drops him. So funny. Well, that's not gonna work.
the predecessor of Silver and the Hot Air Balloon, truly.
Oh, sure.
Except
Yeah.
that one's his own fault, and it actually happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatchamacallit, my number 10
Well, number
is
9, I thought. Wasn't
shoot.
Up number 10?
You're right.
Yeah.
My number 9 is Luca.
Luca. Wow. Okay.
Listen, I mean, Luca is easily the most wholesome heckin' movie in the whole Pixar catalog. I agree with you. Not crazy about Luca's home life, but you know what? Makes everything else in the movie that much more exciting because it's about
Being away.
leaving that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not knocking Wizard of Oz, but I like in Kansas. You know what I mean?
That's a great argument, honestly. Get out of there. Yeah, they set up that one character where it's like, oh, he's gonna be what, and then he's just gone. They throw him.
He's
in the
gone for
bunk-
the whole rest of the movie except for
Just
like
gone.
credits, you know.
Yeah, like what was that about? That's
But
crazy.
Luca and Alberto, I want to hang out with them all day.
Yeah.
It's the maybe the most feel good experience in a long time from Pixar. I mean, I love this little town. It's so pleasant. It feels visceral a lot more so than some of these other movies that don't need it for other because they have other pros. But I Luca leaving the train in the end. I feel it. I feel it so deeply, and I feel it because Luca, I think, is such a well-established character himself. You really feel what he wants in this world because he will shout it.
It does have one of the best lines in any Pixar movie, which is
Silencio Bruno. I know.
That's a great line. But I was gonna say some people will never accept him, but some will, and he seems to know how to find the good ones. That is an amazing line.
If I put this movie any lower, huge disservice to Pride Month.
It is a pretty gay movie. It is pretty gay.
Inherently.
Yeah. They wanted Julia to be gay. I think they did. I think they talked about it. Someone talked about it.
It would feel right. Dang it.
She is gay. She is.
Oh, okay, well, now, great. I like to hear that.
Tell me she's not. What am I supposed to assume? She's straight just because they didn't say she was gay? She's gay.
Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Happy Pride Month.
So that brings my number 8 to the OG Toy Story.
Wow, look at that. What a movie. What a picture.
I was gonna say, does that feel? Obviously, you have your top 4 laid out, but in terms of looking at other people's lists, do you feel that ranks fairly high or low compared to the average? I'm curious. You probably look at more Pixar rankings lists than I do.
I feel like it does. It's weird. Sometimes I'll look at some lists and they'll have all the Toy Stories in general kind of lower. And I feel like when that happens, then you'll see, oh, well, Toy Story 3 is kind of higher, or Toy Story 2 is kind of higher. Which like makes sense because as the biggest Toy Story fan out there, like the Toy Story sequels kind of make Toy Story 1 look a little bit like, a little bit lower because the sequels are so good. So I get it.
No, but I mean, like you said, an incredibly tight story, but also like loved Buzz and Woody together are a great duo.
Really funny.
I would get. I think one thing that minor points off when I was younger because I would just get so uncomfortable during like the sections of the movie where like Woody was especially angry towards Buzz, especially by the time we're getting to the plotting to get rid of Buzz stuff.
Ooh.
Like, and it just created this like sense of discomfort in me that made me just a little less excited to watch it, just a little less excited to watch the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
um and but like, you know, once we get going on our journey together with the two of them, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's crazy because we all know the whole thing about how Woody was meant to be a meaner character
Yeah.
earlier on.
Yeah.
And then once they started undoing that and you know, making sure that Woody could be more rootable. Um,
Right. Right.
then we, you know, then you get the magic classic that this is. But honestly, um, I think what messed it up for me when I was younger was the remnants of that. Like, so if
Sure.
when I was younger, I would have like, obviously you need to start Woody off in a more negative place, so there's room for him to grow.
Yeah.
But like, honestly, here's how much Pixar has grown. We talked earlier in the podcast 5 hours ago about how Joy has kind of taken up the mantle of Woody, and they serve very similar roles in their movies.
Yeah.
Um, by the time they get to making the movie Inside Out as a studio, obviously it's not the exact same team of people working on it, but you know, by the time they're making Inside Out, they're able to do joy and sadness to, you know, fill in that role of Woody and Buzz. Obviously, there's different comparisons to make, because obviously anxiety is more of a Buzz to joy than sadness is. But you know, they're able to establish joy having that sense of I don't want you here about sadness that we have with Woody and Buzz,
Yeah.
and do it in a way that not for a second makes me root against joy. You know, even
Yeah.
by the end, I'm agreeing that sadness is in the right for
Yeah, Megalith
existing.
kind of talked about this on Cinema Therapy, that it's like you gotta kind of brainwash the audience of like you
Yes,
are on
I love
Joy's
it.
side, you know,
I
and like
love
and that's what
being
they did.
brainwashed.
I love being brainwashed. And what's interesting? Have you ever watched the Inside Out 1 deleted scenes? Because they struggled for a while about like, oh,
I've
Joy, we
seen
know
quite a lot of
she's
them. I don't know if I've seen all the ones that are available, but I've definitely seen a bunch.
they worried about like, oh, she's too annoying, either because and sometimes it was like, oh, maybe it's just because like we're pushing too much like the happy carefree energy and she's like clearly being wrong, but also there was a little bit of like her being kind of edgy, and like Pete Docter said like, oh, we were trying to see, like we thought it'd be funny if like she went too far, but like there were points where like, yeah, like there was a kid who was like,
It's a
oh, look
relearn
at
the
it.
Woody story, I guess.
Yeah, it really was like the new generation for Toy Story, because like, yeah, there was this moment where like Riley, you know, like she gets like, oh, like invited to this party, but it's like, oh, it's not really gonna be like this big party with like balloons or anything. It's just like, oh, we're gonna order pizza or like, I don't know, something, whatever. And then Joy's like, what? That's not a party. That's not. We should spit in her face. And everyone's like, whoa, whoa.
I
So
do remember this one. I forgot about it, but I've seen that one. Holy
yeah,
heck.
yeah,
Um
very
well,
different.
I and but I mean, like, it's still a classic for good reasons, referring to Toy Story, but also now Inside Out. Speaking of which, here we go.
Wow.
Here in my number 7, I have Inside Out 2.
Wow. Pretty high.
I mean, it's a Pixar list. Being number 7 on a Pixar list out of
That's pretty high.
28 movies. That's
Above the
great.
original Toy Story is some pretty high praise, you know?
Listen, yeah, this movie is it. Listen, and I've said this about other movies on this list where I feel like the movie is genius thematically and what story they're trying to tell and emotionally, but I'm not as sold on the adventure getting to that point. Um, but the negative is a lot lesser in this case, and the positive is a is 10 times greater. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The things
Yeah.
that work in this movie are incredible, and it's a lot of the movie. It is a lot of the
Yeah.
movie. Where's the points in the movie where I'm just like, you know, I'm not the joy. I keep wanting to say joy sadness, but joy, joy, disgust, fear, anger, adventure. I think is solid. You know, I think it's fine. I'm not so encapsulated in that, but like that. You know, that's not the whole movie right there. The Riley stuff is
Yeah.
incredible. Joy's first act and third act are incredible. I think
Yeah.
it's just one out of, like, you could kind of argue like three stories, right? To a degree. One of the stories second acts is a little weaker for me, and that's it.
Right.
um
Yeah, that's nothing. One out of the three stories, second act.
one could argue it's the most important story, but let's
Sure.
ignore
Sure.
that.
Sure. Sure.
um whereas, like, you look at Finding Dory, and like, it's the weaker story is the B plot in that one, but I think the highs in Inside Out 2 are incredible. Check it out,
A
if
worthy
if
sequel
you
for
got a
sure.
part, I mean, like, do you like, but
We
uh
both agree the best non-Pixar non-Toy Story Pixar sequel, I think, right?
yes, correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. That's high praise.
Inside Out 2, baby. Bringing us to number 6 on the list, Monsters Inc., which like, it could be the child in me speaking here, but, like, listen, I mean, it's not making me cry, but I do think it's I'd put it as, like, number, like, it's high up there in terms of just absolute fun adventure with amazing characters. I was about to say it's my favorite, and then I realized that it might be beat out by everything else I have on this list above it, but in that regard, even. But what were we gonna say? Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I feel like if we saw this when we were a little older, then the Sully Boo scene would have made us cry. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but all the characters are so fantastic in this movie. It has two villains in one Pixar movie. Usually they have
Yeah.
zero, but they
Yeah.
both rock.
They
They're both
do.
so menacing
Handle of
at
waters.
least when they're meant to be. But
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
I think this movie is so incredibly fun. But now we're down up to the top five, baby. Top five. My number 4 and 5 are really close, and my top three are all really close with each other. But 4 and 5 are very hard for me. But I'm gonna put. I'll say them both now. I have number 5, Toy Story 3, and number
Mm.
4, Toy Story 2.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
And I go back and forth all the time, and it's really, really hard. And we've talked about this before. We talked about the, like, wow, best act 1 is Toy Story 1, best act 2 is
Yeah.
Toy Story 2s, and best
Yeah.
act 3 is Toy Story 3s.
Yep.
I just think Toy Story 2 between 2 and 3 is just so remarkably high in terms of just pure fun, while still delivering on all the juicy stuff.
Yeah. That's a good argument. Yeah. Yeah.
Toy Story 2, I love every step of there's one plot that has characters are going on a journey, and every step of that journey is incredibly fun.
Yep.
And we have one plot where it's Woody just feeling what's going on with the toys he's placed with, and with Woody's Roundup and all that. And I am feeling every bit that you're meant to feel in that story. And you jumping back and forth between those two as an A and B plot. Whoa,
Yeah. Yeah.
makes for a remarkable experience. Toy Story 3, I'm not as into the, like, just existing in the
The daycare.
in the
Yeah.
daycare environment.
I agree with you.
And
I agree. With
we take a field trip to Bonnie's house, and I'm like, yeah, it's okay here as well. Obviously, Toy Story 3, right, it's all for me. It's all about the first act and the third act. That movie's experience. First act, you're really setting me up for big emotion, and big in act
Yeah.
3. It's really, really, really paying off, which I think is very similar to my Inside Out 2 experience, where Inside Out 2, I'm
Interesting.
really, really feeling this reintroduction to the world, and it's making me emotional in a very different way than Toy Story 3's introduction's making me emotional, but still, I'm really, really feeling it, and the payoff is remarkable at the end.
Yep.
It's just the A to B that I'm not as into, but that's okay. I still love the characters. They're
Yeah.
both sequels in which I already love these characters, so we're set to go. Top 3, I flip around every single day. It is
Wow.
really, really tough for me to do these top 3, but in this very moment, in this exact very, very moment, my number 3 is The Incredibles.
Wow.
Um, a movie that is constantly firing on every cylinder, which is a phrase that I feel like we've thrown out a lot during this.
It's true though.
this
Always is true.
thing.
Yeah.
Love every single character. It's got that Brad Bird dialogue magic that I mentioned in Ratatouille, but with a movie that I care about even more in terms of what's actually going on in the movie.
Yes.
Love this family dynamic. Love all the internal turmoil that Bob is going through when he's going on his big missions, but also the family dynamic is really, really fun and exciting. Once we get to the island, even better.
Even better. Yeah,
But
like Helen kind of takes over at a certain point in the movie when Bob
Exactly,
is
yeah.
in prison, and it's great. It's great.
And she does a great, she's awesome, and the kids are coming into their own. It's so fun. Jack is used sparingly.
Yeah, he is.
Like,
And look,
that's the thing. Jack is great, but they found the perfect amount for him to do in Incredibles 1, and then Incredibles 2. It's like, oh, they're doing the same thing, but more of it.
Listen, he was great in Jack Attack. That was a hilarious short. And then they were like, it was a short. And then they were like, let's just take that and just kind of sprinkle it over a whole movie. And it was like,
but I also kind of do the same thing that we did in Jack Attack for that whole movie.
Yeah, and like to my point about like, oh, if you have a sequel that's like not really it, and it kind of reflects on how you see the original, it doesn't affect Incredibles 1 for me. It does kind of affect Jack Attack though. I feel like that's not as funny anymore, and that's a real loss because Jack Attack, one of the best Pixar shorts, or at least best tie-in Pixar shorts, like based on a movie. Good stuff.
Top 2, Brian. Top 2.
Top 2. I think I know where this is going, but
I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Number 2, I'm going Inside Out.
Wow. Okay.
I go back and forth. It's tough for me.
You said earlier in this conversation that Inside Out was your favorite Pixar movie.
I said maybe because I I knew the rankings was coming and that I had to think about it. You gave me 45 minutes to think about it.
I did, and you also spent another 45 minutes going through yours.
Hey, once we time it all out, I'm sure I'm sure that my section is 20 minutes, and 2, because I knew that your rankings list was going to take a long time. I wasn't really stepping in for conversation very much during your list. Yeah. So it's 45 minutes of Brian.
I'm not complaining. I love it. I love it.
My only complaint is I'm looking forward to dinner.
Well, me too, but I want to finish talking.
Yeah, number 2, Inside Out. It definitely is the deepest that the emotional elements of any of these Pixar movies are hitting me, and it's working wonderfully. I love joy and sadness with all my heart. First time I saw the movie, I think I cried 3 times throughout it, and I'll still probably hit most of those on rewatches.
Yeah.
It is really, really incredible, which makes it hard to compete with my number 1, Finding Nemo, because Inside Out hits harder on the emotional level, but Finding Nemo is close. Like Finding Nemo, I'm not crying during it, and maybe that's because I watched it when I was younger, but like I'm feeling the feels of the movie almost as much as Inside Out. But if I had to, and between both movies, I'm gonna choose Joy. I'm gonna choose Joy as my character to rep me. as I want to see this character in everything ever and want to see their life and turn it into a TV show. And I'll watch every episode just because I love this character. I'll hang out with Joy every day.
Dang.
But
shout out to Albert Brooks. Go ahead.
It's tough to compare. Just because Inside Out hits those highs emotionally that Nemo almost hits, but what Finding Nemo has is, and let me be clear, I also love the main dynamic of Nemo as well. I think Nemo, just every single little adventure they go on, hits so hard in terms of keeping me excited, engaged. It's so fun. I like with Inside Out, I'm feeling like every single step of the journey is really building the puzzle pieces of this movie, even if you're not completely aware in that moment of how it's going about that. But we're also cutting back to Nemo in the aquarium, and I'm super engaged with what's going on there. So many exciting
Yeah.
lovable characters. And if I were to do the comparison game and in the nitty gritty sense, like, I love Joy and Sadness. I love Marlon and
Marlon and
Dory.
Dory, yeah. But the Tank Gang versus the Fear, Disgust,
Tank Game,
Anger. Yeah.
exactly. Tank Game
Yeah.
Gang versus at least those three in that
Good
movie.
argument. That's a good
Like
argument.
I'm gonna put the Tank Gang plus Nemo above it. I'm so much more engaged in Tank Gang, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think there's
You are forgetting the Riley layer. There is the Riley layer.
the Riley layer. Riley versus Nemo.
Yeah, no, I mean, well,
I'm probably going Nemo for talking Riley in the first movie.
well, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's less of a 1-to-1 comparison, but sure.
Well, if you're doing Tank Game versus the anger, disgust, fear plus Riley, and
Yeah.
Riley's the Nemo, like
I guess
honestly,
so,
it's
yeah.
a reach. It's weird to compare movies this way inherently.
It's dumb. We shouldn't do this, but it is interesting. It does let you like try to. Movies are very difficult.
It's
to
hard to logic how you feel,
Yes, it's hard to logic a movie. I know we've just spent 4.5 hours.
But like I think Inside Out, there's a few dips where I'm not as engaged in like the middle of the
Yeah.
movie. Never feel that for a second in Nemo. Not a single second. Nemo, Inside Out, and Incredibles, like all top tier favorites of all time. So it is, I'll happily interchange them any day of the week, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the
Yeah.
day. And I think both of us have great rankings, even if mine are slightly better.
Listen, Nemo and Inside Out are two very similar movies. I think we've talked about this before because I know, like, yeah, you've loved both of them, and it's like, yeah, they are similar. And I think when we talk about this whole idea of like the journey, you have two characters come together and go on a journey. They go on an adventure. They embark on an adventure, and that adventure takes them to all these different destinations along the way. And while they're doing that, they're learning stuff. That whole, and they go on this odyssey. That whole idea, that yes, though those are the two Pixar movies that really do it. Those are the ones that do it, and they're both masterpieces. Now, if you're looking at it as like which one is the better Odyssey, then I feel like, well, you gotta say Finding Nemo because the stakes just feel so high. Of like, Nemo's gonna die, like Nemo. Yeah, like you're like, oh, geez. Yeah. So like, if you're looking at it on that level, then like, yes, I see that. But like, I think as fascinating as all these comparisons are, I think I'll just have to say there's something to speak for when it comes to just the movies themselves. I think the movies speak for themselves. And like, if I'm sitting in that theater and I'm watching the movie and I'm loving it, I gotta just be honest with how I love it. Like maybe my mind will think of different things later, but like, you know what? Like I'm gonna feel a certain thing. I'm gonna want a certain thing. And maybe then like there'll be like a little bit of a disconnect between the heart and the mind or whatever, but like that's just how it is. That's cinema.
That's the thing. All these movies have these incredible moments, and like it's stupid to like try to scientifically compare with the number value of which one what do I like more. Joy putting on the memory of Riley ace skating and then doing the free skating with her and feeling that feeling and establishing how Joy feels so close to Riley and wants her to feel joy forever. Or the Barracuda just attacked and Marlin picks up the little Nemo egg and is like, I'm going to protect you forever and establish that there. Like, they're both beautiful scenes. I don't want to compare them.
Yeah, all this, it's a great excuse to talk about these movies. It's a great excuse.
Oh, yeah, that's what this is. You're right.
It's you get to dissect them and really just be like, okay, yeah, I love this. What do I love about it? What is it about? And I think that's something that just informs you as a writer as well, where you're like, okay, yeah, like I love this movie. It's one of my favorite movies. Why is it the case? And is there anything in it that maybe I would do differently if I was writing my own version of the story? These are the things that shape who you are as a storyteller. And that's why it's great to have these conversations.
Oh golly, golly! I don't think we could top that. I mean,
no, I don't think so.
Oh golly!
Side Out 2. Anxiety is a star. Is a movie star, and I'm gonna put my hands in my pockets, like Ennui said.
I don't know if we mentioned Ennui this whole 5 hours.
Yeah, I don't think we did. the most she freaks out in the movie is
Losing the
do you
phone.
remember? Yeah, losing the phone. Even when anxiety is spiraling, she doesn't seem as concerned. Kind of amazing.
It feels correct.
I mean, phones, yeah, that's what you do. You go on your phone when like because of the boredom, right? I mean, she's always using that instead of actually going to the console.
They could make a whole movie about that right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kelsey Matt, he talked about it. Was like, yeah, I don't even want her to get up. I want her. She should have an app. Yeah, it should just be an app on her phone. Yeah,
Disconnecting from the world because you don't feel connected enough to the world.
Pixar, make the phone bad movie.
That's what I've been waiting for.
Oh boy. All right. Well, we'll see what they do next. But yeah, I mean, there will be an Inside Out 3. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, easily.
It'll happen. It'll be great. Y'all won't get to hear what my idea is for it, but I'll tell you, Justin. I'll tell you later.
I'm excited to hear it, but for now, tummy grumbling.
Yeah,
which is less important than talking about this movie for 5 hours, but it's up there.
It's up there. We'll deal. Okay, we have a big idea to go have dinner. All right, great.
I took it.
You took it. All right. Well, thanks everybody for listening. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen Inside Out 2 yet, then you might like it. You'll see. Yeah, thanks so much for being on this, Justin. I'm glad I'll just have this as a little time capsule because, like,
what was the last time we done this? Rise of Skywalker.
Oh yeah, that is the last time.
This stream has a very different vibe.
It does. Well, you were on the Checking It Twice about It's a Wonderful Life, so you had that.
There we go. Is that still accessible to people?
Yeah. That's
you have to go to your channel, and then
it's on podcasting platforms as well. Yeah. It's out there. Enjoy if you would like to go. If you've enjoyed hearing us yapping, then you can go listen to that. But yeah. All right. Well, that about does it for this, and Riley's 13 now. What could happen?
Bada bing, bada boom.